here. However, before we begin, I just want to give everyone a quick disclosure that our events are for informational and entertainment purposes only. And of course, you, as an investor, need to do your own due diligence before you take action. And I will tell you the honest truth that real estate can be risky, as all investments can be risky. Nothing is secure. If you want something secure, leave your money at the bank with very little interest and it will be FDIC insured. But if you want to grow your wealth, you need to take risk. And in my opinion, real estate is the best investment there is out there because I have invested in a lot of different assets. And throughout my years, real estate has always been the best asset class for me and my family. So that's why I'm so passionate about Realty 411 and our publication, our events, and the educators that we host. So, with that said, we're going to go ahead and bring Steve Davis up. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And Steve, why don't you go ahead and take it away? Um,
Okay.
it was a pleasure to meet you in person in Arlington, by the way. Wasn't that an awesome event?
Yes, that was a lot of fun. People should not miss those live events. There's something, one, you remember something like 30 or 40% more of a live event compared to an online. And there's just so many contacts. I made two or three that are going to end up being lifelong contacts.
Amazing. That's what we want to hear, Steve. That's exactly why we produce our events and expos across the country because we want to connect our valuable educators like yourself with our readers that are spread across the country.
Yeah.
And we definitely will be back to the Lone Star State. It's one of my favorite states to invest in and also to visit. And we'll definitely be back in 2024. But in the meantime, we're going to share you with our crowd virtually. So go ahead and take it away.
All right. The first thing I'd like to share with you is something that Linda brought up. You have to have your disclaimer. You have to recognize that real estate is risky. But what you've got to understand is that everything is risky. Everything. Asking that beautiful girl out, risky. Going to the grocery store, risky. You could get rear-ended, paralyzed for the rest of your life. Everything is risky. And when people say, I'm risk adverse, let me tell you something, they're life adverse because everything in life is risky. And the higher the value, the higher the risk. Everything of value in this life is on the other side of risk. So you need to make risk your friend. You need to embrace risk. No risk, no Rari. That's short for Ferrari. No risk, no Rari. You're not going to get out of life what you want if you don't take risks. So let me get into the material I want to cover. Let me share my screen. Boom. No. Boom. There it is. And boom. And what I want to talk about first, this is actually towards the middle of this presentation. This is a 2-hour workshop that we offer free at our website, totalwealthacademy.com. I'm going to go through about an hour of it. Well, really about 50 minutes of it, and then open it up to questions. But if you want to see the rest of this after, day after tomorrow or whenever, just go to totalwealthacademy.com, click on the free sample class, and you can see the rest of this presentation. But the first thing that you all need to understand is that you've got to have an effective map to success. we all start somewhere, right? And we'll call that home. And we want to get to peace, joy, love, wealth, health, and happiness. We'll call that success. And what happens is from the time we're old enough to walk, people start giving us a map to success. First, our parents, then our teachers in high school, then our college professors, then maybe a boss or a mentor gives us a map. And they all tell us about the same thing. They tell us, work real hard in high school, do your best to get into college, go to college, work hard, get a degree, graduate, get a job that's high pay and has good benefits, then scrimp and save, work for 45 years, and it's age 65, after working 45 years, retire and live off of your savings. Does that map sound familiar to you? Sure, it's the map we're all given. But one of two things will wake you up to realize the map is flawed. If you're lucky, like I was, you'll have a financial catastrophe. You'll get fired, downsized, you'll get a pay cut, and it will wake you up to the ineffectiveness of having a job as your sole source of income. Other people, that happened to me at 27. I won a national sales contest. They sent me to Hawaii for a week. And when I got back from Hawaii, they cut my pay by 20 grand a year. So at age 27, I was woken up to the stupidity of relying on a job. Other people are not as lucky. They wait till midlife. They wake up on that 35th birthday and they go 2 times 35 is 70. And they say, holy crap, I'm halfway there, but look at the arrow. They say they're halfway there, but they're nowhere near success. And they're not even headed towards success. Now, what happens for most people is they blame themselves. People will say things like, I'm not smart enough. So they go get another degree or maybe a master's degree. Other people will say they're not working hard enough. So they take a second job or start working 60, 70 hours a week. That's what I did. I went to 70 hours a week. I literally thought I would outwork everybody, and that's how I would succeed. Other people will say it's their attitude and motivation. So they take motivational courses and work on their attitude. The problem is that all these things can do, more formal education, working harder, working on your attitude, all those things can do is get you to the wrong place faster, because the problem is not with you. The problem is with the map. Guess where the people that taught you how to get to success have never been? Success. Think about it. Were your parents teachers and college professors, multimillionaire entrepreneurs? Were they successful? They weren't, were they? Is it not possible that they gave you the wrong map? You know where your parents, teachers, and college professors are right now? Retiring broke. 95% of Americans fail to successfully retire by age 65. 95%. The map is flawed. The map is wrong. Some of you got desperate. Some of you got desperate and you realized that your map was wrong. So you hired a thing called a financial planner, but you didn't do the research. All you would have had to have done is Google, how much does a financial planner in the US make? And you would have found that the average financial planner in the United States makes 110 grand a year. So here's what you did. Those of you that have a financial planner, here's what you did. You went to them and said, hey, I know you don't make a lot of money. I know you're not rich. I know you're not retired. But can you teach me how to get rich and retire? They can't help you. They've never done it. They've never been to success. See, we sell a $500 Saturday class. And when you take that class, what I teach you is the map that has worked for the last several thousand years. There is nothing new to what we do. It was talked about in Babylonian times. It's build a second stream of income. That is the key to success. And for 30 years, I've been teaching people how to build a second stream of income using real estate. Everything from active investing to mostly passive investing. I'm a passive investor solely. Everything I do is passive. The only work that I do is teaching at Total Wealth Academy. So I'm not worried about the Saturday class. I'm worried about you. Please understand it's not your fault. However, now that you have heard this presentation, you can't unhear it. It now is your fault if you don't change what you're doing. Most of you are 40, 50 plus. You've had 20 or 30 years to do it your way. Are you in the financial position that you want to be in? If the answer is no, then admit that what you did didn't work. And you've got to do something different the next 20 years. It's that simple. All right. I'm going to go back to the beginning of the workshop and we'll cut through. Sorry, this is going to take a minute. There we go. All right. I guess I should have closed it and then reopened it. Again, this is the first half of our free sample class. If you like what you see today and you want to see the rest of it, just go to totalwealthacademy.com and click on the free sample class. But the focus of the members at Total Wealth Academy, what we do is we build a second stream of income with real estate. I am the founder and lead consultant. My claim to fame is that at age 27, they cut my pay. I then bought every set of books and tapes, yes, tapes, on real estate investing off of late night TV. Dave Delgado, Tommy Vu, Carlton Sheets, Robert Allen, bought every one of them, spent 30 grand on credit cards, of course. And within 2 months, I was able to quit my job. And 3 years later, I was financially independent and able to retire. I want to make it clear, though, I wasn't rich at the end of 3 years. I just had enough income from my real estate. I never had to work again. Our mission statement is pretty simple. We're here to coach people on how to build a second stream of income with real estate, allowing them to lead more balanced and joyful lives while helping and serving others with real estate. Why we do it, as I mentioned, 95% of Americans fail to retire by age 65. 26% are dead. The golden years are a golden lie. You know, they show you the pictures of the elderly couple on the beaches in Greece or on a cruise ship. That's a bunch of bull. It's a bunch of crap. It's not happening. Only 5% of Americans succeed financially. The average savings for a 65-year-old in America is $60,000. No one's retiring with $60,000. People are suffering. Our formal educational system has failed. High school and college does nothing to teach you about building wealth. They teach you how to get a job, and that's about it. In 1974, we became responsible for our retirement. Almost no more pensions. And even the pensions that are out there today are inadequate. However, the government did not add any classes on how to invest or build wealth for retirement to our educational system. Now, this is probably a good thing because the government solution to a problem is usually as bad as the problem. The good news is that we know what the 5% are doing, and I'm going to share that with you in a moment. What we do is we stop the suffering by educating, motivating, and encouraging others with the knowledge that the rich share with their kids that the poor and middle class cannot. Simply put, the reason the poor and middle class stay poor and middle class is because they're teaching their kids to do the same thing that made them poor and middle class, while the rich are teaching their kids what made them rich. It's not that the poor and middle class don't want to teach their kids the right thing. It's just they don't know what it is. Through live and online classes, we teach individuals and families the principles that lead people to more happy, wealthy, and joyful lives. We continue to educate our members through one-on-one coaching and consulting until they can do this on their own. We have classes on fitness, spirituality, family, marriage. We have children's classes on wealth and how to build a second stream of income through wholesaling, flipping, single-family rental, and commercial rental. Commercial rental, we're in apartments, self-storage, senior living, shopping centers, hotels, and more. We are the most diverse real estate investing platform in the US, giving you more safety and less volatility. Be aware too that the material that we teach has resulted in the purchase of every piece of real estate over the last 100 plus years. The reason I love this slide is because I don't want you thinking we have some secret or some new technique. These are principles that have been around for literally thousands of years. It's just they're not taught in our educational system. Now, please keep an open mind. I've talked about passive investing a little bit, and a lot of people will say, well, passive investing is risky. Here's the problem you have if you think passive investing is risky. You are already a passive investor. You just don't know it. When you make a deposit at a bank, when you pay your insurance premium, what do you think they do with your money? You think they put it in a vault for safekeeping? They do not. They invest it passively in, guess what? Real estate. That's right. The banks and the insurance companies are the biggest real estate owners in the nation. Several of the banks are the biggest real estate owners. US banks are the biggest real estate owners in the world. They're passively investing your money. They're getting 15 to 20% rate of return. What are they paying you? 2, 3, 4%. Have you never thought that maybe you should passively invest your own money and make 15 to 20% rate of return? That's 3 to 4 times what you get in the stock market. And ask this question: why don't the banks buy stocks, gold, silver, or crypto? It's too risky. It's too risky, too volatile. Yet guess where most of you have your money? Stocks. You're in the riskiest asset class there is. Banks wouldn't put money in stocks in a million years because it's too risky. They go buy real estate because real estate is the safest investment and offers the highest returns. Next point. Again, please keep an open mind because this one can really hurt. How many of you think your home is an asset? Most people do. They say to themselves, my home is my biggest asset. You'll even hear financial planners say it. Your home is your biggest asset. Wrong. It's your biggest liability. Let's go out and on the exact same day, we're going to buy two houses, $200,000 each. One we're going to live in on the left, your home. The other one, we're going to make a rental property. We're going to say that the property triples in value over the next 30 years, triples in value. And that's pretty standard. So that's going to be pretty accurate. Let's look at the home on the left first. Even if you have a low interest rate, 4%, that's $137,000 in interest. Taxes, $180,000, insurance, $90,000, maintenance, $120,000 over the 30 years. You're all in over 30 years is $727,000. You sell it for $600,000, you lost $127,000. The thing tripled in value, and you still lost $127,000. Look at the rental on the right. Everything's the same except for one thing: rental income. $630,000 of rental income means you profit $500,000. See the difference between your home, a liability, and your rental, an income producing asset. The rental property is an asset, your home is a liability. And make note on the home, I didn't even take out garbage, gas, electric, water. That means you lost over $200,000 in actuality. So don't be deceived. Is it better to rent or own? It's better to own, because if you rented for 30 years, would you get a check for 600 grand at the end? No, you get nothing. So owning a home is still better than renting, but it's more like a savings program than an investment. It is not an investment. It is an expense. It is a liability, but again, better than renting. All right. Let's talk about the true goal. Many talk about retirement being the goal. I've retired twice, once at 30 and once at 54. I'm telling you, retirement is not the goal. It's a freaking bore. Retirement sucks. Financial freedom is the goal, not retirement. The wonderful thing about financial freedom is I achieved it at 30. Some of my students have achieved it in their 20s. It has nothing to do with age. Nothing. You can be financially free at any age if you focus on becoming financially free, not the stupidity of trying to save your way to retirement. Part of the reason that retirement sucks is explained in this. A life not in the service of others is not a life worth living. John Wooden. When you retire, the first 3 months, wonderful. Go fishing, go hunting, travel, do whatever you want. But in about 3 months, you're going to realize that all those things are just selfish. And you're going to feel hollow. You're going to wonder why you're here as a human being. And most of you are going to go back to work, helping and serving other people. You just want to make sure that you find a way to help and serve other people that's fun, enjoyable, and you love doing it. The true goal, financial independence, this is what the 5% that succeeded financially did. They created a second, some of them third, fourth, and fifth stream of income. Your second stream of income should meet and exceed all your wants and needs. What I tell my students is whatever their bills are, if they're $5,000 a month, if they're $10,000 a month, double it. If your bills are $5,000 a month, build a second stream of income, $10,000 a month. That way you have 5,000 for your bills and 5,000 a month for fun, travel, romance, and so on. Then you should choose a job or business that you truly love and are passionate about, something you have fun and are happy doing. That's Warren Buffett and his son, Peter Buffett. When Peter Buffett turned 19, he was given $90,000 worth of Berkshire Hathaway stock. He immediately sold it and bought musical equipment, okay? 10 years later, that stock was worth $100+ million. And they asked Peter, they said, Peter, don't you regret selling that stock? Peter looked at them and said, no, I'm a musician. See, you want to be happy. This Peter knew what made him happy. By the way, he's won Grammys. This guy is amazing. This is what most people don't know. It's okay to be happy. The purpose of our lives is to be happy if you study the Dalai Lama. Let's hit this real quick. The concept of saving your way to retirement is completely ineffective. The 401k and IRA are ineffective for the average American. They only save you taxes if you retire with low income. Now, I want you to think about this, even though I'm saying something silly. How many of you wake up in the morning like this? Hey, honey, love you, baby. Man, we are killing it. We are going to retire broke. We're going to retire with low income. We got our goal, low income. That's what we're striving for, low income. Yeah. How many of you say that? None of you. Then why is your money in an IRA or 401k? They only save you taxes if you retire broke. If you retire and you have a lot of money, you're going to be in the same tax bracket you were when you worked. The IRA and 401k do not save you taxes unless you retire with low income. And I'm telling you, that's not the goal. The goal is to retire with high income. Besides, as I mentioned, retirement sucks. It's the last step before death. I don't know why people get excited about retirement. Ooh, I can't wait to retire. That's because your life sucks. You're in a job you hate. You don't like it. You've been miserable all your life, and you want to retire. See, when you're in a job you love, you don't want to retire. It's totally bogus. All right, now before we proceed, we need to address the 800-pound gorilla in the room. It's a thing called the ego. Now, be careful. Those of you that just said, ooh, I don't need to listen to this, I don't have much of an ego, you got the biggest ego in the room. Anybody who says they don't have an ego has the biggest ego in the room. We all have egos. In fact, you want an ego. You just want to make sure it is attached to the right things. See, most people's egos are attached to cars, houses, watches, jewelry, travel, and they blow all their freaking money on these things, stroking their own ego to make themselves look good to other people. But what if, well, please understand, do you see how your ego pushes you towards those things? It propels you towards them. You go out and you go into debt to buy a fancy car. You go into massive debt to buy a nicer house. That's your ego pushing you. What if you took control of your ego? What if you got your ego attached to being physically fit, having a 50-year marriage, having a second stream of income? Do you know what your ego would propel you towards? Being fit, having a 50-year marriage, and building a second stream of income. Your ego is your friend unless you don't control it. See, what most of you do is you watch TV and you see the ad for the new Lexus, the new BMW, the new Mercedes. You see the ad for the most expensive house in the neighborhood. and your ego propels you towards those things. You're letting corporate America control your ego. Take control of your ego. Get it attached to fitness, love, and a second stream of income, and it will propel you towards that. Now, the other thing, I get emails after I teach, and people will call themselves a failure. And here's where it usually comes from. People in their late 40s, 50s, 60s, they're not in the financial position they want to be in, and they'll say, man, I'm failing. You are not. There is no such thing as failure. There are only results. See, what you've got, if you're unhappy with your present financial position, that's just a result of what you did in the past. That's all. It's not failure. Do not email me and call yourself a failure, because I will correct you. It's just results. Now, what would be failure? Failure would be, hey, I'm 45, I've worked 25 years, I'm not in the financial position I want to be in. I know I'll do the same thing another 20 years. That's failure. If you do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, that's failure. But if you analyze it and go, hey, I'm not in the financial position I want to be in, I'm going to do something different the next 20 years, that is a winner. That is going to lead you to success. So please don't ever call yourself a failure, even to yourself, and certainly not to me. It is not failure. It is simply results. Change what you're doing so you get a different result. So with the ego in check, let's move forward to 2 popular questions that I get on the radio show. If this works and is so easy, why doesn't everybody do it? If real estate's so easy, why didn't everybody do it? Well, let's talk about exercise for a moment. Does exercise work? Yes. It reduces your resting heart rate, increasing your lifespan. It improves your sex drive, improves your energy levels, improves your cognitive skills, reduces fat content, makes you look and feel great. Why doesn't everybody do it? See, just because something works does not mean everybody's going to do it. The next question, this one's directed primarily at me. People will say, if you make so much money with real estate, why don't you just go buy more real estate? Because I hate real estate. I don't like owning it. I don't like messing with it. I don't like managing it. But where's all my money? In real estate. See, I learned about passive investing. I give my money to qualified sponsors or syndicators. They go buy the apartment complex, the self-storage units, the senior living complex, the hotel. They manage it, they deal with it, and they just send me a check every 6 months or 3 months, depending on the deal. I do nothing. That allows me to do what I love, which is teach. I love teaching. I love email questions from my students. If I come in on a Monday morning and there's not 100 emails waiting for me, I'm pissed. I'm pissed off. I love answering questions. I love teaching. So while my money's all in real estate, I don't like real estate. I love teaching. So that's the answer to that question. Let's start with this. These are the 6 reasons that we chose real estate over all other investments. After that, and you'll need to watch this online, 14 pillars of success and happiness. Let's go into the 6 reasons. 1, 90% of the millionaires in the world used real estate as their main vehicle. Let's go back over 100 years. 90% of all millionaires became so through owning real estate. That's Andrew Carnegie. Real estate is brutally consistent as a wealth builder. 2, real estate doubles in value almost every 20 years. Almost every 20 years. Number 3, real estate makes money in both the up and down markets. See, This is why I don't care what the market does. You know, some of you are completely wasting your freaking time. You read market reports, you read predictions, you watch the news to see what's going on in the market. Useless. Here's what's going to go on next year. I've predicted this accurately for the last 30 years. 100% accuracy. Here's my prediction for what's going to happen in the real estate market in 2024. A bunch of shit we didn't expect. And I've been right every year. Every year. I don't care what the market does. First off, it's completely out of your control. And every moment that you spend on something that's out of your control reduces what you do control. This is Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People circle of control. If you'll notice, in the center is you. You control your attitude, your fitness, your decisions, your work ethic, and so on. But outside that, you have a circle of influence. Children, employees, relatives, employment, and so on. You influence those things. Now, many of you took your children and your employees and you thought they were in your circle of control. They're not. And that's why you had trouble with your kids and trouble with your employees. See, if you use power and control on someone, what does that create? A rebel. They will rebel. If you had trouble with your kids and their teens, it wasn't the hormones. It was you trying to control them. You screwed up. And you know what that does to your circle of control? Shrinks it. You become less and less in control of your life the more you try to control your circle of influence or your circle of concern. Let's move out to the circle of concern now. Politics, who likes me, other people's choices, the weather, my skin color, and market conditions. Waste of your time. I don't care what the market does because I make money in both the up and down markets. I don't care what it does. And I like to live in reality. See, it's not if real estate's going to go up and down, it's when. Just like the stock market. It's not if the stock market's going to go up and down, it's when. So living in reality, it doesn't bother me when the real estate market drops because I knew it would. I didn't know when, but I knew it would. So I'm at peace. I'll give you an example. Go back to number 2. In 2008, when the Great Recession hit, I was in about 4,000 apartment units. I was making about $80,000 a month in cash flow. The market crashed. My property values dropped 20, 30%. Did I care? No, because I was still making 80 grand a month. See, a competent real estate investor makes money in both the up and down markets. Now, remember this phrase, it's always better to live with reality because otherwise, without fail, reality will come to live with us. All right, number 4, real estate makes you money 4 ways. Let's look at one of our apartment complexes. We had a $22 million purchase. I rounded all these numbers off, by the way. $22 million purchase price, 2.5 in rehab, 500 grand in closing and soft costs for a total of 25 million. The total out of pocket was about 7.5 million. Where did we get the 7.5? The members of Total Wealth Academy pooled their money. That might have been 75 people with 100 grand. And by the way, the 100 grand could be in an IRA, a 401k, cash, stocks, doesn't matter. Did you guys know that you can use your IRA and 401k to invest in real estate? Less than 10% of Americans know that. So the first way that it makes money is cash flow. In this case, that's about 750 grand a year or a 10% rate of return. The next is equity pickup. The appraisal at closing was 28 million. We paid 25 million. Our equity pickup was 3 million bucks. That's a 40% rate of return. Now, I want you to think about where your money is right now. Are you making a 40% rate of return? Sadly, I doubt you are. The next is principal paydown. Every time you make your mortgage payment, you reduce what you owe on the property. Only about 3% the first few years, or about 600 grand a year. So in this case, that's another 8% rate of return. Then there's the big boy, forced appreciation. What we do is we raise the income and increase the value of the property. In commercial real estate, unlike single family, we control the value of the asset. The original net operating income was about 1.7 million. That's what it was when we bought it. 24 months later, we increased the rents, increased the occupancy, and got the NOI up to 2.2 million. The new value after 24 months, 36,700,000, an increase of $11,700,000. That is a 156% rate of return. So I want you to think about it. Are you making those types of returns where your money is? If not, please have the wisdom to get some real estate in your portfolio. When you add all these together, the total return over the first 2 years was 210% or 105% when you break it down annually. 105% rate of return. Do you see why real estate investors get so rich? Let's talk about forced savings. Some of you are saying, yeah, but you can only spend the cash flow. That's a good thing. You know why? Because most of you would spend every dime you made if you didn't have a forced savings program. See, the power of real estate is not only does it build you a second stream of income, it's forced savings. Not only do you have money to live off monthly, you're building wealth inside the forced savings part of the deal. This is, again, why real estate accounts for 90% of the millionaires in the US. Number 5, I mentioned this earlier. Let me explain it. We control the value of our assets. Let's take a little 30-unit apartment that we purchased, 50 grand a door, 1.5 million was the purchase price. It needed 400 grand in rehab, 100 grand in closing costs. So our all-in price was right at 2 million. Total out of pocket was about 30%. Where do you get the 600 grand? You could, if you've got 600 grand personal funds, you could use your IRA or 401k without tax or penalty. You could borrow it from friends or relatives, credit cards, debt equity in your home. Where do I get the 600? I partner with other members of Total Wealth Academy. It might be 12 of us at 50,000 each, or 6 of us at 100,000 each, or any combination of numbers to get to the 600,000. So with a $2 million all-in price, how is commercial property valued? It's based off of net operating income, or NOI, divided by the capitalization rate that is set by the bank as a rule. In this case, because this was a high-risk deal, it needed rehab, it was full of drugs and thugs, the bank gave us a high cap rate. See that 8% right there? So you take the NOI, which is $160,000, and divide it by 0.08, and that says the property's worth 2 million. Well, we were buying it for 2 million. The bank agreed it was worth 2 million, so they gave us the loan. The action steps after purchase were we removed the drugs and thugs, we rehabbed the entire exterior, we rehabbed all 30 interiors, we leased the vacant units, raised the rents to market, and added a laundromat. Again, what's the goal? Raise the NOI. 18 months later, we had a new NOI and a new value. The new NOI was 240, but look, the cap rate dropped from 8 to 6. Why? Because it's no longer a high-risk deal. We completely rehabbed it, got rid of the drugs and thugs. So the bank said, we'll give you a lower cap rate. But look at the new value of the property, $4 million. We doubled the value of the property in 2 years. We then refinanced to pull out our down payment, and we pulled out $1 million. If you had put 600 grand into this deal, you would have received $1 million tax-free. That's 167% rate of return. If you were a passive investor in this deal and you had $100,000 in the deal, you would have gotten a check for $125,000 tax-free because it's a loan. So total impact, you now have $1.6 million equity in the property, $1 million in your pocket. You turned $600,000 into $2.6 million in just 18 months. I think that's right. 18 or 24 months. The magic formula is this: for every $1 you increase your NOI, you increase the value of your property by $17. If you increase the NOI by $100,000, that means you increase the value of your property by $1.7 million. That's how you get rich with real estate. I'm going to stop now, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen and open the chat for any questions. If you've got any questions
Wonderful.
about anything, just put it in the chat and I'll try to answer. Do I still have about 10 minutes, Linda?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
So we'll come back to Joseph at 10 a.m. We do have you for another 10 minutes. And may I add that your presentation was hilarious as well as very educational, but I was cracking up. Some of the things that you said were so real and hit so hard.
Oh man, the funny thing that I didn't share that's in the second half of this workshop is that getting old.
Steve, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go right
I
ahead.
just unmuted.
You were
What's in
saying
the
about
other
getting
half
old.
that's funny, I go into a point about getting old sucks, and it is so much fun to address that issue, because the first time people hear it, they're like, oh, what? No, it sucks. Lower cognitive skills, lower sex drive, lower energy levels. It sucks. And people are like, oh, I can't wait to get old and retire. Are you stupid? It's just crazy. And then they show you the 50, 55-year-old person on TV and they call them middle-aged. What are they going to live to be 110? No, middle age is 35 to 40. If you're 40, you're old, bro. You better start taking action. So if the people that watch the other half of it will enjoy that.
Oh boy, you're cracking me up again, Steve. You're too funny. And some of the things that you were mentioning. Oh, by the way, I love the fact that you said buy a home. A home, even though it's technically not an investment, but not only is it the American dream, but imagine being at the point where you're mortgage free. How free, I mean, how financially free is that?
Yeah, there's advantages and disadvantages to that, but I get your point. And I often worry that I scare people out of buying a home. No, you still want to buy a home. Just understand it's a liability, not an asset.
Mhm, mhm. Wonderful. And also you mentioned cryptocurrency. Oh my goodness. What we're seeing right now with the whole um, crypto company FTX going down, and I can't believe people actually invested in that though. I mean, I don't understand it and I consider myself to be pretty financially astute, but I don't understand how people can invest in things they don't fully understand and comprehend.
Yeah, there was the big problem. I would ask people, okay, explain it to me. And they couldn't. And you put your money in that and you can't even explain it. Crazy. Plus, that guy's going to get 110 years. Did you see that?
Wow.
110 years is what he's up for.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, folks, we're here to help you. We're here to answer any questions that you have pertaining to Steve's enlightening presentation. He did such a phenomenal job. And if you ever have the opportunity to join us in person, oh, please do so. Steve is just so dynamic in person, and we had a lot of fun at that event. I believe that we really created a huge impact for the people that were there joining us that day. What do you
Yeah,
think, Steve?
there were some great people, and there was even a fun heckler.
Oh, yes, I remember that. But yeah, I mean, we had a phenomenal time. And Steve, I think, really made a big impact. He really shook people up and woke them up. And, I really hope that a lot of people will start taking even more action after that event.
Yeah, I put my email. Those of you that are listening, you can write down my email and email me any question. I'd love to get questions. You can ask me about anything from single family all the way to senior living, self storage, or whatever. Anything you need to know. It's always fun to answer questions for people from Realty 411.
Yes, and we are here live for you. So if you have a question right now that we can answer, go ahead and post it on the chat. We can take questions in the chat. We also have a Q&A section where you can post your questions. We're here for you. Now, Steve is located in Houston, Texas, and I'm located in the West Coast in Santa Barbara County. We'd love to know where you guys are located and where you're, joining us from. So if you don't
Oh,
have
we got
any
a
questions,
question.
put that as well. Oh, we have a question.
Yeah.
Jonathan,
How do
le
you properly vet syndicators? Um, the way
thank
that
you,
I do
Jonathan.
it, believe it or not, the first step is credit and criminal report. I run credit and criminal reports on them. I analyze generally their last 3 deals. I find out if they've ever had a foreclosure. Now, I do not eliminate a syndicator for having a foreclosure at all. I don't have time to explain why, other than to say some things are out of a syndicator's control. And I'm looking for performance that is getting my members anywhere from 15 to 30% internal rate of return. And if they've got a track record of doing that, then I add them as one of our syndicators.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Jonathan, thank you so much for that great question. You're located in Los Angeles. Thank you so much. And Vicky is joining us from San Francisco Bay Area. So thank you so much for joining in and getting educated with us today. Also, Shabnam is located in Los Angeles. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We
Yeah,
really
I do want,
appreciate it.
Linda, I would like to let people know that I have students across the US, including Canada. It doesn't matter where you're at. And we are opening our newest office in Dallas, Linda. We may want to do the next 411 event at my office. I got a 200-person seminar room. So keep that in mind.
We'd love to have that in your office. And whenever it's available, you let me know, Steve.
I
We'd
will.
love to do a launch for you. We could do a very special launch and let everyone in our network know to come on down and see your brand new facility. That would be so amazing.
That would be fun, no doubt.
Yes, yes. And here we go. I am going to go ahead and post Steve's information once again in the chat. That is his email, his website. Go ahead and contact him. He's got great education for you for those who want to take it to the next level. This is a great place to get informed, but for deeper content, for greater knowledge, Steve can help you with that. And he produces fantastic educational segments and opportunities for everyone.
Well, thank you, Linda. I really appreciate it. And I love what you do too.
Well, thank you, Steve. And we may come on down to Houston because I believe we've hosted about 6 events in Houston already. And
Wow.
we have a very large meetup group of close to 700 members in the Houston area.
Well, the seminar room here is 300. So yeah, I'll email you. I'll send you a picture of it.
Okay.
And we have a big party area where we can serve food and drinks. It's just like a hotel, just like doing it at a hotel. I'll email you.
Wonderful. That sounds great. And of course, everybody on this call is invited. Everybody in our network is invited. We'll definitely give you more details. So contact Steve at totalwealthacademy.com and visit his website at totalwealthacademy.com. Steve, thank you once again for joining us this
Thank you.
morning.
It was always a pleasure, Linda. So good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you again. And we'll connect again real soon.
All right. Take care.
You too. Wow. Well, we're just having such a wonderful time, folks. Thank you for being with us. It's a pleasure to connect with you. We're going to be learning from Joseph Kimbrough next with Apex Holdings. Let me go ahead and ask him to start his video. Hello, Joseph. How are
Hey,
you?
hey, I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for joining us. And Joseph also attended our Lone Star real estate event in Arlington, Texas, along with Steve Davis. Joseph spoke at our event, and it was wonderful to meet him in person, as well as his lovely wife, who is expecting their first child. So that is so fantastic. Congratulations with that, Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's so amazing.
So,
So, yeah, we had a great
so
time in
actually,
Arlington.
I was gonna, I was gonna tell you, actually, we had the child. So I've been very busy.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations.
Yep, yep.
Boy or girl?
Well, a daughter.
How wonderful.
Yep,
Congratulations, Joseph. That is fantastic.
yep.
So, thank
Very
you for
happy about that.
joining us, even though you're not getting much sleep these days.
Well, yeah, I barely made it into the gym today. So as you see, this is the location. This is not even the best location though, but it works though. It's in Dallas.
I'm assuming that's probably your second office, huh, Joseph?
Pretty much. Yep.
That's fantastic. Well, Joseph, congratulations again on the birth of your baby girl. And I'm going to let you take it away. Will you be sharing your screen?
Yes, I will. Let
Okay,
me let me go over here real quick.
sure. No problem. Take your time.
So,
And I want to encourage everyone to ask questions after each presentation. We're here for you. We want to make sure that you um, you know all the information, that you can really understand it, and we want to make sure that we answer all your questions as well. Well,
yeah,
we see everything perfectly, Joseph. So take it away.
awesome. So yeah, so I'm located in Dallas, Texas. which is the best part of Texas, Dallas, Texas. Um, and I'll be going over multifamily investment benefits today. So this just give you a little bit, this front part just give you a little bit of background about me. I'm a former U.S. Marine, and I got started in real estate on the single family side as a wholesaler, or sometimes you'll hear me refer to it as a professional deal finder, because that's basically what I did, was find deals so that other investors, like people who flip houses and people who do buy and holds, so they can have properties to acquire. And then I transitioned over into managing the fund early in 2022 and started buying apartment buildings that same year. And I acquired 160 units in Charleston, South Carolina within the first 7 to 8 months of owning the fund. And then also recently just got 432 units in Phoenix, Arizona. So these are just some of the benefits that we'll be going over today here. So to start, we're going to start with group purchasing. Basically, in multifamily, I'm pretty sure you heard Steve talk. He talked a little bit about multifamily, I'm sure, but in multifamily, it's very capital intensive, and so you need to put together a team of people who have the capital. So, like for example, myself, I typically talk to surgeons, doctors, physicians, people who are accredited, making 200,000 plus a year, and everyone pulls their money together into my fund, and this is how we're able to acquire apartment buildings. I even work with professional athletes as well. Some that are currently playing, they also they also invest with me. So just to break down what it looks like, you have the lead investor or the sponsor group, or you might call them the syndicator, which is what Steve was saying in his last one, working with syndicators. These all three are the same um, syndicators. So I vet them. Each one of the syndicators that I work with have 10 years or more in experience, and they average anywhere between 15 to 30% in ROI, or internal rate of return. So again, with the LPs, we have passive investors or limited partners, and they come in and they invest with me, and that's how we're able to acquire these buildings. Now, my setup is different though, than maybe Steve, or like how a syndicator. Whereas a syndicator, when you invest with them, you could potentially come into a situation where they do a capital call. But because I manage a fund, we have reserve accounts, and so you would never have to get a capital call from us, which is a great benefit. So we also, part of one of the benefits is the ability to leverage. Uh, with single family, it can be a little bit tougher to leverage that, because when you're going out there to get a bank loan for a single family property, it's right now it's really difficult to get buy and holds. So for example, if you used to go out there, you're probably going to pay you're going to pay over 5% just to get a loan to acquire a new buy and hold, versus with an apartment building, we have other ways. Like I wrote a Forbes article recently about loan assumptions, because with the property that we acquired in Phoenix, we got it at less than 3% by assuming the debt on that property. And that's interest only until 2030. And the loan doesn't even mature until 2035. So this just shows you the different ways that we're able to leverage debt in multifamily versus single family. So this just going over the operational efficiency and the economies of scale. The best way of really putting this one is the fact that when you buy a single family house, and I know he touched on this here earlier, but when you buy a single family house, you're really, as a rental property, you have that one unit literally. So one family is in that house. If that family leaves, that property now just went from an asset to a liability, because now you're having to pay on that property until you get a new tenant in. Whereas in multifamily, we personally, with my fund, purchase 100 units or more. So if one or two people leave, it's it's still an asset. Like, it's not a liability, and we can even handle up to about 65% um being, what do you call that? What's the word I'm looking for? 65% occupied. Another benefit is forced appreciation. And so this next slide here is going to go more in depth with what I mean by uh, forced appreciation, which is really minimizing your expenses and maximizing the income. So how ways you will maximize that income to get forced appreciation is by reducing the water bill, increase, like maybe charging for covered parking spots in the units, increasing the rent. As you know, now it's been going up more like $200, $300. But here's just an example of what it looks like if you increase the rents just by $25 per month on a 100 unit property. You just literally added $600,000 in property value to the asset. Another thing with forced appreciation is that in multifamily, the buildings ran more like a business. So when you sell it, you're not selling it based off of, well, this apartment building over here sold at this price. Whereas when you have a single family house, you can add, let's say it's in a $500,000 neighborhood, you can add $2 million of value to the property. You're not going to get more than 500,000 for that property. But if you add $2 million of value into an apartment building, that reflects, and you'll get compensated for that when you sell the property. Now, something else, another benefit is the return of capital. So something, it's going to be more in depth over here on this slide here, actually. So there we go. Yes. So there we go. So after we end up, reducing the expenses and increasing the income, we got the forced appreciation going. Everything is performing well. Let's say 2-3 years in, we can do what's called like a cash out refinance and pull out close to 100% of your principal out and hand that back to you, so you can get your money out of the property a lot quicker. Now, in these current times, we're not doing this. But whenever the market, like whenever things actually switch up and, go back to less than what the interest rates are now, then this is something else that we can do as well, which is another benefit of being an investor, a passive investor in multifamily. So passive income, this is something that everyone likes. This is the reason why people invest. People want to have passive income so that they can have financial freedom and be able to do the things that they love versus doing the things that they have to do. So when you invest in multifamily, we look, with our fund at least, we actually look to get you your passive income distributions within the first 90 to 180 days after we acquire the property. Now, in some cases, and I wrote this in a recent Forbes article called the Power of Passive Investing in Real Estate. And if anybody wants that, I can actually put that link here in the group chat as well. But I wrote that sometimes you can invest in an apartment building and you might not get paid for like a whole year distributions, but that does not mean that it's a bad deal. That just means that it's nothing of the fault of the syndicator. It just means that with that particular property, things are a little bit tighter. They're handling management. Someone could have ran a car into a unit. Guaranteed that would actually cause things to take a little longer for you to receive distributions. But part of being a passive investor, though, is you want to look to work with groups that offer preferred returns or performance downside protection hurdles. When they have those things in place, it pretty much locks in a percentage that you can expect for the year if things were to go wrong. But ideally, what we do is we look to get you your first distributions within the first 90 to 180 days of acquisition. And yeah. This also explains that the year one cash flow is lower than the following years, which is pretty normal. And that's because in the year one, that's when you're doing all the renovations to the property. That's when you're changing out management companies. That's when you're doing pretty much everything. You're finding things that you didn't see prior to acquiring the property. So that's why year one cash flow is a little bit lower than the other years. You also get tax advantages. This is great if you're already in real estate. If you're in any other industry, then I would actually recommend you speak with your CPA or your financial advisor on this here. But for people who are in real estate full time, this is a great benefit for them because investing passively into multifamily offsets your passive income that you're making from the rental properties you already have. And also, if you flip houses or anything else or wholesale, it actually offsets that because you're in real estate full time. Also, you receive Schedule K1s every year. Because we're holding these here properties for long term, you're getting to take advantage of the long term capital gains tax and depreciation. So it's just a lot of benefits if you're in real estate already. But again, I say if you're in another industry, like you work a W-2, if you're a doctor or anything else, then it's great to talk to your CPA or financial advisor about that. Preferably if you're dealing with a financial advisor, a fee-only financial advisor, not a fee-based financial advisor. And if you want to know the difference, at the end of this, you can ask the question. So something else is that you get above market returns, which is just stating that real estate is going to outperform the stock market, which is pretty proven to happen. And the reason why it outperforms the stock market is due to the cash flow, the capital events, the capital gains, and also the tax advantages. So all of that offers an above market return. So just as an example here, talking about cash flow, multifamily, it produces between 4 to 10% per year of passive income conservatively. And you also have double digit returns. Again, the above market returns. So it's just going over that stuff that I just stated more in depth. It's also a hedge against inflation. So in times like this, you want to be invested in an asset that is a hard asset, something that you can touch, something that is going to increase in value each year. And real estate is that asset, which allows it to be the perfect hedge against inflation. Also, because the rental rates are increased. So that's another thing, especially right now, with the way the single family market is looking with interest rates, the average person is not able to just go out there and buy a house and get a loan on a house. So the next thing that people want to live in, especially if they can afford it, is an apartment building. So if people can't afford to stay in houses, they have to go stay in apartment buildings unless they want to go stay in mobile homes or condos or townhomes. But apartment buildings is typically where people choose. And so that's why the rents will then increase for apartment buildings. And that also counts towards the hedge against inflation. It increases the value of the property as well. So it makes this particular asset class the perfect investment in this current market. And also, it's self-directed IRA qualified. So let's say you've been working for like the past 10, 15, 20 years, and you have, 100, 200, 300,000 sitting in a 401k or an IRA or something, then you can roll that over into a self-directed IRA and then utilize that to invest into a passive investment like an apartment building. And then the thing is that you cannot touch that money. So what happens is when distributions come, then that money goes right back into the self-directed IRA. Now, I've recently had people invest with me through a self-directed IRA, but then one guy, because he actually wanted to have the funds, and he saw that my fund is returning higher returns than, um, again, above market returns, he actually liquidated his self-directed IRA and his 401k and just went on and invested the cash directly into my fund because he saw that the return would be greater than what he would have lost paying fees. And this just goes over some of the stuff like the the retirement plans that can be used to qualify for a self-directed IRA. So like I was saying, your traditional IRA, your Roth, your traditional 401k, those are all self-directed IRA qualified. And then this QR code, if you have your phone in front of you, you can actually scan it and it'll take you straight to the newsletter page. And you can join the newsletter and get updates about what's going on with Apex. And then also even check out the website. And there's a ton of education on there to learn even more about what it looks like to be a passive investor in real estate, in multifamily. And so, yeah. So, are there any questions?
Go ahead and post some questions on the chat, folks. We'd love to answer any questions that you have. Tell us a little bit about your journey, Joseph. How did you get started in real estate investing? And, um, just tell us a little bit about your journey into the industry.
Yes, so I got started in real estate at 24. I was I actually came off of being a personal trainer. So literally I went from just working out 4 hours a day and learning real estate on the side. And then I was like, man, I want to get into multifamily. But I didn't I thought I needed millions of dollars to get into multifamily. So what I did was I started wholesaling. And so my first deal ever, I made $10,000. My next deal, I made 15,000 off a short sale that I did a wholesale transaction on, and just kept doing that for like 3 years straight. And then I looked up and I was like, I don't have any equity. I was like, I don't own anything, but I'm getting all these here checks. And 3 years in real estate, but you don't own any assets, that's a problem. And so I started going back to multifamily and just, took a course and then went to a not like a seminar, but went to like an event here local in the DFW area. And this guy walked up to me, he's like, man, you got some big arms. And we started talking and he invited me like to his house after the event to learn more about what he was doing in the real estate space, and that's when I saw the concept of being a fund manager and the ability to scale quicker than if I was just to go at it being a syndicator. Because instead of going at it and trying to get my own deals myself, I'm able to leverage the expertise of um, other syndicators and utilize their track record to scale a lot quicker. Did that explain it?
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. And we do have a question here from Rick Tobin, who's actually one of our wonderful writers. He writes a lot of our financial articles. So welcome, Rick. It's nice to have you on here. Rick's question is, which multifamily apartment regions do you think have the greatest upside potential for price appreciation?
Yes, so specifically for us, we invest in Texas, throughout Texas, and then also the Southeast. So we stay in landlord-friendly states, just because, well, one, like investing in California, people can sit in your place and never pay you for a while. But when you're investing in places like South Carolina, North Carolina, you're investing in Texas, you're investing even in Phoenix, the rules are a little bit different. And so we typically stay in places like that because they have a greater chance of appreciating. So I would say for me, my top two right now would be Texas and Arizona, that I like, Phoenix in particular.
Wonderful. That was a great question, Rick. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was a really
Folks,
great question.
folks, we are here for you. Joseph has a wealth of information. As you can see, he's relatively young. He's a young man. He's a new father. He is a great role model for investors out there of any age who want to get started in real estate, or perhaps you want to start investing passively. You're tired of flipping properties. You want to switch over to a different niche. So this is a great way to learn and just to get informed. And Joseph, I know that you are a passive investor, but what about active investing? Is that something that interests you as well, as far as like rehabbing down the line or doing projects like that?
So I would say for me personally, I really enjoy the passive investing side of things, working with syndicators, working with the best syndicators that I can come across and investing in their deals and letting them do most of that like the heavy lifting stuff such as the rehabs and everything. And that's because like my mentor, he really taught me well on that because I was one of the people who was like, I want to actively go in and do all this stuff myself. And when he showed me the difference in lifestyles, whereas he does everything on the passive side, but you get part of the general partnership as a fund manager just by investing with these people, he gets to travel 6 months out the year, go to Israel, go to South America, go everywhere. And he's not having to worry about what is this property doing. He gets a report just like everybody else. So for me, I was like, that's a significantly better route than feeling like, hey, I need to be the person over the property, doing the renovations, doing all that stuff. I was just like, it doesn't make sense because that glues me to having to be here. Now, other stuff that, and plus, I think I told you before, I like to travel to East Africa. I really love being there a lot. And so I spent 3 months last year there, a month there the year before, and going back next year for a little while as well. So you don't really get that same kind of freedom when you're actively looking for deals all the time, when you're actively having to renovate, when you're actively having to do payroll stuff and manage all these here people, when you're actively having to do that stuff, it's a lot tougher for you to leave at an extended period of time. But if I was to go for, I mean, maybe like one or two later, but but for me, I like the passive side.
Wonderful, Joseph. And you mentioned some great markets that you currently invest in, Texas and other markets as well. Can you repeat those areas as well?
Yes, so Texas, and then also South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, um, Phoenix now. I have 432 units in Phoenix, and um, pretty much all the Southeast though. but then also that one place in the West, Phoenix. And the reason why we got that property is because the rate was so good. Like we got it August, we're already paying distributions here at the end of November. That's how good of a rate that we got just by assuming the debt on the property at less than 5%.
Wonderful. Great information, Joseph. I do want to encourage everyone to write down your questions in the chat. Joseph and I are here to answer your questions. We want to help you be successful. That is our goal and our mission. Now, Joseph, tell us a little bit about some of your mentors. What got you started into real estate in the first place? You mentioned that someone was mentoring you and that someone influenced you. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so what got me interested in real estate in the beginning, the very beginning, was the fact that one, I used to always, so I grew up here in Dallas, and I would always see these here buildings. I'm like, okay, well, how do I own one of those buildings? But then also, um, I found out, like, talking with my mom, talking with other family members and stuff, there's like part of what my dad had was he owned a lot of real estate. But he owned a lot of single family houses. But he also owned a lot of land. He owned horses. He owned two businesses here as well in the Dallas Fort Worth area and Houston as well. But so me, I'm like, okay, well, I can do better than what he did. So let me start learning and get out of this personal training stuff. And plus I just kind of like, personal training. I was making what, $11 an hour at like 22, 23, training people. So I was like, no, I definitely want to move past that, go into real estate. And part of, one of these guys I met was an older black guy, like in his 30s, and he owned a lot of stuff, a lot of real estate. And so I started watching him, and he ended up mentoring me a little bit on the single family side. And so that's also how I got started into it. But when it came to multifamily, I met that guy at the seminar, and he believed in me so much that he actually took like close to $15,000 and paid the attorneys for me to set my fund up. And obviously, I paid him back within the first few months, all lump sum cash. I even had the cash on hand, but he was like, "No, hold your cash." He's like, "I'll just go ahead and pay the attorneys for you because I know you can do this."
That is fantastic. I mean, the fact that someone believed in you so much, that's just incredible. And you know what, folks? There are people out there like that in the real estate investing industry. I've met a lot of benefactors that are interested in helping people and in expanding their growth, their potential. Ultimately, of course, they will benefit because, they'll be connected with those deals as well, but there are a lot of great people out there, and Francine Lacey says, "Bravo, Joseph." She just posted that in the chat. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
your feedback, Francine. Joseph, tell us a little bit about what type of investor you're looking for. Like, who is your ideal investor client?
So my ideal investor is really people in real estate making 200,000 plus a year, just because I know that they'll benefit the most from the tax advantages. And also, if they need to do a 1031 exchange, that's another way that they can get invested into not necessarily the fund, but they can get invested directly into properties through a 1031 exchange. And so I know this will actually benefit them the most. But then also another group is physicians, people who own their own clinics, like their own practice, and also surgeons as well. And again, like I said, I work with some professional athletes, but that's still kind of new. But I recently got connected with a lot of them, and so that works out as well.
Wonderful. And it's just amazing that you said, "Oh, I own 432 units in Arizona." That's and you said it so nonchalantly, like, "Oh, I own almost 500 units in Arizona."
Thank you.
Fantastic. What do you say to those investors that have some money saved up, but they're terrified to take action? They're afraid to pull the trigger. What do you have to say to them, Joseph?
Well, for them, they need to listen to my TEDx talk then. The power of fear, how to overcome yourself to reach your purpose. So I did that TEDx partly because it talked about when I was in the Marine Corps and boot camp, I didn't know how to swim. And so I had to figure it out just by jumping in the water and just going. And so that that's really how it is, even in investing. You're not going to know every single thing that's going to happen when you invest in a property. But if you never invest, then you'll never know, and you'll never, get the gains that come with it. So if they're just sitting on cash, I would say that's the wrong thing to do.
Wonderful. And can you share a little bit about who some of your personal mentors are besides the gentleman that really got you started? But is there any people in particular that you look up to?
Yeah. So Mark Cuban, that's one. And it's funny because years ago I met him at this very gym that I'm at right now, and I just saw him today actually as well. Literally
Wow.
in the locker room, just saw him today. He's like, "Man, I ain't seen you in a while." I was like, "Dude, I'm in Frisco now." But so yeah, we talked. But meeting him and realize he owned a tech fund, I was like, okay, well, I don't know anything about tech, but I do know that if you own a fund, that's a great way to scale quickly. And I know that real estate makes millionaires, but private equity makes billionaires. And so that's the space that you want to be in. And so he's definitely one of my mentors that somebody I look up to. And so like the day I got to play basketball with him out here on the court, that was amazing. Meant a lot to me. But then also Grant Cardone, he's somebody who I listened to a while. And I know you got a lot of mixed reviews when it comes to Grant Cardone, but you cannot deny that he has helped a lot of people with the knowledge that he's put out there through social media, through YouTube, and just letting people know that certain things are also accessible to them. And so that's somebody else that I like a lot as well.
I love it. Have you met Grant Cardone, by the way?
I have not met him yet, but pretty sure I will.
Awesome. Well, that's fantastic. What a great story about Mark Cuban and the fact that you were able to meet him and play basketball with him. That's amazing.
Yeah, like I forgot how tall he was because I saw him today. I was like, man, hold up, you standing a little bit my height. Shrink some, man, shrink.
That's so funny. Now, Joseph, we really enjoyed having you speak at our event in Arlington, Texas. I thought that you did a great presentation. Can you share with our audience a little bit about what that was like and, how if you met some good people there and stuff like that?
Yes, that was actually a great event, and I met a lot of great people there. The people who was also speakers, they were great people. The people that showed up, they were also very great, and I'm connected with them now through social media, through LinkedIn, Instagram. Um, I would say yes, definitely met a lot of great people, and we'll definitely do that again as well.
Oh, well, we definitely wanna go back to the Lone
Yeah,
Star State. We always have a great time when we're there. We have a lot of loyal fans and readers, represented in Texas, so we definitely wanna go back. We're thinking perhaps, of hosting an event in Houston next time, just to
yeah.
change it up a bit.
I was gonna say though, I didn't experience a heckler. I don't know if he was intimidated by my size. He didn't think I'd just smack him into a wall or something. I don't know. But I didn't experience any hecklers. I heard
That
about it. I
that
didn't experience
individual
it.
came a little bit after your presentation, I think. They weren't really heckling, they were just, a little bit excited and, they were, like, sharing their excitement with the crowd, like, if they would hear something, they'd be like, "Really?" Like, I mean, they just got so excited, so I
Oh,
was
that's
like,
funny.
"Oh, man," I'm like, I didn't know what to do, like, whether I should say, "Can you please not," or, tone it down a bit, but I was like, I just what can you do? People get excited, they wanna, go along and, share their excitement, so what can you do?
Yep. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool though.
Yeah, but
It
it
was
was
funny when I heard it. I
wonderful.
laughed.
Yeah, we had a wonderful time, folks. We were in Arlington, Texas from 9 a.m. all the way to, I think, 5:30.
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Yeah, 5 or 6. We had people joining us not only from the DFW area, but we had people joining us from San Antonio, Houston, just all throughout the Texas area, and we were just so thrilled to visit with everyone and share the day with them. It was very special.
Yeah, very.
And of course, we had a chance to listen to Joseph and Steve Davis speak. And I mean, virtual events are wonderful, folks, but there's nothing like sharing the day with people in person and, you know, learning from them directly. You just retain so much more information when you are right there in the audience taking notes and um, enjoying the speakers and the education. Joseph, I hope you can join us maybe for one of our California events next year because our
Okay.
our annual Grand Expo in Los Angeles, we always have over 500 people joining us from around the country. And for that particular event, we have 3 different breakout sessions. We normally have about 14 speakers throughout the day. It's just an incredible time. A lot of great energy. Um, this year we had the vice president, the executive vice president of auction.com as our
Nice.
keynote speaker, and they're a billion-dollar company, and he just shared some incredible insight with us. So I would
Yeah.
recommend for
I
you
need to catch
and
up to him.
yeah, really. Yeah, I
I told
recommend
Mark what the plan is. So I
yes.
gotta catch up to him.
Of course, and I would recommend that you, Steve, and other educators from around the country join us in Los Angeles. The next event will be October 26th, 2024, right before Halloween, and I promise we
That's
will
my
have
daughter's birthday.
wi is that your daughter's birthday?
Yep, October 26th, and mine is
Oh.
October 30th.
Oh my gosh, well, what a great present that would be.
Yep. And consecutive, like every year after, I'm just gonna get everything that's left over that she leaves me.
Oh, I love it. I
Yep.
love it. That's fantastic. So, yeah, we're gonna be having our annual Brand Expo in Los Angeles, October 26th, 2024. We always have over 500 investors from around the country joining us, and we typically have about 60 exhibitors, 60 companies exhibiting from around the country. We want to invite everyone on this call. And Joseph, I hope that you can attend one of our large events like
I'll
that
be
next
there.
year. I think you'll
I'll
benefit
be there.
from it.
Yep, I'll be there. If I'm not in East Africa, I'll be there for sure. If I'm not in East Africa, I just have to get back sooner.
That's fantastic. Now, for those of you listening, now Joseph has investors all over the country. one of his investors is actually from Philadelphia, and he's never even met him. Can you talk a little bit about that, Joseph?
Yes, so with that particular investor, quite a few of my investors actually I have not met in person. They yeah, most only one have I met in person, if I'm being honest. Um, the rest of them, like they would see like a for not the TEDx talk, but they might see something with the Forbes article that I put out there, or just social media stuff that I put out on LinkedIn, and or groups that I've been a part of, and then we get on a phone call, like the guy in Philadelphia, for example. We talked for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and a week later he wired over a six-figure check to be invested in apartment buildings. And so that that just goes to show that I definitely know what I'm doing. People see everything that I'm doing, the PPM, the subscription agreement. They see the people I work with. One group that I work with, they have two $100 million funds. Um,
Wow.
another, yeah, and they are great. Another group that I work with, they own over 10,000 plus units
Wow.
already. They've been in business for over 20 years. So when I say I leverage the experience of the people of other syndicators and by providing equity to their deals, that's what I do to ensure that my investors get the best return possible. The mission for Apex Real Estate Investments is to work with the best syndicators and to ensure that my investors get to benefit from all the returns of those great syndicators being in one fund versus being separate and competing amongst each other.
Totally makes sense. It's better to win-win together. Now, let me ask you a question, Joseph. Do you know all your the people that you do business with as far as the syndicators, and um do you follow them, or how do you choose who to do business with?
So I know them. They'll reach out. I bet like a lot of their track record, a lot of their stuff, and I would say that when we have a conversation, I really get to know them more on a personal level versus just transactional level. Um, like I know that like the investor relations person for the one group that I work with, that they have the two $100 million funds. I know her daughter's name. I know literally she knows about me having a child now. Um, I know her story to how she even became investor relations, how she started off. I know the owner of that company, like how she got started, like how she started from zero to now owning two $100 million funds. Um, so like I really get to know all my syndicators on a personal level, and also through referrals as well. You know, people they say, hey, I need to connect you with Joseph, and then we have a conversation. And I really go through all their stuff, read through their private placement memorandums, all their legal paperwork. Uh, just because in the world, like when you got Sam Bankman-Frieds running around, you gotta know who to litigate and how to if something goes wrong. So
Absolutely.
yeah, so I also have great attorneys as well. So that's another thing I've been very blessed with.
Yeah, yeah. And how do you know if the deal is something that would be appropriate for you and your investors? You spoke about um, looking at the private placement memorandum. Do you also physically visit the
Yeah,
investment?
so I don't physically visit the investments. What happens is it has to fit a buy box is or buying criteria, the fund criteria. And so every syndicator that I work with has that criteria that I base things off of. And so it has to at least meet those minimums. But I would tell you, like, for example, if they don't offer a preferred return of more than 6%, I'm not going to invest in that. If they don't have or something like a 8% preferred return or maybe like a 10% downside performance protection hurdle, I'm not investing in that because I want to make sure that my investors at least get a minimum of something. And so if they can't at least get a minimum, then it's no point of investing. And because also a lot of times I'll even come in as a limited partner with these deals as well. And so when you're coming in as a limited partner, I want to make sure I'm getting paid the same time my investors are getting paid. So I want to make sure things are right.
Absolutely. That totally makes sense. And what are some of your future goals, Joseph? Where do you see yourself 10 years from now?
So the for me, the game plan is stick with private equity, get more apartment buildings, but then also branch out into other things such as like mergers and acquisitions, so acquiring businesses as well through private equity, and just acquiring like the boring businesses, the things that's going to be around no matter what, like cement businesses, construction companies. Uh, Not getting too fancy. I want to buy stuff that just makes money and produces it cash flow for my investors. And then also recently, just yesterday, this is not something I'm putting into the works, but it just kind of came about. But I was on the phone, like a FaceTime with this guy, and I forgot his name because I don't know actors' names that well. But he's acted in a few like very big movies. And so I was on the call with him. He's like, man, he's like, you should direct some money towards me. He's like, my movie's gonna outperform real estate. I was like, we'll see, but I'm not directing nothing towards you until I see what you can do. So
Oh
you
my
never know. I might,
goodness. That's
I
so
might,
funny.
yeah, I might take the BlackRock approach and invest in everything.
Oh, wow.
But private equity is so many different facets of stuff that you can invest in, car washes, mobile homes. There's so much you can do with private equity, just raising capital that the everything is on the table.
Fantastic. Joseph, you've really made some wonderful points today, and you've given us such great insight. Is there anything else that you want to share with our audience?
I will share with them how they can reach out to me.
Okay, yes,
Also,
please.
yes. So again, you can scan this QR code, and that'll take you right to the website. But then also you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, which is Joseph Kimbrough, JosepKimbrough, and you'll see the guy with the blue blazer on. That's my LinkedIn there. And then also my Instagram, which is the same thing. It's just my name, Joseph Kimbrough. And it's really the same for everything, Joseph Kimbrough.
Wonderful. Joseph, thank you so much for being with us today. You're truly an inspiration to so many investors. And folks, you heard it right here. I mean, Joseph said, I currently have 432 units in Phoenix. What about in Texas? How are you doing in that market, Joseph?
So in Texas, I am zero, but I'm working on something.
Okay, there you
Almost
go.
almost had 296 units in Grand Prairie, Texas, but it just didn't pencil out the way I wanted it to. And so I was like, yeah, I can't, I'm not gonna be desperate to get something in Texas. I need to make sure it cash flows for my investors also.
Very smart. See, folks, Joseph is doing it right. Sometimes investors get so anxious and so excited about getting a deal that they'll rush into the wrong deal, potentially hurting themselves and other investors that are going along with them. You don't want to
Exactly.
do that. You want to wait until you know that deal is gonna pencil out the way you think it will before you take
Yeah.
action.
And when people are trusting you with your retirement account with their retirement accounts, you have to be careful. This is their
Absolutely.
retirement you're talking about. You got to be careful. So,
Absolutely. Absolutely, Joseph. Well, again, thank you so much for joining us, Joseph. It's been a pleasure to connect with you again, and I hope that you can join us for our next in-person event.
oh yeah, definitely. I'm liking the LA idea. I'll definitely be
Wonderful.
there.
Well,
Yep.
we definitely will plan on that, and we'll send you some details as soon as that comes around.
Okay. Awesome.
Thank you so much. Now, next, we have Rusty Tweed. He is going to be joining us from Los Angeles. Rusty, are you out there? Can you start your video, please?
Let's see here.
Rusty Tweed.
There we
Hello,
go.
Rusty. There you are.
Oh, good. Yes, I'm just
We
getting my.
see you. You're fine. You're coming in perfectly. How are you, Rusty?
Oh, good. Yes, you can see me. You can hear me. You can.
Yes. The lighting is perfect as well. You look
Oh, good.
great.
Well, thank you. And my
Wonderful.
background's okay?
Hmm?
My background?
Oh, yeah, I love it. We see your
Okay.
phone number, your website address. It's very professional. Congratulations on that. Rusty, it's a pleasure to have you join us. Rusty's going to be discussing 1031 exchanges and how you can maximize your cash flow with the combination of 1031 exchanges and out of state investing. So, Rusty, go ahead and take it away and you can share your screen at any time.
Yeah, well, sorry, let me just get my screen here set up.
No worries.
Um, one moment here. Are we a little early? Were they expecting me at 11 or?
Yes, but we're fine right now. You're 5 minutes, 6 minutes early, and that's perfectly fine.
Okay, great. Let me just, excuse me 1 second here.
No worries. Take your time, Rusty.
I haven't done one of these in a little while, so I'm a little.
No worries. Take your time. And we want to thank everyone for joining us here today. It's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Linda Pliagas with Realty411. Rusty, perfect. We do see your screen.
Perfect. So let me just, there we go. Wow, you
Wonderful.
did it. I, yeah, I always get concerned in the technology stuff. But it looks like we're good to go here. Okay.
Yes, we're all set. Take it away, Rusty.
All right, great. Give me 1 sec here. I just want to close my door. Sorry, just wanted to close the door to my conference room, make sure nobody walks in on me. Okay, great. So yes, I'm Rusty Tweed, and I'm here in the beautiful San Gabriel Valley in California, in the LA market. And I have a real estate brokerage here, and I've been specializing in 1031 exchanges. It's something I literally have done. Actually, I've been doing it for over 20 years, and believe it or not, I've probably done over $1 billion now in 1031 exchanges for clients. And I've done a lot of 1031 exchanges for myself as well. So it's an area that I'm very well versed in. It's sort of a niche that I've specialized in, as long with the team that I have here. And then also kind of the area that we really work with clients mostly is they're selling properties here in LA. And as we all know, we've had some awesome buildup of equity here, but the actual cash flow that you get off the properties here is negligible, and especially right now, when there's with these interest rates being high, it's really hard to make the numbers work here in LA. I mean, I just was working with one client. He was buying a multifamily building, and he had to put 60% cash down to make the numbers work. Yeah, it's just the way the numbers work with the high interest rates, and the fact that what we call the cap rates here in LA are just very low. Right now, cap rates are probably 3-4% on a good quality property. You buy that same property in Texas or Florida, some of these other markets, and you're going to get, 6-7% cap rate. So there's a big difference in cash flow. So again, we deal a lot with people that are selling properties here, and then we find them properties out of state. And so we deal a lot in Texas, Indianapolis, and Florida, the main markets that we've dealt with, but we've dealt with other markets as well. But the real game plan here is looking for much higher cash flow than what we're finding here in LA. So we'll talk about that as we go along. So really our purpose is to provide our investors with strong, reliable cash flow. How do we do that? Well, by intelligently using the 1031 exchange process to reposition our clients' portfolios and improve our clients' income. And this is an example. This is a property we did over a year ago now. And it was down here in the South Bay area, a 10-unit apartment building. We sold it for the client. They were getting $61,000 of net income, which is, okay. But we took the money from that property and repositioned it out of state. And now they're getting literally more than double the income. And that's really a common story with what we're doing. Now, you don't have to do a 1031 exchange to be dealing with this. It just happens that probably 70% of the transactions that we're involved in are 1031 exchanges. And we have a bunch of different assets that we work with. You can see here in the bottom left, there's single family homes. We do mobile home, or what we call manufactured homes. We've done a lot of triple net lease properties, and we have done multifamily as well. But right now we're finding much better cash flow in single family than we are with multifamily. And in any of the markets that we're dealing with out of state, these are markets that we've done a lot of properties in the past. We have very good relationships with local management companies. I've actually done a lot of my own portfolio into these markets. So again, we're very familiar with these markets and what we can get away with and do there. All right, we kind of walked with that. So let's talk about what is a 1031 exchange. Well, by doing a 1031 exchange, and just the word or the number 1031 comes from the IRS code section. So if you have your code book, just look up section 1031. It gives you all the rules on a 1031 exchange. So it's something that's unique to America. I'm from Canada originally, and in Canada you can't do this, unfortunately. But here in America, you can take an investment property, sell it, and as long as you follow all the rules that we're going to be talking about right now, you can go into other investment properties and pay zero tax. And it's done all the time. I find that people in California seem to be a lot more savvy on this than other parts of the country. On the East Coast, obviously you can do it anywhere in the United States, but I just find that California, it's gotten much more common to do this than other markets. Other markets, sometimes we have to educate people more than we would someone here in California. But either way, again, if you follow these rules, you get to take your equity that you've built up, move it into other properties, and pay zero tax. And I literally have clients I've dealt with that have made literally in the hundreds of millions of dollars by doing this over the years, and they've just never paid any taxes. Yeah, so it really does work. So let's go through kind of some of the basics here. We're using an example of a building that was bought for $1 million, let's just say over 20 years ago, actually 30 years ago now. And that building over time is now worth $2 million, okay? So we can all think with this. We all know that if you sell this property, you've got $1 million capital gain and you have to pay tax on that. What a lot of people don't understand or know about is something called depreciation. And what happens here is, for those of you that already own rental income property, you know about depreciation. It goes in your Schedule E, and what happens is each year you get to deduct a portion of the value of the property that you're renting, and that deduction will offset most, if not all, of the income you get from the rent. And it's a great thing. And that's one of the big reasons why we love rental income, because you pay pretty low taxes, if any, on your rental income. But what happens is when you first buy a property, that purchase price is called in the tax world your basis. And so again, in this example, the basis would be $1 million. As time goes by and you depreciate that property, each time you depreciate it, that valuation of the depreciation reduces your basis. So in the example we're showing you here, the basis went from $1 million down to $400,000. And that's what we call the adjusted basis. Now, in addition to the capital gain you pay on the $1 million when the property is sold, you also are going to pay tax on that depreciation. And that's what we call depreciation recapture. And obviously your CPA would know all about this, but most people don't really understand this. And so when they go to sell a property, they're just thinking in their mind with the capital gain, but they're missing this recapture. And so the taxes on that are higher, believe it or not. So again, this example, $1 million capital gain, you're going to pay 20% federal tax. That's $200,000, which, you know, it's not great, but it's a chunk. But then when you add on the recapture here, it's 25% of that $600,000 depreciation amount, which is an additional $150,000 in taxes. Now that's in the federal level. Now, depending on where you live, and again, this is one reason I think why people in California are much more savvy when it comes to 1031 exchanges. We're paying an additional tax on top of that. And we get the honor here in California of having the highest tax rate in the country. If it's over $1 million, the tax rate is 13%, and that's on top of these other taxes. So in this scenario, literally 50% of the gain is going to go to taxes. So that's a big chunk of money. None of us wants to write those checks. And again, that's why 1031 exchanges have gotten very, very popular. Now, when you do a 1031 exchange, it's really, really important to have what we call a qualified intermediary. Now, we've got people that we work with. You may have someone you already work with yourself. But in the end, you have to have this other third party handle the funds when your property sells. So I always go over this. You've got to have this set up prior to closing escrow. So when your escrow closes, the escrow already knows who to send the money to, and they're going to wire it to your qualified intermediary. Now, you can kind of think of this sort of like an IRA rollover, where if you have money coming out of a 401k or some type of SEP IRA or whatever it is, you can't touch that money personally. And if you do, it becomes a taxable event. Well, that's the same thing here. If that escrow releases the money to you personally, they're going to have to issue a 1099, and that 1099 is going to show a taxable event to the IRS, and you're going to have to pay taxes on it. So again, it's so important to have this set up ahead of time. So this money literally goes from your escrow to the qualified intermediary, and they're going to hold those funds. Now, the day that you close escrow is day one, and you now have 45 days to identify, not close, but identify the properties that you want to buy. And then you have an additional 135 days after the 45 days, which is a total of 180 days to actually close escrow. So what that means is on that 45th day, there's a form that you're going to fill out with your accommodator. And on that form, you're going to list out the property or properties that you want to purchase with the address and the amount that you're purchasing it for, et cetera. And then that will be recorded with the accommodator. So if you ever get audited, there's a record of what properties you picked for your 1031. And then you have the added time after the 45 days to actually close escrow. Now, a warning here, and this is why 1031s can get really tricky. You could pick a property in the 45th day, and then once you're going through your due diligence period in your escrow on the purchase, you find out that there's some problems with the foundation. You find out that the roof has got a bunch of leaks that you didn't know about. There could be some, environmental hazard. I mean, believe me, I've been through all these scenarios with clients or myself, and I've seen all the different things that can happen. Suddenly there's a big, huge property. In fact, I just paid a $30,000 property tax on a property that I own that was on it from before, which truthfully, I knew about that one actually, but it, it was a big chunk. It was a property that I bought as is, but all these things come up that you weren't necessarily expecting, and that can change you wanting to buy that property. Well, unfortunately, you can't go back and change the property once you've identified it on that 45th day. You can change it during the 45 days, but once you've gone past midnight on that 45th day, that's it, no changes. So again, you really got to think hard and make sure that the properties you're putting on your ID sheet are the ones that you really do want to buy. And that's why it's so important to work with somebody that understands this process and does it correctly. The way we get around this is we say, look, clients, when you're doing a 1031 exchange or you plan on doing one, the property that you're selling, when you go into escrow, then we need to be sitting down and having a really serious talk about what we're going to go into, so that when you close your escrow, which is the day one on this chart here, you've already got a good idea of what properties you want to buy. Because again, once you get past that closing date and you're into the 45 days, it's a mad scramble. Now, right now, the market has slowed down somewhat, so it's not as crazy it was, 2-3 years ago. But when the market's strong, it's hard because you're getting outbid on properties all the time. So again, you really want to sit down and work this out ahead of time. And the other thing I always tell people is you have to have a plan. Do not go into a 1031 exchange without a pretty focused idea about what you want to buy, because you're going to have everybody and their brother telling you what a great deal they got for you to buy, and you're going to be pulled in 20 different directions. Believe me, I've seen it over and over and over. You know, your neighbor's telling you about a good deal you should buy, your son, your father, whoever. You know, you probably have 10 different realtors calling you up, and they're going to pull you in a lot of different directions. So it's really, really important to sit down and plan this out ahead of time. Makes such a difference. Okay, so now the question is, what kind of properties can you purchase? And this always comes up because when you look at the IRS code, it says like kind properties, which sounds like if you sold an apartment building, then you're going to buy an apartment building, which makes total sense. The truth is that that definition of a like kind property is very, very broad. And really, it's any type of investment property located here in the United States. It's that broad, actually. And so we'll just give you some examples here. You know, we've done parking lot. We actually did a parking structure for a group of clients. We bought them a big parking structure in Cincinnati, and they had sold some land down in the South Bay area here in LA. We've done a lot of single family properties that are rentals. It cannot be a property that you're going to personally live in. It has to be a rental property. Oil and gas leases, we've done those successfully. Believe it or not, when you're buying an oil interest in Texas or whatever state it is, that is considered real estate. Medical office, raw land, triple net lease properties, storage units. We've done all these types of exchanges, and we've done all kinds of combinations of this. So for example, you could sell raw land and buy single family or apartment or parking lots, whatever it is. So any combination of these properties you can do, as long as it's an investment property and as long as you're not living in it personally, and as long as it's in the United States. You can't exchange out of the US, which kind of makes sense. You know, the IRS is, I'm sure, seeing people transfer assets out of the United States, they move and IRS never sees you again. So they're saying that you have to do a 1031 within the US. And it works like between any state. Now, another question that comes up is, well, why would I want to do 1031 exchange? Because I'm just going to pay the tax later when I sell it. And the answer to that is, depends how you go with this transaction. So there is something called a step up in basis. Now, what that is and how that works is that we showed you in those earlier slides that you had a basis in your property. And so when somebody passes away, there's what we call a step up in basis. So if someone bought a property for $100,000 and they pass away and that property is worth, say, $1 million, then that appraisal's done and it pegs the new value at $1 million. And then if the inheritors turn around and sell that property, they pay zero capital gains tax. So this step up in basis is really important for long-term planning. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing in our tax code. The unfortunate thing about it is you have to die to get it. So if you have a husband and wife situation, for example, the husband passes away first, the wife actually gets a full step up in basis on her property. And actually, it's not just real estate, it's stocks, it's businesses, it's anything that has a capital gain in it, coins. And then that survivor, in this case, the wife, could sell the property and pay zero capital gains tax. Or even better, she can keep the property and she can now depreciate it all over again from that new valuation. So again, they might have bought the property for $100,000. Today it's worth $1 million. Husband dies, the wife can actually start depreciating that property all over again on the $1 million valuation that it's given today. So again, this is great for planning, because what it means is you can actually do a lot of different exchanges, build up a large net worth, and then pass that on to your heirs without having to pay any capital gains tax. Now, estate tax is a separate issue. So that's going to be based on the total value of the estate. Right now, I believe it's around $5.5 million per person. Check with your CPA. But yeah, so that means in a husband-wife situation, you can go up to almost $12 million without any inheritance tax. So again, yeah, it's not that bad. Also, I should really qualify here is that, look, I'm going over general concepts here. everybody's going to be different. Everybody's got a different tax situation. Everybody has a different scenario. So it really is important to sit down with your tax person and go over all this planning ahead of time. For example, I run into a lot of people that want to sell a property, but then they also want to take some money out of it. Well, if they want to take money out, you can. Any money you take out, you're going to get taxed on. But one thing I always tell people is, again, well, I'm jumping ahead a little bit here. So this is the slide in the step-up basis. Here we're just showing you $1 million property. It goes up to $2 million. Somebody passes away. The valuation gets done at the appraisal's done at 2 million. And so now we have that step up in basis now at $2 million. Well, all right, before the next slide. Yeah, so let's talk about a couple of issues here where again, it's important to talk to your tax person. Because I run into a lot of people that are what we call asset rich and cash poor. So over the years, they've accumulated a lot of real estate. They've got a lot of equity, but they don't have a lot of cash. And the wife wants to renovate the kitchen, or you want to buy a vacation home. I know there's a lot of different scenarios where you want to pull some money out of your rental property. Well, you can do that when you do a 1031, but you're going to pay tax on whatever you pull out. So if you pulled $100,000 out of a sale, that's going to be taxable. Now, what the taxes on that are is going to depend on your tax return. So I run into a lot of situations where people have what they call a carry forward loss. And what that means is they may have had some stocks 10 years ago or something, and they had a loss from that, and that is still on their tax return. And so if you've had a loss in any form in the past, that stays in your tax return indefinitely until you use it up. So you can sit down with your CPA and say, look, do I have any carry forward losses? And he goes, oh, you got $80,000 from that business you used to own, and it's still in your tax return. You go, great. That means you can pull $80,000 out of your exchange and pay no tax on it. So again, these are all things that you want to sit down with your CPA, do some planning. But again, I caution people, do your planning way ahead of time, because the worst thing in the world is going into a 1031 exchange and having no plan and no real understanding. And that 45-day period will be just a mad scramble. And you don't want that. You want to make it a pleasant process. You want to make sure you've got all your things lined up, all your ducks lined up in a row, and just make it all work smoothly. And again, that's what we specialize in with clients. And we merely make sure that our clients have things set up correctly ahead of time so we don't have some mad scramble at the end or make a mistake. All right, so that's the 1031 exchange thing. And oh, by the way, if you guys have any questions or any interest in this area, my phone number is at the end. You can call us up, and also have guys that work for me that are very well versed in this. But yeah, call us up. We can answer your questions, walk you through it, do some kind of consultation. But again, planning is everything. Okay, so now the really big question is what's happening with our economy and what's going to happen with housing prices? And this is a loaded question. So I have a lot of friends of mine that are doing everything from commercial property to multifamily properties and single family properties. And I'm talking to them all the time, find out what's going on. And it's a very unique economy we're in right now. It's a head scratcher. So it's really tough to predict. Interest rates have been incredibly low for a long, long time. And that's really made an interesting scenario here. And also we've had very high inflation in the last several years. Now, they're saying that inflation has slowed down quite a bit. I don't know. When I go shopping, my bills are still pretty high. And I can't believe what we're paying for gas right now. But anyway, they're saying inflation has been slowing down quite a bit. And so we'll see what happens with the interest rates. Now, here's a chart that kind of goes back long term. And what's kind of interesting here, I actually bought my first house, and this really dates me. God, believe it or not, it was just over 50 years ago. I bought my first home actually in Toronto, and it was right back here when we had the spike. So I remember clearly that when I bought this place, I paid about $86,000 for it, and my mortgage was 12%. And that was normal back then. You didn't really think that much about it. Like I said, it was my first purchase, so that's just what the interest rates were. But over time, interest rates have done nothing but drop. And so a lot of people out there have never seen interest rates going up. They've always seen them go down, which is unusual. So we went in this period here after the big crash in 2008, where interest rates were pretty much zero. I mean, 1%, 2%, whatever. But they were really, really low. And that we've never seen that before. And truthfully, in my opinion, the rates went too low. Now rates are popping up. We're hearing rates of anywhere between 6 and 7%, maybe even a little higher on a non-owner occupied property. So interest rates have spiked a lot from what they were a couple of years ago. And that's definitely going to impact things. Now, where do interest rates go from here? I mean, I've followed a lot of economists over the years, and I'll be frank, it's one of the things that's the hardest to predict. We can talk about what we think logically should happen. We all think the interest rates are probably a little too high right now and they shouldn't go up anymore, and that'll really mess things up if they do go up more. But that's us talking. It's really the Federal Reserve that makes that decision. So we're just going to have to wait and see. I know everybody keeps speculating about it, and that'll always happen. But in the end, we just have to wait and see what they do. And what that means is we have to factor in these higher interest rates, and it may be years before they drop the rates. I mean, again, we're hoping not, but again, to be realistic, it may be several years. So it's just something we have to factor in. So when you're buying a property today, you've got to make sure that the rents will cover your mortgage payments and that the numbers work out. And so we have to be a lot smarter about what we're buying. Look, you could have bought a property 5 or 10 years ago and you could have way overpaid for it. It could have had everything wrong with it and you still made money. I mean, I have properties that literally have doubled in the last 3, 4, 5 years. I mean, doubled. So I could have made a big mistake purchasing those properties, but they went up so much that it covered all the mistakes. In this market and this economy, we got to be a lot smarter about what we do, because if we make a mistake, we're going to feel it. I don't see the I don't see prices going up the way they did in the past anytime soon, especially with these interest rates. Now, if interest rates go down quite a bit in the next couple of years, that'd be fantastic for real estate. We'll definitely see some appreciation, but we just don't know when that's going to happen. And I'm sorry, I wish I had a crystal ball, but again, I've been through several crashes. Look, whoops. I'm sorry, I bumped this here. Yeah, if you go back here, we had the crash in 2008 through 2010, which is this gray bar here, which was pretty brutal. But we had look, when I first got into doing, I'm sorry, this keeps doing this to me. This period back here in the early 90s, that was a brutal period. People don't realize that here in Los Angeles, properties dropped 40% across the boards. I mean, you could be right here in the San Gabriel Valley, Pasadena, et cetera. That's really great area. And this area dropped 40%. And people don't, they forget about that or didn't realize that happened back then. So things can happen, and you just got to be careful about how you do stuff going forward. Make sure, and again, that's why we come back to, we want to be in markets that have good, strong, stable cash flow, and the prediction longer term is healthy for that type of cash flow. We want the right kind of tenants and the right kind of market. Now, one thing though that is really, I think, skewing our viewpoint here is that, even here in LA, we expected prices to soften up quite a bit more than what they did with the higher interest rates, but they haven't really softened. If you price your property right, people I'm working with or whatever, they seem to sell pretty quick. Well, what's happening is the number of properties that are being listed is very, very low. And a big reason for that is, and I just think about it, if you have a property with a 3% mortgage on it and you sell that property, what's going to happen? Now you have to go buy another property. If that's what if it's your home, you have to go buy another one, and you're going to get 6 or 7% on that new property. So why would you want to sell that property? So even unless you have a really compelling reason to sell, you're probably not going to sell. You're going to hang on to it because it just doesn't make sense to get double the mortgage payment. And that's what's happening. People are holding on to properties and they're not selling because they know that they're going to have to go get a higher mortgage. And then the other problem is it's harder for buyers to make the numbers work with these higher interest rates. So it's really put a lot of constriction in the market, and it's actually held prices up, believe it or not. And it's not just here in LA. I'm seeing this all across the country. Now, the other thing that's happening and has been happening in the past is there's a lot of institutional buyers out there that have been buying single family homes. And we've seen this like in Indianapolis, we've seen it in Vegas, even here in the Valley, San Fernando Valley in LA, that a lot of these big institutional buyers, which are big private equity funds, BlackRock and some of these other big guys, they've been buying a lot of single family homes, and that's slowed a little bit, but right now they're still doing it, but apparently they're planning on coming back in the market, and that's holding prices up as well. It's kind of interesting. In fact, here's an article we just pulled. MetLife just committed to $400 million to buy property, single family homes, and to collect the rent. And then JP Morgan committed another $625 million. Again, these are totally to buy single family homes around the United States and use them as rental properties. And now why would they be doing this? Well, believe it or not, a lot of these guys normally would be buying apartment buildings, but that's the problem. Everybody's buying apartment buildings, and it's really hard to show really good high cash flow right now on multifamily. The income that you're showing on a group of single family homes is actually much higher if they're managed correctly than you would get on a multifamily, on a what we call a cap rate basis. So right now, buying a good quality multifamily in America, a lot of markets, if it's a good property in a good area, it's going to be around 5% cap rate. Well, you can buy some single family homes and get maybe an 8% cap rate in that same market. And so you can get much better cash flow in single family. So that's why these guys are doing that. So anyway, that's why we're seeing the market being held up. There are a lot of buyers for the amount of inventory that's available. So again, there's all kinds of talk about crashes and everything else. I mean, we'll never know until after the fact, right? We're not seeing any kind of major crash. Again, when we had the last crash in 2008 and 9, people were leveraged to the hilt and a lot, and people were way overbuying, and there was a lot of inventory. But that's much different now. People have not been highly leveraged because the banks got a lot smarter about their requirements. And then also the inventory just isn't there like it was before. And the economy seems to be holding up. So as long as the banks are willing to lend, then we'll be fine. And but yeah, things seem to be moving along okay. So, but we just got to be careful how we do things in the future. Here's a chart, and this came, I believe, from Zillow. That's right. And you can see here on the left, this is showing how they're expecting prices to go. And the red areas are areas where they're expecting prices to drop. And they have been dropping in the last year or so. Not a lot, but they're softening. And the blue areas are the areas where prices have been going up. This is a projection over the next year. And Zillow is actually very, very bullish here. They expect prices to go up all over. Now, this isn't necessarily going up a lot, but it's definitely holding up. And again, if interest rates drop in the next year or two, then we'll see definitely some good appreciation. But if they don't, it'll be very minor. Also, what's worth looking at is what are the areas like over here. So we're doing a lot of stuff here in Texas, mid-Texas, the Houston area especially, and the Dallas area, which is showing very strong growth. We've been doing a lot of things in Indiana, which is up in this area here, and it's showing good growth. And right now I'm doing a lot of stuff in Florida, and Florida is probably the most active market in the United States right now. And it's actually doing very well there. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the types of properties that we're recommending for clients. Now, what's really different about my firm is that we have access to portfolios that other people don't have. So I would say 70% of the transactions we do are off market, which means that you're buying properties that are not being marketed through real estate agents and stuff on MLS and stuff like that. And so one example here are these manufactured homes. So I work with a group, and they're probably the largest owner of manufactured home parks in Texas and Louisiana areas. And I'll show you how this works. So what we do is we have an arrangement with them where investors can actually buy a manufactured home. So you buy it, you own it. This is not a fund. This is not some syndicated deal. You're actually owning the individual unit. It gets registered in your name. And just to a lot of people get a little concerned about the quality of them, but the quality is actually very good. You can see here, I actually have a couple parks that I own personally, and we buy these sometimes new, and they're really nice. The way they do them now are just as nice as a home. And if they haven't been purchased new, then they've been recently renovated. So you can go in and redo the kitchens, the cabinets, countertops, and everything just like you normally would in a regular home, and make these look really nice. So if you were to buy one of these, the tenant would be in place. It would already have its own tenant. It's got local management. We also have a maintenance warranty with this. And what that means is if something breaks, like the air conditioning or the furnace needs to be fixed or toilet backs up and all that, you're paying a flat monthly fee for that. And so you're not going to get nickel and dime for any extra cost for that. And so that's something that people really like. And so we've done, gosh, over 700 of these homes now over the last 6 years, and it's worked out really well. Another good thing we like about these is that they're really easy to rent. And no matter, well, again, how did I get into this in the first place? Actually, so probably the question I should be answering is, I was really looking years ago about what markets we should be in that are going to hold up in the next economic downturn. Now, 6-7 years ago, I figured we'd have another economic downturn by now, which we haven't, surprisingly enough. But it's going to happen. We have them. It's usually every 7 or 8 years we have some kind of economic downturn. So it's been proven that these manufactured homes hold up really well as rental properties. They're never a problem to rent because they're kind of in between owning your own home and having an apartment. And so again, a lot of these are very nice. There's 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and you've got lots of space. They're usually 1,100 square feet. Sometimes they're double wide and bigger than that. But the point here is that these, they're set up in a way that they're good quality, and people, when they downsize in an economic downturn, coming out of a home, renting one of these makes a lot of sense because it's almost like having your own home. And so again, they've never been a problem renting these. There's always been good rentals, good markets or bad markets, good economy, bad economy. So that's one reason why we like this a lot. Here's just pictures of different ones we've done. Like I said, we've done over 700 of these for our clients over the last 5-6 years. And we've gotten to know this market really good. Here's a breakout. Now look, I'm not expecting you guys to go through all this right now. In fact, I tell people that if you're really interested in the slides I've got here, if you email us, we can email you back the slides here that I'm showing you. But this just breaks out the numbers. And so in the Houston market, the units we have, they're averaging about a 10% cap rate. And so 10% is the net. That's what you're getting after management fees, property taxes, all that kind of stuff. And so your net is going to be 10%. Right now we've got a unique portfolio in Lafayette, Louisiana, and they're paying more like 12 to 13%, and they're a much lower price point. The ones in Texas are anywhere from $50,000 to $80,000 a unit. The ones we're doing in Louisiana right now are actually more like $30,000 to $40,000 a unit, and they're a higher cash flow. And that's because those units are older. They've all been recently renovated, but the numbers just work out better. And then this one's we're doing in Louisiana. So if you guys are interested, once in a while we do property tours. Truthfully, since COVID, we haven't done nearly as many of these as we used to. We used to do these every 2 or 3 months, and they were a lot of fun taking clients out, but we got to get that going again. But if you are interested, you can fly out and look at the properties. We can arrange someone to meet you there. But either way, these manufactured homes are a really big hit. We've been doing a lot of them. Right now, with some uncertainty about the economy and everything else, we have a lot of clients buying these instead of regular properties because we don't have to worry about the rentals on these. They're going to be very stable even if the economy has a downturn. One thing I should say is when you're buying these units, you're not buying them for appreciation. You're buying them for the cash flow. And one other feature that the company we work with has added into this is that they promise to buy back, it's a guarantee right in the contract, that they will buy back whatever units you purchase from them. Anytime after 2 years, they will buy them back for the same price that you bought it for. So we have a lot of clients that, sell property. In fact, we just had a client sell a property in the Bay Area. We just finished this transaction, and he bought about $1 million worth of these manufactured homes. because he's not quite sure where he wants to go. And he had a lot of equity from the property he sold up in the Bay Area. And so he bought a whole portfolio of these. He's getting 10% plus net cash flow. And he knows that in the next 2 or 3 years, if he wants to sell that portfolio and get his money back and then go do something else, he can do that. So we've had a lot of clients that have bought them under that scenario. So again, you're buying these for the cash flow, and it's the best, highest cash flow that I can show you. So again, if you guys are interested, we do have a portfolio of these right now available from Louisiana, which are a much lower price point and higher cash flow than we normally get. So if you are interested, make sure you give us a call and we can follow up with you right away. Okay, another market that we've done a lot of properties in is Beaumont, Texas, which some of you may have heard of or may not. But Beaumont is a kind of a unique area. It's about 2 hours east of Houston. And what's unique about this market is they have the largest oil refinery in the world there, and they're expanding it. And it's just a huge industrial area because of that. There's all kinds of stuff going on in this area. You know, DuPont's there. Monsanto, believe it or not, they make a lot of fertilizers. There's a lot of spin-offs from the, from the oil refinery. And so there's just tons of work here. So we have an arrangement with an individual here in LA, and he owns 150 homes in this market. So he's bought these homes over the years. He's fixed them up, renovated them, put tenants in there. He has his own management company. His own guys do all the management. And so he comes to us and says, look, I've got 10 properties I want to sell because I want to buy something else, because he's always kind of moving his portfolio around. And so we have a pretty good inventory here that if anyone's interested. Now, these are going to be in the 8% cap rate range. In order to make the numbers work right now, truthfully, I should probably update these slides a bit. The cash and cash return is going to be a bit lower now because the interest rates are higher. So I'm telling people to expect probably an 8% cash and cash return. And truthfully, you need to put about 30% down right now to make these numbers work. Again, that's because the interest rates are higher. But you're buying pretty nice houses, believe it or not. It's Texas, so you get a lot more bang for your buck. The price range you're seeing here is anywhere from $120,000 of property to about $240,000 of property, in that range. But for that price, you get 1,800 square foot home, quarter acre lot, things like that. It's actually surprising what you get there. And again, the rental market there is really, really strong. This market, we've had the least issues. We've had practically no issues with tenants, because the tenants you get are very good quality. They usually have really good jobs. It's easy to get good quality tenants here. And we just hardly, if we have a vacancy, it gets turned really fast. Very, very good market. So anyway, if you're interested, let us know. We can get you a list of available properties. Like I said, we get them. We usually have 5 or 10 at a time available. They're all rented. They have the tenant in there. Oh, and they always have a home warranty program with them as well, which in this area has actually worked very well. If the hot water heater breaks or something like that, it gets fixed right away under the home warranty program. There's like a $75 copay. And then also these have all been recently renovated, so they're all in very good shape. So again, if you're interested in that, let us know. And you're looking at, like I said, $120,000 to $140,000 a property, and they're going to be around an 8% cash flow. And here's again kind of a breakdown in the numbers. And again, I to be honest, these numbers on the right here, because the interest rates have gone up, we're going to have to adjust this, but you're probably going to be getting more like an 8% cash flow in these at this point. Okay, the other market that we're doing a lot in right now, in fact, I'll be going out there in the next week or two, is the Tampa Bay area. Right now, Florida is booming. It has slowed down a little bit, but not a lot. So I've owned property there myself for years. I just sold a commercial building and used that money to buy a bunch of single family homes. Right now I bought a bunch of properties that were beat up by the hurricane, and we're renovating those. But right now the fastest growing state in America is Florida. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. I grew up in Canada. So when I was growing up there, pretty much every winter, we go to Florida. had to go for spring break or something to get away from the snow. So anybody in the Northeast is very, very familiar with going for a holiday in Florida. Everybody's done it. And so you find a lot of people when they get older, they want to go there and retire because they get away from shoveling snow, and they've been to Florida lots of times. So they're familiar. You'll find that there's a lot of pockets of people. There'll be one area that has a whole bunch of people from Connecticut or a whole bunch of people from New Hampshire or whatever. And they, one person moves there and their friend moves there and a family member moves there. And it's kind of an interesting market. So I've been there a lot working it. But yeah, there's a lot. And they're saying that right now, today, somewhere in the neighborhood of over 2,000 people a day are moving into Florida. And the rental market there is very strong, has not dropped. Prices have not dropped. Yeah, it's surprising. Now, it has slowed down a bit, right? Florida was kind of like LA. You put a property in the market and it's sold within 3 days or something. Now it takes a month or two, but it's still a very strong market. And, we can all argue why that is. Again, a lot of people are retiring there, but there's just a lot of people moving there because it's a red state, and they like the politics there. And so you see a lot of people moving there because of that. And there's a lot of reasons, but however you look at it, it's very dynamic, it's growing. And if you go to Florida, I mean, I don't care where you go right now, you see subdivisions being built, you see skyscrapers going up. You can go to St. Petersburg, you can go to Sarasota. I mean, I've been all these markets up and down the West Coast, and there's just so much growth there. It's hard to get people to do work there right now too. Contractors are all booked out for months. It's pretty amazing to see. So Florida's had a really long-term stable growth, and but it's increased more in the last few years. But yeah, there's just no sign of it slowing down. And you're seeing a lot of areas that were kind of older or whatever, or especially along the coast, are being bought and renovated and expanded on. A lot of stuff going on. Anyway, so Tampa Bay is where I've been focusing. Tampa Bay down south towards Mars, what they call Southwest Florida. Beautiful area. Prices are reasonable. The prices have gone up there a lot in the last 5 years, but it's still cheap compared to where people are coming from. If you're coming down from New Jersey or Connecticut or some of these other markets, and you're buying a similar home in Florida, it's literally 1/3 the price of what you've been paying up in the north. And there's a lot of stuff going on besides retirement. There's a lot of companies that have moved there. I actually know several companies of people that are friends of mine here in LA, and they moved to Florida because there's no taxes there, and they just felt more comfortable there, and it's just less expensive across the boards. We do have hurricanes there, but I was surprised. They had the big Hurricane Ian there last August, just over a year ago, or last September, I should say. And, you expect things to slow down. Well, it did slow down a little bit, but then early this year, it just picked right back up like it didn't happen. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. So we've been buying properties that were kind of beat up by the hurricane, and we're in the process of fixing those up. It's a great rental market. It's also a great market for Airbnbs. So if you're interested, we do have stuff that comes available here. And yeah, you're looking at probably an 8-9% cash flow off these properties. And again, Airbnb is a great thing in this area, a lot of Airbnb. This is just showing you a property that actually I did. We're in the middle of renovating it right now. But yeah, you can buy properties here, 140,000. Well, yeah, this is a good example. $140,000 to purchase it, but $75,000 of renovations, and it's worth in the high 200s after that. So there's good deals here. But again, it's like anything. You got to be smart, and you got to have the right contacts to get the work done correctly. But yeah, there's good opportunities. So if you're interested, we actually, with some people, we've done some joint ventures where we'll do the property and you can bring in with the money and be part owner. Yeah, we have a couple different programs. So if you're interested, let us know. And whoop, I skipped ahead here. Yeah, and just, also, as far as real estate licensing, I'm licensed here in California, but I'm also licensed in Florida. So yeah, so we have a lot of different types of properties you can buy there. But the price range we're focusing on is anywhere from 150 to 350,000 per home. And those are great rentals. And there's also fix and flip opportunities. So let us know if you're interested in that as well. Just checking the time. Okay, so another market we've done a lot in was Indianapolis. Now, people ask, why Indianapolis? Well, when was the last time you heard of anything good or bad happening in Indianapolis? Exactly. It's nothing really happens there. And so it's a little on the boring side. So when you look at that market, and again, we've been dealing in this market now for, gosh, 6 or 7 years. We've probably done over 150 single family homes. We've done some shopping centers. We've done multifamily. We've done triple net, mostly single family homes though. And I have some of my own properties there as well. So we've done a lot of stuff there, but it's just a stable market. The economy goes up, the economy goes down, and Indianapolis just kind of stably keeps doing its thing. And so that's why we like it. There's not a lot of downside. So we have a similar arrangement with somebody here in Indianapolis that what we were talking about in Beaumont, where they have an inventory of single family homes. They've bought them, they've totally renovated them. They have a management company in place. So you're going to be buying a turnkey property with a tenant in it, and everything's done for you. They're going to be in the anywhere from $90,000 to $150,000 range. And again, they're going to be, they're not going to be in the top end neighborhoods. They're going to be in a little bit lower end, but they're going to be good rentals. We haven't had a problem keeping them rented. And again, whether the economy's good or bad, Indianapolis has just kind of stably done its thing. It's always been easy to rent there. And again, nothing really happens. You don't have hurricanes, you don't have earthquakes, you don't have fires, you don't have all the things that the rest of the country seems to be worrying about. It's just a good, stable place. Very economically diverse. But yeah, we've had a good run here. So if you're interested, again, these are kind of breaking down the numbers, and you're probably looking at a 7 or 8% cash flow on a property in Indianapolis right now. And it's going to be in the anywhere from, like I said, 80, 90,000 up to 150,000 range. So yeah, if you're interested in that, let us know. Also, for whatever reason, Airbnb has been doing really well in Indianapolis. And so these properties we've been doing close to downtown. They're usually a higher price point. You want to get something that's fairly new. We have a company we work with that specializes in managing Airbnb, so they will do all the management for you. But these are probably going to be about a $350,000 home that you're going to buy. It's going to be bigger. You want to have like a 4-bedroom or whatever. But if we get them close to downtown Indianapolis, they seem to do really well. We've also done some Airbnbs in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and that's turned out to be a pretty good market also. There's a huge Netflix film studio there. And so there's a lot of traffic for Airbnb in Albuquerque as well, but most of them we've done in Indianapolis. So if you're interested, let us know and we can help walk you through and get you a property, and we can actually help you get it all outfitted with the, all the furniture and everything to make it work for you. But yeah, we can handle all that. So let us know if you're interested in that as well. Sorry, I'm just kind of looking. I realized I should have been picking up some of these questions here. Someone was asking me, what area is Beaumont in? I should have had a map on here, actually. Beaumont is about 2 hours east of Houston. It's right close to the border of Louisiana. Just so you know where that is. So it's, yeah, if you go to Houston, like I said, you could drive 1.5 to 2 hours east and you'll hit it. All right. Sorry, I got my next slide here. All right, so those are the 3 markets we've done most of our stuff in. Let me give you some examples of types of transactions we've done with clients. Here's one that we did, almost 2 years ago, I guess now. There was a client of ours. He had 2 triplexes in Wilshire here in LA. So we sold both of them concurrently, and we took the money from that, and the total from the 2 properties was $2.5 million. And we put into a diversified portfolio. So what we did is we actually bought him a triple net lease, Arby's in Indiana. And this was a good long-term lease. I believe it had a 15 years on the lease. So it's just a good long-term stable asset. We also did some of the single family homes in Beaumont, and we also did some of the manufactured homes. Now, one reason why we do it this way, by going into a triple net lease property, which we haven't really talked about too much, a lot of the triple net lease properties we're doing are $1.5 million to $3 million. So if it's a larger transaction, we usually, put a chunk in there. We want to go into triple net lease properties that have 15 to 20-year leases on them. Right now, we're actually getting some triple net lease, good quality ones in the 6% to 7% cap rate, which is good. Yeah, so it's just a good long-term asset that you don't have to worry about when it's out of state. And then we go and we put them into some of these other assets, which have much higher cash flow, and it kind of boosts their income. So in this case, our client went from $88,000 net income here in LA. We did the transaction. We almost doubled his income by going to this portfolio. And that's pretty routine for the kind of thing that we do. Another one, this was a property, it was actually a rental down in Orange County. We sold it for just over $1 million. Their income off that was okay, nothing great. A single family home in the Southern California area. It's really hard to make the numbers work as far as good cash flow. In this case, they were getting $28,000 a year of income, which was okay. That wasn't bad for LA. But then we took that money and our client said, look, I want to get the maximum income I can get. He was older and just wanted to get the maximum cash flow. So we put him into a portfolio of these manufactured homes in Texas. And in his case, we more than tripled his income. And so that's the kind of thing that we routinely do. Now, one thing that we didn't really talk about in the in the 1031 section is how many properties can you do in a 1031? And believe it or not, there's a thing called the 200% rule. And the 200% rule says that we can do as many properties as we want, as long as we don't go over the total value more than twice the value of the property is sold. So in this case, if we sold a property for $1.1 million, we could potentially go up to $2.2 million worth of property. And it could be any number of properties. So that allows us to do more than 3 properties in a 1031. And most of our 1031 exchanges, we're doing 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 properties at a time. So we do that all the time and it works. So yeah, we're kind of coming down to the end here. We also have listing services. These are just properties that we sold in the past. So like I said, a lot of times we'll work with a client. You'll sell your asset here in Los Angeles, and then we will walk you through the whole process and put together some portfolio for you out of state. And our real goal here is to get you into properties that are just really stable, long-term, and much, much higher cash flowing than what you're going to see here in LA. And so that's our goal. And we managed to achieve that in pretty much every case. So if you're interested, give us a call. This is actually Bob in our office's number. He's available now. And give us a call, 818-606-9070, and we can follow up. If you guys want the slides from this, you can also email us. You can email Bob actually it's just bob@tfsproperties.com, and just say that you want to get the slides, and we can email them back to you from this slideshow you just saw. We also have a YouTube channel station, and we're available. So if you want to get any kind of consultation on a 1031 exchange, or have any questions about the markets that we talked about and find out what availability we have, just email us or give us a call and we'll get right back to you. And just to reiterate, right now we have a particularly good offering here of these manufactured homes in Louisiana that are in the $30,000 to $40,000 range, which is much lower than what we usually get them at. And they're paying 10, 12, 13% higher than what we normally get. So if you're interested, they're actually selling out pretty quick. But if you're interested in those Louisiana manufactured homes, let us know right away. So that's pretty much it. I don't know if I can get some questions here.
Wonderful presentation, Rusty.
Yeah, thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have you with us. And I actually have a few questions myself.
Sure.
One is Beaumont, Texas. Where in Texas is that, and what's the closest city to that?
Again, it's 1.5 to 2 hours east of Houston. So
Okay.
normally you fly into Houston and go directly east on the 10. And yeah, just directly east.
So it's between Houston and what's the other major city on the east? Is that San Antonio or?
No, San Antonio's the other way.
Oh,
No, if you're going east, it's actually right near the border of Louisiana.
oh yeah, I meant west. I'm sorry.
Right. So you're gonna go east to Louisiana to go to
Got
Beaumont.
it. And then west is Houston.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Houston's kind of on the south, and
Okay.
then directly north of Houston is Dallas,
Got
and
it.
then you go west of Dallas, and then you can go to San Antonio and Austin.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
I've done properties in all those markets, so I know that area real well. I've
Wow.
I've driven all those places.
What an adventure, huh?
Yeah, I like Texas a lot. It's a lot of fun going there. People are great. It's just it's a great place to go. And they have the best barbecue in the world. I always get barbecue when I go to Texas.
I love it. I think that's so awesome. We do have a question here. Rusty, great presentation. Regarding the manufactured homes, is 10 to 12% cash flow, is that after paying all property taxes, maintenance, etc.?
It is. That's your net. That's after paying everything. And like I said, it's got a maintenance program on it so that you're not going to get nickel to dime on little stuff. You know, like the toilet backs up or the hot water heater breaks or something like that. That's all covered under the monthly fee you're paying. And that's all taken out before we calculate the 10 to 12%. So that is a true 10 or 12% net cash flow. I know it's look, it's almost too good to be true. There's this niche that we've discovered in doing these manufactured homes, and it's been working out really well. But it's the highest cash flowing thing I can show you.
Fantastic. You mentioned another market that I've also invested in, Louisiana. What
Mhm.
area what area are the mobile homes are that
They're
are,
all
yeah,
in
where are they?
yeah, Lafayette. And
Oh,
the nice thing
okay.
about Lafayette is that it's further inland, so
Yes.
it's not right on the coast like New Orleans.
Okay.
And so it's not as susceptible to getting hit with hurricanes or whatever comes off the Gulf Coast there.
Yes, yes. And
Yeah,
you mentioned the price point was 30 to 40,000.
correct. Yeah, they're a lower price point than we usually have them at.
That's incredible.
It is. Yeah.
Goodness, that's quite a price. That's a great price point. I haven't seen a price point like that in a very long time.
Well, we did that expo week and a half ago or so now, and we sold a whole bunch of those already from people that came to that. So they're selling
All
out pretty quick.
right.
Because I don't know if we'll have them at that price point again in the future, but um, yeah, if anyone's interested, this is a great thing, and you could do them inside of your IRA as well. We have a lot of people do that.
Amazing. Now, as far as those particular um manufactured homes in Louisiana, what are the rents going on those? And also, are they fully managed?
Correct. Yeah, there's usually an on-site manager, so they're all fully managed for you. They have a tenant in them when you buy them. The maintenance is all, they have maintenance people that handle all that. So yeah, it's turnkey. Yep.
Fantastic. Folks, that sounds like something that I want to see as well. Send me over information on those.
Yeah. If you're interested, I have a list right now of ones that are available. So if anyone emails us, we can email you the list right away and show you what we currently have.
Yeah, that sounds really amazing, Rusty. Is
And
there anything else that you would like to add?
well, I see another question here about appreciation. So
Yes,
on manufactured homes, you're not buying these for appreciation, right?
point.
It's going to be flat. You're going to buy it, and maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, if you want, you can actually sell it back to the company that we're dealing with. They guarantee, it's right in their contract. They'll buy it back for the same price that you purchased it for, and so there is that buyback provision. But you're buying it for the cash flow. Yeah.
Wonderful. These are great questions, folks. We encourage you to ask more questions. We have Rusty here. He's a international investor, wouldn't you say? I mean, you're from Canada.
Yeah, yeah, I've done deals there too.
There you go.
Unfortunately, you can't do 1031s there, so it's not as exciting as down here.
Exactly. I mean, we have an international investor here. Certainly someone that has invested in multiple states across the country, many different markets. So ask away if you have any questions, please let us know. Now, Tracy Ross would like the list of the
Sure.
properties that you mentioned, Rusty. So I will go ahead and cut and paste her information and send that to you.
Right, no problem.
But does anyone else have any questions? We would love to answer any questions that you have. And Rusty, what is your, I mean, I know that every market is unique, but what is your favorite market right now and why?
Well, yeah, right now I'm kind of all in Florida. I actually sold some of my other properties and I'm buying new ones in Florida, or not new ones, but buying. There was kind of an opportunity after the hurricane, so I literally went and bought a bunch of houses that were beat up, and we're in the middle of renovating those. But as far as long-term growth, appreciation, etc., I think Florida's the top of the list right now. Just because there's just so many things going on there that are unique to Florida. And then right behind it, I would say Texas. You know, Texas is very dynamic. It's slowed down a little bit in the last year, but it still seems pretty strong. But those are the markets. And then, like I said, Indianapolis, it's not a bad market. It's nothing exciting, but it's nothing to worry about either. So they're all a little different. But as far as what's happening dynamically right now, I think Florida is probably the top of the list.
Great insight, Rusty, and I totally agree with that information that you just shared. Rich L says, what is the lowest price point you can get into right now as far as cash? Would it be the Louisiana manufactured homes, Rusty?
Yeah, we have some. In fact, I think we have a couple left that are in the less than $30,000 range right now.
Wow. Now,
yeah,
are these rehabbed already and ready to rent out?
Well, they're already rented. Yeah, they've already been totally rented. They've already been totally renovated, and they're already rented. So you're buying it with a tenant in it. Like I said, this is a real turnkey setup, where you just put your money in, and they'll send you the check every month.
Oh
But
my
yeah,
goodness.
you buy it today, beginning of November, you're going to get your first check in December, middle of December.
Folks, you don't see price points under 30,000 nowadays. I mean, I haven't heard of this in decades. Come on. So I would encourage everyone who's interested, contact Rusty. He can give you more information. Tracy wants to know any properties in Michigan. You're not in that market, right, Rusty?
Like, it's a big country, and I know there's all kinds of great markets all over. But we can only, I've just focused in the markets, these three markets, because that's where we focus. So I've done literally tons of properties, both personally and with clients, in all three of those markets. So I can, I know property management there. If there's something comes up, I can call somebody and have them go look at it. You know what I mean? It's just a market where I have a lot of friends and things now that I can make sure that I understand what's going on. And we've done triple net lease properties in other markets, but as far as fixer uppers and stuff, everybody's into fixing and flipping these days, but you know what? It's tough to do, especially at a distance. And people you can count on to do the work and the management. And look, if you survey people that have been in the real estate market for a long time, probably the biggest problem everybody's had is management. So unless you can find good management in a market, it can really be a pain in the what trying to deal with a property out of state. So again, the markets that I'm in, I understand them, I know them, I've got my own properties there, I've got lots of clients that bought properties there. So those are the markets that I know.
Wonderful. Great presentation. Miss Lisa's great presentation. Can you buy with the solo 401k, Rusty? I know we can buy with our self-directed IRA, but what about a solo 401k?
You should be able to. I actually have one personally, and mine's set up in a way that I'm the trustee and I buy property in it and do notes in it all the time.
Mhm.
So you have to find out who you've got that set up with, what they call the custodian or plan administrator,
Mhm.
and they can tell you whether, whether you can do it in that plan or not. I know that we deal a lot with UDirect IRA. They're here in Orange County.
Yes.
They're great for doing IRAs, and they're very responsive. Their fees are good. I've had great experiences with them. But if you have a solo 401k, you have to find out who set it up for you, what you're allowed to do and what you're not. It depends on that.
Mhm. So wonderful. Again, Rusty's Markets, Texas, Indianapolis, Florida, and Louisiana. One of our guests would like to know, Rusty, do you have any insight on Sioux Falls, South Dakota that you can share?
It's funny you ask. I was just up. I wasn't in Sioux Falls, but I was actually right in Wyoming and Montana a couple weeks ago, just for a fun trip with my brother. And I love it up there. It's beautiful. And the real estate market up in those areas is actually surprisingly healthy right now. I was checking out while I was there. I was in Billings, Montana. And anyway, I don't know Sioux Falls particularly, but I know all those markets up there. A lot of people, anywhere Montana, Wyoming, and South Dakota, or whatever, a lot of people since COVID or during COVID wanted to get out of the big city. And so those markets have actually done really well because of that. I'll tell you one thing though, you really want to go there in the winter and see if you like it or not. It is really cold. Yes, those markets are like seriously cold. You can hit -40 in the winter there. I've seen it.
And
But
then you have to worry about winterizing your properties as well.
yeah,
right,
but I
Rusty?
was surprised. I was in Wyoming, which again is right next to South Dakota, and I was pricing some properties, and they were for a little house along the river. It was like $500,000. I'm like, really, way out here? And they go, yeah, there's only so much land that's along the river. We can go hunting and fishing. And truthfully, I was fly fishing at the time when I when I was asking about that. And I understand there's a lot of people that want to be in those areas, and it's beautiful. If you're into, I do upland bird hunting too, and we go up into Montana and stuff, and it's wonderful. So anyway, I'm surprised that those markets are actually very healthy right now, and so I wouldn't turn anyone off to buy a property there and either rent it out or do Airbnb or something. I think those are good places to do it, to be honest.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us, Rusty. It's always a pleasure to see you and to gain such valuable insight from you. You always share such great information.
Right. Well, thank you. Great. Well, anyway, yeah, if anybody wants to call in or email, we're available and we'll be around for a long time. I've been here in the same office now for well over 20 years, and I'll probably be here for another, I don't know if it'll be another 20, but at least another 10. So, yeah, feel free to contact us on any of these questions you have.
Wonderful. And I'm posting Rusty's information in the chat just to refresh that. We're going to go ahead and take a break, folks. We're going to take a break for lunch. We want to make sure that everyone has enough time to eat and get healthy and, be ready for the afternoon. Just to let you know, this afternoon we have amazing content as well, and just fantastic educators that are actively engaged in the business of real estate investing day in and day out. First off, we have Jeremy Rubin, the friendly flipper, at 1 p.m. Then we'll hear from Jim Edenfield, who's joining us from Colorado, from Denver, Colorado. He's going to be talking about his company, Invest Success. Plus, he's going to be inviting everyone to his event, the Great Mile High Real Estate Investor Summit, which is going to take place next March in Denver. Also, we're going to learn from Joseph Scorese with BRRRR Loans. He's the National Funding Director for BRRRR Loans. Next, we'll hear and learn from Hugh Zaretsky about the fastest growing real estate brokerage in the country, Real. So don't forget to come back after lunch, and we will go ahead and see you at 1 p.m. Rusty, would you like to share anything else before we go on a break?
Just like I said before, if you're going to be buying in this market, you got to be a little smarter than you used to be. But there's some good deals out there. It's not a bad market. Just if you're buying anything, make sure you have it set up in a way that you have good tenants and good cash flow. And if anything does happen, one thing we all learned in the last crash and the one before it is, as long as you can keep collecting your rent, you're going to be fine no matter what happens to the economy. So eventually it all goes back up again.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again, Rusty. We'll see everyone at 1 p.m. And I hope you have a great, great lunch. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Rusty.
Yep. Thanks, Linda. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Always have a backup plan. So, hey, I'm going to be going over some cool things with you today, at least what I think are high value, because they are tips, nuggets, tricks, strategies, things I do that have helped me along my journey, along the way, along the path to where we are now. I'm going to a little bit about where I started and where I came from and how we got to where we are. And so what is where we are now? Well, hey, want to shout out to Linda for everything that she's done to help this all come together. Realty411 magazine has been a support since the beginning. In fact, where I did my very first live speaking event was at a Realty411 expo. And at the time, I really thought I wasn't good enough. I thought I wasn't ready. And it was that stage that I got out of my comfort zone. I got way out of my comfort zone. And that's what I want to talk about a lot today, is getting out of your comfort zone, because that's a big theme here. When you want growth, when you want something that you've never had before, you're going to have to do something that you've never done before to get that. And change is uncomfortable. It's different, right? Even if it's a good, positive change, which all of this is for in the big picture, it's uncomfortable. It's different than where you're at. We have a natural tendency as humans to be most comfortable exactly where we're at currently, homeostasis. And then to change that, to create a new normal, takes getting out of your comfort zone and pushing that, and through discipline and just over and over, just doing it regardless of how you currently feel at the moment. That's how you create the new normal. You could apply that to fitness. You could apply that to education. You could apply that to house flipping, whatever the case may be. So I want to get a little feel for the room today, see who's in here, how I can best tailor this to our specific audience. By the way, my name is Jeremy Rubin. They call me the Friendly Flipper, and I'm going to be giving away some cool things today. Because it's November, Black Friday is in November, right? And I know, talking about Black Friday, it's November 3rd. Hey, look, I'm talking about giving massive value all month long, something that no flipper's ever done before, continuous value, week by week, freebies. And hey, I don't even care if you buy on Black Friday. This is all about giving back massive value. So it's very fortunate that this live is happening at this time because, hey, I wouldn't have been able to do this a month ago because we weren't there yet. So appreciate you, Linda. Grab a copy of Realty 411, the digital or the physical copy. There's some cool info in there today, but let's take a look here at the chat. So we've got folks from all over. That's what I love about these kind of events. When they're virtual, we got people from all over the US, and I appreciate everybody taking time today. So go ahead and, hey, type in the chat where you're from right now. We want to make this interactive. I don't know what you've seen so far of my talks or how I do things, but I switch it up a little time, but I like to make it interactive and tailor this to you because I want to be able to really add the most value that I can. So we got Carlsbad, California. Francine, hey, how's it going? We have Mayao, Lee, and Irvine, OC area. Okay, San Francisco, Atlanta. All right, all right. So we've got people from all over California. May, aloha from Hawaii. Good to see you. Awesome, awesome. So we got California representing. We got Hawaii. Well, who else we got in the house? All right, Kansas. Jenny, what's going on? So good to see everybody here. Yeah, keep shouting it out. Keep shouting it out. And so I want to know, next question. Michigan. Hello, Tracy. Hello. Cool. So they call me the friendly flipper. Keep shouting out where you're from. That way I can tailor it. If I don't know where you're from, I'm going to guess. But we got 4 states on the map. Oh, the lighting just got better. See, as you interact, we get improvements on the set. Okay, cool. We're warming up. The energy's coming up. Okay, cool. So a little bit, just briefly on my story, what I want to get into here. I'm going to share my screen and make this kind of weave in and out. We're going to have a presentation, but I want to also make it tailored to where our folks are all over the States. So I am Jeremy Rubin, the friendly flipper. Right now, I focus on residential, but I don't just flip. So I thought this is how we do our deals, right? Big picture, and start taking notes. Just start writing things down. I'll try to I'll tell you when to write things down, but also just start taking notes because there's going to be nuggets throughout this. And one thing I learned when I was starting my journey is that when you attend things like this, you're going to hear things that you could apply to your business, but you're not always going to know what you're going to hear that is going to help you. So just by showing up, you're creating an opportunity, you're facilitating for yourself an opportunity to grab answers and things that you may not even know that you're looking for at the moment. But a nugget might hit you and then you're like, okay, cool, I can apply this to my life, my business. So talking about getting uncomfortable. So I worked at the Zoom cameras here. I got to pay attention to that. So I worked at Verizon Wireless for 11 years. And so you could say I was born and raised there, pretty much right out of high school. In fact, questionably hired illegally because I was having people sign contracts for 2-year cell phone agreements when I was 17 and a half years old. I don't know, but somehow I got through HR. I didn't know better, but they saw the value in my ability to sell and just talk to people about the products and services we had. And that was really the beginning of where much later on, it grew into a real estate career. But I'm mentioning this because there was no real estate background. There was really not a lot of exposure to a lot of different industries. There was no contracting background. So retail in just fully finished, comfortable commercial buildings, right? AC is on. Because I worked for a while before that. Well, my very first job pulling nails for $5 an hour back when I was about 13. Over the summer, but then moved into washing dishes at Antonio's Ristorante in Napomo. And I knew that's what I didn't want to do. So eventually, I got into retail, right? But I got very compliant and comfortable there until I hit a point where I realized I wanted something more. I wanted to be in control of my future. And I didn't want to just ride the wave of, maybe a raise here or there over the next 40 years to retire on basically what I was currently making, if that, with inflation and all that taken into account. But I didn't know a path out. I didn't know a way forward. I didn't know how I wanted to get there. I tried a whole bunch of different things. I tried email marketing. I tried affiliate marketing. I tried day trading. I had an auto detailing business, and all of these things failed. Some had more success before they failed. Some failed pretty much right out the gate. But eventually I came across something because I was searching for a way out, because I realized, and here's another nugget. Okay. So another something to write or something to take away is that you have to define what you're looking for. If you don't know what you're looking for or what you're after or what your goal is even, then you don't know where to put your energy. And you have to be specific about it too. And even though I didn't know what exactly was going to be the path or what would facilitate me being able to leave the corporate world, I knew that was the goal. So that was the North Star. So you got to have some sort of North Star heading you, like that leads you, ties you, pulls you back into your goal, even if the path, because the path will not be straight, 100% won't be straight. But I knew that I wanted to find a way out. So I'm taking action in that direction. Probably like some of you are here today, that you're taking action in the direction that you want to go, because it's real estate. You're not exactly sure what's going to come up or what you might even need to do next. Just showing up is always a great step. Like by default, by showing up, getting in where the action is, where the energy is of what you want to do and what you're trying to learn and what you're wanting to become. An example is a restaurant. Like if you want to own a restaurant, get in the kitchen, get a job at a restaurant, learn it. Like just there's energy there, right? Move into that energy of whatever it is that you want to be great at eventually, or what you aspire to learn. So knowing that I want to leave the corporate world, I keep taking action in that direction. So I'm constantly searching online for how to make money at home, how to work, how to create your own business, how to start your own business, how to, make passive income, all these kind of things. And eventually YouTube, the algorithm of YouTube presents me with an ad on wholesaling. And they're talking about this concept of, you can work from home, you can create your own paychecks, 4 and 5 figure checks, which is like, that sounds really good. This is a possibility of, this could be the path out. So I take it a little more seriously. I'm looking into it. They're talking about you can get creative with it. And then that really appealed to me too, because it's not just about money. It's got to be something that, I hope if you're here, real estate is definitely a great vehicle to facilitate the wealth of cash as well as long-term wealth. But if you don't like it, if you don't enjoy it, then you could find something else that can do that for you too. So you got to have some kind of affinity for it, I think. But the cool thing about real estate is you can be involved at almost, a completely passive level, which some of you might just want to be here today to learn a little bit more, to get a little more education about how you can invest with just the stroke of a pen, putting some of your money to work that's currently just dormant or, losing value. So that might be the level that you want to play at, which is great. That's a super high level. In fact, to just be collecting mailbox money, that's fantastic, right? But then others of you may want to be in there, day to day, managing the flips, hands-on, doing the transformation and creating those chunks of cash as you go, and then investing those into passive income properties and things. So no matter where you're at, I hope to be able to cater to all flavors today. And so I'm taking action, right? I want to move forward. So what it boils down to is what we do now that I didn't do then, that allows me to grab up so many more deals and to just serve a lot more people with the solutions we have, is we want to have a conversation with anybody who's interested in selling. And that's really going to be the key for anyone who wants to get, if you're talking about you want to play this game at a day-to-day level, wholesaling, fixing and flipping, assignments, that kind of deal. If you want to run a full-fledged where you're the one out there making offers, because you can, again, so many ways you can play this game. You don't even have to be good at finding properties if you want to buy flips. You just work with wholesalers and they can bring them to you. So you don't even have to develop that marketing skill set if you don't want to. But I speak from the ground up. I got my first deal by hand, basically on Craigslist, and I'm going to show you that ad here in just a second. And from there, just grew through all the levels of it, as you could say. So I'm familiar with it all. I help people get started. I help them launch their fixing and flipping career, wholesaling career, and guarantee that they can get a deal in the next 90 days. Because I know exactly what to do now. Whereas it took me almost a year when I started, because first you're trying to gather all the information. You're trying to figure out what to do. And that alone, when you don't know anybody like that you can talk to face that's doing what you want to do, is tough, because you're on the internet, you're searching through bigger pockets, you're on YouTube, you're listening to podcasts, and a lot of the info is great, but you still got to kind of decipher, you know, what's good and what's bad. And then also, like, how do you even know what to do? It's not like laid out step by step. So that's a big piece of it. Even if you gather all this info, putting it into action is a whole other thing in and of itself. So it took me about 6 months to get started. And then another 6 months of taking action to get my first deal. So about a year, right? But you can collapse that time frame if you know what to do. I mean, now we have strategies where you can talk to a seller within the next week. You know, we get you set up with everything you need to be able to talk to people about selling their house literally within a week's time or less. And it's all about creating a large funnel up top and then figuring out which solution best fits that you can position, you know, for them. You have multiple solutions that you can do that'll help sellers. You can buy, you don't have to just buy at 65 cents on the dollar or 70 cents on the dollar. There's multiple exits. The real estate market's crazy these days. Crazy. What do I mean? Okay, well, interest rates are up, right? Interest rates are up. By the way, I want to plant a seed right now. Want to plant a seed. If you have any concerns in your mind about why, you know, what's going on with the real estate market right now, if you have any concerns as to why not, or anything at all, comments, anything like that about, you know, how the future of flipping, the future of buy and hold, anything like that, like write it down or punch, or even better yet, just put it right in the comments as you think of it, and I'll go over them too, because there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now. And I'm not just saying that, right? I mean, like, interest rates are higher relative, right? We just had that crazy ruling with, you know, real estate agents and commissions and all that, you know, so that's going on. What else? You've got, you know, notice of defaults, more and more of those. So there's a lot of stuff, a lot of, you know, things that play in the market right now that I could absolutely see being a major concern, especially if you're newer and you aren't as familiar with real estate cycles, or just even to the idea that it's always moving. Like, it's always moving. There's always going to be, and it's not just real estate, it's business too. There's always going to be plays that work and plays that don't work so well given the market. And those that adjust and those that can adapt are the ones that will make it through to the other side, you know, even during a quote unquote tough market, which I hate hearing that. I get it. It's not as easy as it was, but it's like, it's not an easy market. But when you words are powerful, right? So when you put things on that, I think don't let your words create limits around you. Like, it's just time to adjust, figure out what does work, what will work. And that's a big piece with business too. It's never steady. There's always going to be something. So it's not about like crafting something to perfection and then it's done. There's a market you're competing against. There's always someone trying to figure out how to do it better or how to outsell you, even with an inferior product. So you always have to be looking, how can you adjust? How can you adapt? The marketplace changes quicker than ever these days. It's not, you know, the days of old with whether it be good or bad, technology has just accelerated the information transfer and communication ability. And it's just forced us all, if we want to keep up, to all elevate at the whole race in that fashion. So kind of crazy, right? Never really happened before in human existence, but that's a whole other topic. Anyways, let's get a little more into some real estate stuff, even though we've been on some real estate stuff. Hope you're taking notes. And let me see how I can, oh yeah, click play. All right, boom. Cool. So, what if there was one thing you could do? And by the way, so we're monitoring the chat. Not monitoring, that sounds weird. My assistant's in the chat. She's ready to send a free gift out to anybody who wants to get it. So stay tuned, because we're going to promote that out just here in a second. But what is it? Well, it's a free flip profit calculator. Okay. So I'm going to make it easier for you even to calculate your profit and calculate how much to offer when it comes to making an offer on your next deal, right? Because if you never make an offer, you will never buy a house, guaranteed, right? So what's the variable that you need to manipulate? Offers, right? You need to drive that number. When I was working in the corporate world, they were big on driving numbers. If you're the ability to drive a number, but what's a number? It's a reflection of the actions and behaviors that result in that, right? So offers, we want to tick that tally box, boom, 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 because it's just a numbers game, right? But what's the action? Well, you got to get out there, you got to talk to people, and then you have to walk the properties, and then you have to come up with your offer. But what I noticed is a lot of people, especially in the beginning, I didn't know how much to offer. I had no idea. I really had no way to calculate how much to pay on my first deal. And I'm going to show you that here in just a second. So, what if there was one thing that you could do in the next 90 days, a decision you could make today that would affect the next 90 days, that would put you in a position to guarantee that you could get yourself a deal that would create you $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 in profit? Just one lever. You pull that lever. Would you pull it? Would you be skeptical? Well, look, if you're skeptical here, let me show you. This is an assignment fee. We just did this last week. An assignment fee for 50 grand. It's a local deal in Santa Maria. And it's just like as easy as that. As easy as that. Boom, I can show you. We did it. Like, we're still doing it. But you think it wasn't for you? Okay, maybe I could do it, but you couldn't do it. I get that too, right? Because what if you don't know someone personally that's done it? I get that, right? Kagan, one of my students, got his first deal in 37 days, made 10 grand, 37 days, wholesaling a property. Jose, 25 grand, another deal, wholesaling a property. So not doing any work on these ones. So I got my first deal, wholesale. I know I'm the friendly flipper, all that. I flip homes, but hey, you can flip contracts and there's way less moving parts. And I love flipping contracts. You get paid so much quicker too. Look, think about this. On a fix and flip, you're not getting paid for 4 to 6 months. On a wholesale or an assignment deal, you're making money in the next 30 days. I mean, if you got super crazy with it and you were making offers like just a mad person, you could literally close a deal in 2 weeks. You could put something under contract this weekend. I mean, because it's not about time. It's a function of action and just how much you're taking action and how many offers you get out there. But I realize if you don't know how to make an offer, you don't know how much, then that could put a roadblock in the way, right? And it's these roadblocks that slow us down, and really that's what stretches out the time frame. Like if you're there, you're showing up, you're taking action, the stuff will happen. It's just a matter of literally a numbers game. But the big piece that a lot of people run into, that I ran into myself, is that when you get stuck and you don't know what to do, you don't know what action to take. But what if you had a way to do that? Pull that lever and bam, you had an answer always, boom. Whatever the answer you needed, what's the next step? What's the next step? What's the next step? You could make a phone call, you have that answer. Would there be a catch? Would you want to know the cost? Well, all right, enough about that. We'll get back to that later. So I started at Circuit City before Verizon. Actually, that was my first holiday help. I got hired as holiday help. Basically, I was rearranging the alphabetical order of CD cases, and it was a cool job, right? Got me out of Antonio's Ristorante, but that didn't last too long because I saw how much the Verizon kiosk guys were making. If you look closely, there's the Verizon kiosk little sign there. If you remember back, I'm dating myself now, but Verizon, they installed kiosks in Circuit City stores. There was a partnership, and I was killing it at Circuit City, making an hourly wage. There wasn't any commission involved. It was just me wanting to prove myself, and I was competing with the guys selling TVs. I was selling computers, digital cameras, scanners, printers. They were selling TVs. So I actually had to sell more individual items because they could sell one TV and they're putting three grand, 5 grand, 8 grand on the board. I got to sell a whole computer system setup package deal to put like 3 grand or 3,500. So it was a lot of fun, and it was a lot of fun, and it was a great time. But I saw, sales is cool because you could just talk about stuff that interests you and show it to people, and create solutions for them and put the pieces together. So I was always kind of fond of that. But then I realized oh, I guess, you can make you can make commission selling the kind of same things I am actually literally selling. We were actually literally selling. I sold T-Mobile phones at Verizon Wireless, even Sprint, or sorry, so at Circuit City. I sold T-Mobile phones at Circuit City. I sold Sprint phones and Verizon, because they had, Circuit City had their kiosk too, right? So you could come in and buy the phone of your choice. So I kind of got familiarized with the different carriers, but Verizon had the best commission payout. Anyway, they recruited me. They're like, "Yo, you're working for $9.10 an hour, and you could be making commission selling the same things." So they recruited me. Anyway, that turned into a long-term relationship. So I was there for several years. Sorry, up to the point where I had 4 weeks of paid vacation after 10 years. And so I had it all, so to speak, from a job perspective, right? And anything, I'd never had super aspirations of any kind of job beyond a decent job. I mean, I thought if I get a good job with benefits and a cool retirement plan, and I get good vacation, I knew I wanted to own a business someday, but up to that point in life, I was just glad to have a good job. And so I stuck around for a long time, got super comfortable. They even paid for me to go to school. So it was cool. And, but I got to a point where I wanted more. I was like, okay, is this it? Am I going to just do this for another 30 or 40 years? And it's okay. If you want more, it's okay. And there's no reason to feel bad, no matter what your upbringing is, or where you've come from, or what your belief system is. It's okay to want more, for the simple reason, if you have more, you have the ability to help others more. So there's that aspect of, there's a lot of limiting beliefs and things, and I believe that we're greatly influenced by societal programming and things, that a lot of stuff is just automatic, and it really depends on your perspective on things, can entirely influence and make the difference about something. Hey, it's okay to want more. The more you are, the more you can help others. So anyway, I'm walking into Verizon. It's becoming gloomy like that. I'm feeling dead inside. It seems like Groundhog Day. I don't know what to do anymore. It's after 8 years. Now, remember, I said 11 years. So I've been there. I stayed another 3 years kind of in that mode. And I would recommend to myself, if I could go back, to take action sooner, to do something sooner, because I was afraid and comfortable, but fear of loss was in control. I thought, man, can I get another job? What I probably couldn't get another 4 weeks off a year, but it was all of these things that were they were good, but they were holding me back in a way. And if you want something great, you might have to give up something good, and probably most likely you will. So in any area of your life, if there's something that you want, it's already good, right? A lot of us already have really good lives. So it makes it even tougher, because you have to give up something that's already good, because we're already not settling for something bad, right? But you have to be willing to give up something good with the faith and knowing that there is something better. But then it hit me. One day I realized that they needed me more than I needed them. And that was the turning point, because I saw so many people come and go over the years and get chewed up and spit out by the corporate world. And I realized I was still there. I'm still around. I must be doing something right. So it was that mindset shift, that simple perspective from a scarcity to an abundance, just around that one thing. Because I still definitely had a scarcity mindset at this point in my life. But around this one thing I developed in general. But around this one thing, my perspective shifted. And I realized I could get another job. You could get another job. It was a mind-blowing moment. And sometimes just a shift in perspective is all it takes to deal with some of the most difficult problems you've ever dealt with. Oh, you like that? How it got dark when I talking about problems. When I started talking about problems, and we have an active lighting in this studio. So I tried different things. I tried day trading, affiliate marketing, and all these different business things, but they all failed. And this is one of my very first inspirational, motivational speakers who spoke to me, Wile E. Coyote, because he failed and failed and failed and failed, but would keep going. So there's lessons to be learned in cartoons. So I found the one YouTube video about wholesaling houses, right? And I mentioned, you can work part-time from home. They talked about, so there's light again in the world. There's hope. There's hope. So was it too good to be true? I don't know. but they wanted $7,000 up front. They wanted me to split the first $500,000 in profits with them. I didn't even know what that, I thought that was like a life sentence at that point, like $500,000 in real estate profits. Like that seemed inconceivable. I've never done a deal. So that didn't seem like the way to go. So back to the drawing board, because I knew there was something with this real estate idea because other people were doing it. So there was something, another mindset shift, another thing to write down now is if they can do it, you can do it. It doesn't matter. The world around you has been created by people just like me and you. So when you take that into account, it really levels the playing field. The only difference between someone that's doing what you want to do and yourself is they know something different than you do, and they're moving differently than you are. That's it. That's it. That's the only two things: knowledge and action and implementation of it. But when you accept that, it almost might be kind of tough because it gives you, it almost unlocks the responsibility to become your best self. Because now that's no longer an excuse. They're not different than you. You can do it. So knowing and realizing that, hey, these are normal people out there. They're doing deals. If they can do it, I can do it. That's what kept me going. All I had to do was find this motivated seller. But what's a motivated seller look like? I don't know. At this point, I didn't even know what to look for. I didn't know how to analyze a deal. But I thought, if they could do it, I could do it. So I just need to keep learning. I just need to keep figuring out what's the next step. What's the next step? Also, you probably ask yourself something frequently in your head. There's probably a reoccurring question. I have no idea what it is. I don't want to know what it is. Or a reoccurring thought. I don't even know what to call these things specifically other than that. It's reoccurring question or thought, but it's repeating, right? That narrative or whatever that comes up here and there, and different ones come and go at different times in life, but you have control of that. Once you become consciously aware of that, you can start to kind of choose what that is, and that will have a great influence on how you operate. It's not quite a North Star specific thing, but it kind of goes right there hand in hand. If they can do it, I can do it. These are things I'm talking about, mantras you tell yourself. And the question, and the concept of a question was introduced to me by a mentor when I was listening to a podcast. So, and it really helps me because it helps me become aware of it. The question I'm always asking myself is, what's the next step? What's the next step? I'm not super concerned with what's way out there, step number 35. I really just want to figure out what's next. What's the very next thing I need to do, especially when it comes to something that's new to me, or something new we're creating, or in this case, how do I get a house? How do I flip a deal? How do I do this? Like, what's the next step? You've heard about, it's not what you know, it's who you know. But it's both. It's what you know, and it's who you know, and it's what they know, and it's how you all can work together to collaborate to create greatness and become, acquire what you all seek to acquire. But like I mentioned, the only difference between somebody that's doing what you want to do and yourself is information and implementation. Oh, by the way, screenshot these, send them to your friends, whatever you want to do, take notes, like all this stuff, like please, like whatever you find value in, like that's what I'm here for. Information and implementation. So I started taking action, and I wrote my first ad on Craigslist. That was my first attempt at marketing. I can't see the chat box right now this second. So if you have questions, just keep dropping them. If anything pops up, don't lose the thought, a comment, anything, and I'll come back to them. So here was my very first attempt at writing copy and how I actually got my very first house. So I put an ad on Craigslist because I didn't have a marketing budget, but I knew Craigslist was free. Even though you get all kinds of crazy weirdo responses on Craigslist whenever you post something, I figured, hey, there could be some people out there that are in a situation where they need to sell. What do I got to lose? So I typed up this ad. Now, mind you, no one told me how to do this or showed me. I had to piece this together. So I'm telling you right now, here's the components of what your marketing is when you're buying houses. We buy houses, we pay cash, we close fast or on the day of your choice. We buy as is, no repairs, we make it easy, you pay no commissions. That's it, right? Those bullet points, you just need to craft that into a message. Craft that into a message, make it friendly, make it personable, make it non-corporate, make it just, hey, make it easy for them to interact with you. You're just a person looking for your next project. You're just out and about, you know, you've bought a couple homes in the area and you're looking for the next one. Like, it doesn't have to be anything too crazy. Don't overthink it. So, hey, this is what mine looked like. Need to sell your house? I'm not an agent, ... I'm a local home buyer. I buy houses all types in any condition. I can give you a fair cash offer quickly. And if you agree, I'll buy your house on the day of your choice. Heck, I'll even have my mother-in-law help you move. And that's because I had a super handy mother-in-law at the time, my girlfriend's mom. So she was totally cool with it. And it was just kind of funny, add a little human element. Hey, that was 4 years ago. I don't know if you post that stuff today, but no, I'm just kidding. All right, so next, finally, I got a call from the elusive motivated seller. So you take action, the behavior, right? You put the marketing message out there. It could have been a Craigslist ad. It could have been a direct mail marketing piece. It could be a Facebook ad. It could be a cold call. It could be a cold email. It could be a door knock. It could be a postcard hand delivered. All of that is communication that's going out for something to echo back. And the more you put out, the higher chances something will echo back. And if they can do it, you can do it. It's surefire. It's guaranteed. At this point, it should be starting to be like we're trying to remove the doubt, the fear, anything that, oh man, there should be no reason why. If they can do it, what about me, right? I got a call. Boom, the elusive motivated seller. There they were. Quite rare indeed at that point, I thought. The seller wanted 89 grand. I didn't know how much to pay. All right, so here's what I was telling you, right? I didn't know how much to pay. I just guessed. I just figured, hey, they want this much. If I offer this much, I can add this much and make some money. Okay. And that was my goal. I'm just trying to get a deal done. And especially, like, I'm just trying to prove to see if this is real or not. I don't even know if this is real at this point. Like, yeah, as much as the belief, if they can do it, I can do it, that solidifies the mindset that it's possible. That trains your mind to stay focused on the possibility that it can happen for you and it can be real. But what solidifies that and like proves it is when it actually happens, right? And there's no comparison, right? You can, as much as you want to believe that you have it, when you have it, it's there, right? But the more you can get the feeling of, yes, I'm getting it, the more you can get that before you have it, the closer you can get to reality of what it is when you do have it, the closer you'll be and the more opportunities will pop up in favor of that. Okay. So your mindset is strong. It's not about woo-woo stuff. It's about a strong mindset and staying focused and continuously taking action in the direction that you need to go. Because it's both. Because if you feel defeated and you're not focused, you're not going to take the action and you'll give up before you've given yourself enough chances. They didn't know how much. I mean, I didn't know how much to pay. They know how much they wanted, but they said no because I offered 50 grand, almost 50% off, right? A long shot. But hey, I didn't know what to offer. So here, first, it's giveaway time, all right? We want to shake it up in the afternoon. So I've got something for you guys it's a free gift, completely free today. It's going to make the process of figuring out how much to offer people way easier and way simple. It's my flip profit calculator, and it's free for you because you're here today. That's right. Oh, yes. So drop in the chat if you want the flip calculator. Put profit. Just put profit in the chat. And Eileen is going to reach out to you. She'll send you a message, and we'll send you the link as far as how we can send you over the flip profit calculator. But I'm going to show it to you in a minute too. So, but put that in there now, and then we're going to get them to you. And I'd love to get them to you live right now on the call too. If anyone has any questions too, we'll even run a deal through towards the end if we got time. But here's what that first deal looked like. Again, put profit in the chat so we can start lining them up, so we don't have to send them all right out at the end of the call, because I know there's going to be some more great speakers coming up here during this event. So boom, here's the first deal. Here is the first wholesale deal, mobile home.
Well,
I didn't envision that.
Jeremy, I'm so sorry. Eileen, I don't know what I'm supposed to be giving them. So if Eileen can give me the link and I'll share it with everyone.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, thanks, Lynn.
Direct message.
Okay. It looks like Eileen posted the link. Let's see.
Or I can send it to everyone.
Oh, she's going to send it to everyone. So all you got to do is go in there, boom, put your name and email, and that is going to let us know that you saw us on this call, and we're going to get the flip profit calculator sent right over to you. Because hopefully you can make an aggressive offer and the seller will say yes. Unlike to me, they said no.
I already posted the link that
Okay.
Eileen sent to me in the private chat. So I went ahead and posted it right now on the chat for everyone.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. So what that is going to do is all you got to do is go there. It's a Zoom. It's a familiar page. It's a Zoom registration link, and it's gonna register. So you're gonna get notified when we have our Black Friday deals roll out. Because like I said, I'm giving away massive value all month. I'm actually giving away a free tool every single week. So this week it's the Flip Profit Calculator. Next week it's going to be another free tool, and then we have 2 more after that, all leading up to Black Friday. And you're going to want to put, here's the reason, and you're lucky actually that you're on here today sooner, because this is only the second live. We rolled it out yesterday, but I'm going live every single week, multiple days per week, doing the free coachings as I roll out the tools. So this week I'm doing free coaching, supporting people around the Flip Profit Calculator. And when the Black Friday deals do roll out, you'll be first to be notified, because it's going to be a first come first serve basis on the things that are limited in quantity. Because there are some things that I can't unfortunately scale, like my time. So I'm going to have some super exclusive deals for both entry level as well as those that are looking to scale their business. Right now, we're talking about my first deal, but right now we currently have a rolling 20 to 25 deals. It's just a rolling door every single month. We have deals we're buying, renovating, and selling. And so we're constantly keeping an inventory of 20 to 25 deals. So I can help you scale your business. It's not just about getting that first deal. So back to this first deal though. Whoa, I thought I got him, but no, so close, so close. But I just remembered, if they could do it, I could do it. And staying focused and keeping the strong mindset, that's what's going to carry you through, because it's easy to be motivated and to take action when you're inspired. But when you feel like dirt and you're down and you just got rejected, it's hard, right? But you got to do it. That's when you got to do it even more. And that's why you really got to develop the discipline muscle, because that's what will carry you through. It's not about being motivated. It's about being disciplined, because discipline will create the motivation. It'll create the momentum. You create your own motivation by taking action. A great example of this is if you feel terrible and you want to lay in bed all day, go to the gym. Go to the gym. Just do it. Take the first step. Show up. Get through a workout. Yeah, it's not going to feel great. You don't want to be there. You're not motivated. We get it. But afterwards, you're going to feel good. You're going to create momentum. You're going to create it. You have the ability to create it. It's mindset. The mindset is, it's literally above all. Like willpower and mindset literally dictates how everything else falls into place. Okay, so I kept at the Craigslist marketing, even though it slipped through my hands, but I just kept remembering, if they can do it, I can do it. I kept failing. I still kept failing, but I was failing in the same direction. I was taking calls. People were saying, yeah, I do want to sell my property. I was saying, hey, would you take this much? Would you let me come see the property? No, okay, no. But I'm failing in the same direction. And then one day, they called back. They called back because as time goes on, motivation increases and life circumstances change, and people come up with, have different reasons why they need to sell, right? Urgency can increase. So the seller agreed. They agreed to the 50,000, which was, I was like, wow, really? It actually worked. Like they signed, and I put it under contract for a $10 earnest money deposit. I attached $10 in cash, gave him $10. Now what do I do? that's the thing. That's the when you're only thinking about the next step, what's the next step? Well, okay, great. Now what do I do? So back to Craigslist. I started marketing it and I just put it up for sale. And, I figured, okay, if this facilitated my purchase, this could also facilitate my sale. So it was like, I thought of it, realtors use MLS. Well, I got Craigslist. What? So I put it under contract for 50 grand. I marketed the property for 59,000. Some real estate agent who I don't even know helped me write the description because I just copied it off of theirs and changed some words. And so shout out, but it's all out there. It's all out there. Like everything you need, all the answers are out there. Like I didn't know, like writing the description, you'll be able to find one. If you don't have it, if you don't have the skill set, somebody else out there has it. And things like that shouldn't get in your way because, you can jump on Fiverr for whatever you need these days, and you can have things done relatively inexpensively too, even if you can outsource stuff. So what happened? I put it on Craigslist for 59 grand. We got an actual buyer coming along who says, hey, I want to buy this house. He's about retirement age. He said, I want to use the funds in my retirement plan to buy this place for me and my girl. And we're going to retire here and just fix the place up as we go. It wasn't a home in need of a huge renovation, but it needed some sprucing up. And that was the perfect buyer for that property. I put the closing costs. I said that I would pay him for both parties because I really wanted this deal to go smooth. And I was just, I didn't want to have to solve any more problems. I really just wanted to make sure like this would work. And then I'd worry about, higher, better negotiation skills on the next one, right? I could have asked them to pay the closing costs when I signed the contract to them, but I wanted it to be so easy that, I'll get it done. And holy cow, it worked. It actually worked. I made $6,500, and that was more than any single Verizon check had ever paid me. So at that point, it was real. It was real to me in my mind. It had become like, wow, could be a feasible path forward. So I put the money back into the business. I bought postcards next. I got a course on sending out postcards in a way that you can do it when you work. So in short, I work with people, I coach people now on all sorts of different scenarios, right? Because we all have different life circumstances. Some people are full-time real estate, some people are part-time. And even with full-time or part-time, there's different availability during the day and all that good stuff, right? So here's the scenario. So you have to figure out, here's the nugget. You got to figure out how can you adapt your life to real estate and how can you fit it in, because you can, guaranteed. You just have to figure out what the systems are. You have to find some time somewhere, but here's what I mean. I'm working 9 to 5 or 12 to 9, right? Sometimes I'm open in the store. Actually, that's even earlier. Sometimes I'm mid-shift. Sometimes I'm closing the store. But the point is I have a retail schedule. I can't just take a phone call any old time. I have breaks and I have some flexibility if I need to, do a little bit of with that. It's not like I can't talk on my phone at any point during the day, but I can only make calls when I take a break and use my time wisely, right? So my marketing method to add to Craigslist, because it's all about lines in the water, and you need about 10 times as many. You need to take way more action than you think you need to do if you haven't gotten a deal yet, because your thermostat of what it takes is way lower because we have expectations due to the way society is now that things are like microwave solutions, like that things just pop out, they're done, they're ready. Like real life still takes action and building skills and reps and repetitions. And like there are some things that are just not that easy. But the cool thing is, the awesome thing about humans is how adaptable we are. And once you condition yourself, you can now perform, and that's the new norm. So it's an interesting thing. So I put the money back into the business, and here's how I did that. I bought a list of people who owned properties, but they didn't live in them, absentee, right? I skip traced that list for to find out their information, right? But I'm not even calling them at this point. All I'm doing is mailing them a postcard, and I'm having them call me. And I'm actually having them call me and listen to a recorded message because I can't pick up my phone between, certain hours during the day, but I can call them back if they're motivated. So just gaining that little bit of information by taking that course, shout out to Chris Chico, he's still active in the game. Like that allowed me to get my second deal, which actually turned into a few wholesale deals, but ultimately my first flip. But the strategy that I implemented was they call me back, they get a postcard that said, hey, we buy houses cash, we've closed fast. You've probably gotten letters like this, right? But listen to this recorded message. And then they listen to me. And if they're motivated, they'll leave their name and number. But on the message, I'm just telling them the same thing. Hey, I'm not able to pay full market price. I can pay a fair price. Let's talk if this sounds interesting. Just making it super personable. Putting money back into the business. And that's where I found my first fix and flip opportunity. So, hey, put the word profit in the chat and we'll send you the flip profit calculator link. And actually also the link is already in there, but if you need a little assistance in getting that to you, we're here to help. So check it out. First fix and flip. I came up with 3 offers. I didn't know how I was going to pay for it. First off, I made him a cash offer. I didn't even have the money to pay it, but we'll see. I just know I got to tell him I got to pay cash, right? Because that's what we do. So another mindset shift. It's not your cash in your pocket. It's not even your cash in your bank. It's cash. You're paying for it. You have access to it. But of course, it's not in your pocket cash. You know what I mean? Like it's all just how you're looking at things, right? So of course, it's somebody else's cash. OPM, other people's money. There's investors for these things. So don't get caught up in, how am I going to say I can pay cash? Because you can pay cash. You have access to resources. You're a business person, right? Okay, so boom, presented 3 offers because I learned something at Verizon Wireless. And here's a nugget too that I hope is a valuable takeaway. Whatever you're doing right now, whatever life situation you're in, whatever job you're in, if it's less than what you desire ultimately, don't discount the fact that you're building skills that you're going to be able to take with you for life that are going to help you in your next steps, in your next journey. You're building invaluable skills no matter what you're doing right now. But the more you're aware of that and the more you're conscious of it, the more you can extract those nuggets too. You're not just going through your day like a zombie clocking in to clock out. You're actually engaging as much as you can actively to extract the most out of that. And that's stuff that no one can ever take away from you. So in that, with Verizon, they taught me to show people multiple things and they're going to buy. The odds that they're going to buy are going to go up, right? That's why they bring out a basket full of accessories for you to choose from here. We have different cases for you. We have different Bluetooth headsets. We have different car chargers now, even for multiple cars, and cases for your friends and your family and stocking stuffers. And the list goes on, right? But you end up walking out with more because you actually did need more. And the good salesperson uncovered that it's your brother's birthday in October and he would benefit from a cool case to protect the phone, right? Because he got to know you and discovered that. And it was providing those solutions and just learning the consultative selling mindset that I didn't realize how much of an imprint that made upon me, but I was able to just seamlessly translate it to real estate. So I offered him cash, but then I also made him 2 seller finance offers. And like I said, I didn't have the cash, so I was going to figure out how to come up with that later. If they did say yes to the cash offer, I most likely would have had to wholesale the deal, which would have been good. I would have made some money, but I would have not be able to say that this was my first fix and flip. So the 3 offers. Offer 1, 183,000, okay? 183 cash. Offer number 2, 190, but I'm also going to pay him on top of that 5% interest only for 6 months. So that's $792 a month. Offer number 3 was just 192,500. Okay, so we got 183, 192.5 over here, and this one's 190 plus interest, which actually ends up being 194 and change. So in fact, it's going to net them the most, and I'm going to be able to buy this property literally for $792 a month, 0 down. And which one did they go for? Yes, they went for it. They went for option B, right in the middle. the Goldilocks, just right. And it got me into the house, and it created an opportunity that I was like, as soon as I walked into the backyard and saw the weeds that were about as tall as I was like, what have I gotten myself into? And there it is. And that's what I got myself into. That was the first fix and flip right now. There it is right there. In fact, we're doing a deal right now on the same street here in Santa Maria. It's kind of cool. So before and after, it was a cosmetic renovation, kitchen renovation. You could see I was an amateur at this point. If you could spot the error in my kitchen design. Well, I wasn't worried about where they were going to put the fridge. They could figure that out. They gained a dishwasher out of it. But hey, you take action, nothing's perfect, and you keep going, right? Hey, that didn't affect us getting a full price offer either. So I closed on the first flip. I put my 2 weeks notice in, and that was it. That was it. Like, that was my ticket right there. Like, that check was way more than the 44 grand that I walked away with, because it was my ticket to freedom and my ticket out of the corporate world. So from then, spent the next few years just flipping dozens of properties. And I, for a minute, thought I had made it, right? I thought I was like, oh, this is I'm king of the hill. I'm working for myself now. I can sleep in. But that was really only the beginning, because that's when I finally had time to get a rest and a break, but then also had time to start investing in myself and attending self-development and seminars and conferences. And that's actually when I really first discovered that, in fact, was by going to the 10X Growth Conference in Miami in 2017, because that's when I realized there's a lot of other people that are still in corporate jobs that I could be helping to pave that path for them and helping them along their way. So that's when I created Friendly Flipper Academy. And that's when it all came together, because I figured I had to go all over the internet and piece this all together to come up with what actually works. What if there was just one place you could go that always told you what the next step was, and you were always ready to take the next step? You always had the answer. You always had the resource you need, or the phone number, or know who to call, or the right paperwork. Or, like, if it was all in one place, that would be amazing, right? Well, let's do it. So I did it. Put it all together. It's called Friendly Flipper Academy. So now it's the backbone of Friendly Flipper Academy is my interactive virtual training with our resource vault that has all the contracts, scripts, paperwork, everything we use on the day-to-day to get real estate deals. But then there's so much more, because we've got different products and services and higher level coaching as well. Like I said, when I work with mentees, they get their first deal in the next 90 days or less. And I guarantee that, or I'll continue to work with them until they do. I make it so easy to learn, so easy, because stuff has to be consumable, right? Stuff's got to be ready to go. So I cut out all the fat. You get the need to know and nothing else. And that's what it's all about. You can actually get through the entire virtual aspect within a few days, up to a week. I give my students a week because I'm generous with it. But by week 2, you're making offers. You're talking to sellers. It's real. It's not like, oh, okay, we're going to learn about this. No, it's very intense and action oriented when you work with me. This is an example of what to look for when you're driving for dollars. Quick, just take a quick screenshot of this right here. Look for those older roofs, the faded and chipping paint, older aluminum framed windows, yard that's been neglected, stuff like this. Jot the address down. Here's a quick tip. There's an app called Propilio. There's a free trial with that. And you can actually just take a picture, touch on your screen where the property is on your map overlay, and boom, it adds it to an Excel sheet. You download it when you get home, skip trace the list, call them up, see if they want to sell their property. Put D4D in the chat right now, and I'll actually send you this as well. It's an extra bonus. Wasn't even thinking about this today, but my Driving for Dollars guide is yours because you're here live in attendance. It's a Realty411 event. Give you a little exclusive extra there. It's just a quick PDF. Drop D4D, Driving for Dollars, in the chat if you want that. So what's the results of Friendly Flipper Academy? Well, here are some of the things that happen when you pull that lever. Remember the lever in the beginning? If you could pull one lever in your business, that would make all the difference. so that you're closing a $10,000, $20,000, even $50,000 deal in the next 90 days or less, would you pull the lever? Well, here's what happens when you do. Isaiah pulled the lever. Within 2 weeks, he's already getting his first fix and flip project because he knew what to do. It wasn't a matter of figuring it out. It's just, okay, I got to execute on these action steps. Boom, made it happen. 2 weeks in. John, my business partner to this day, we're flipping multiple houses now. It wasn't always that way. He wholesaled me a house back in the day when we were doing deals here and there, right? Now we're doing multiple deals per month together because we figured out how to do more. We created a system, right? So you're always getting the best of what I got too. So I'm able to teach you more now than I was even 3 years ago because we've scaled to a higher level. So that's what's always cool about people that stick around, long-term mentees and partners, that, hey, we grow together. This is Mark. So Mark wanted Airbnbs. It's all about acquiring properties, talking to people who want to sell, right? So it's not just, and all of, whether it's a fix and flip, whether it's a wholesale property, whether it's a buy and hold, whether you're an agent right now and you're looking for a listing, all of these, the steps before that involve someone who wants to sell, right? So that's where it all starts, top of funnel. And then you figure out, because an Airbnb property may not be good for a fix and flip, but that's okay. We'll put it in the bucket where it fits, because there's always a buyer. There's always a buyer. It just depends on, who's your target buyer. So Mark's cash flowing on Airbnbs. All right, so Lee and Desiree. So they absolutely took what I showed them and took it to an entirely different level. They applied it to the commercial space, and they were able to make a whopping over 250 grand, $250,000 assignment fee, literally an assignment fee. They didn't swing any hammers. They put together a deal on a multifamily building and collected a 6-figure assignment, which is crazy, right? But it's real. It's real, totally doable. When you start getting into the world of real estate, that's another thing. I mean, I didn't come in from anything, big time. So, numbers, I had to get used to larger numbers. But when you realize numbers are all made up anyway, it changes the game. But it's a mindset shift too. But it's possible and it's out there. If I can do it, you can do it. So what's the lever? Let's think about your team for a second. What's your biggest pain point? Well, what's the single most important hire you can make right now? If you're wanting to accelerate your path to growth, it's probably someone who can help you, right? A consultant, someone who's already been there, someone that knows to show you what levers to pull in your business that's going to have the greatest effect. Someone that's going to be able to show you, okay, well, here's the big dominoes, so all the rest of them fall into place. A consultant is involved in the current market today. Why? Because they've been where you want to go, right? If someone's already been down the path, they can show you what pitfalls to avoid. They can show you the shortcuts, right? There's not really any shortcuts to success, but a mentor can help you get there much quicker because you're not having to figure stuff out on your own, and they're able to guide you. And it's literally a function of action. There are some long-term plays like relationship building and things like that, but there's also short-term plays within this business too that get deals in the funnel right away. Yes, building a relationship with a probate attorney can take time, but door knocking can happen today. Boom, a mentor like this, a consultant like this, who happens to be on the cover of Realty411. Yep. So what would it cost to hire for that position? Probably like $5 grand, $6 grand, $7 grand a month, right? But what would it be worth? Well, you already saw the results, right? Kagan made 10 G's. Jose made 25. Isaiah's getting his first deal in weeks, so it works, right? This was 10/17, so a couple weeks ago, 50 grand, just one deal. So the question is, would you pull that lever? And would you be ready to pull the lever? How are we doing on the time? Oh, we're doing pretty solid.
Yes, we need to actually wrap up because Jim's already on cue.
All right. Oh, you guys are in for a treat. Jim's awesome. Just saw him at the LA Grand Expo. And you guys are in for a treat. So you got the link. I've actually gone over my time, so I appreciate you guys and your audience. Check it out. Register for the Black Friday promos, freebies every single week. Look me up at The Friendly Flipper. Not hard to find. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Jeremy. You did fantastic.
You.
Loved it. So everyone, don't forget to click on the link that we posted on the chat so you can get Jeremy's free gifts, which include the financial calculator, plus you get other gifts as well.
And that's probably going to trip my dogs off too.
Oops, sorry, folks. It's a dog's world around here. So we're very excited to introduce Jim Edenfield. He's joining us from beautiful Denver, Colorado. And folks, if you haven't been to Denver, we're going to give you a reason to put Denver, Colorado on the map in 2024. So we're very excited to have Jim here with us. And with that, go ahead and take it away, Jim. Jim, if you can unmute yourself.
How about
There
now?
we go.
Aye.
That's
All right. Let's
okay.
see. I'm going to share my screen. We'll see if we can do that.
Wonderful.
Can you see it?
Perfect. Yes, we see it. And it
And
looks great. So take it away. Thank you so much for joining us, Jim.
all right, let me do play from start. Well, don't you just hate it when technology doesn't play well? All right, you see Invest Success there?
Yes, it works perfectly.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Jim Edenfield. I'm in Denver, and I love Miss Linda. We've been traveling all over the country with her, doing her Realty411 events. I met her on Clubhouse over a year ago. We met her in Philadelphia for a show. I since then met her in Irvine, where I met Jeremy. We've been to Dallas with her, and just the last couple of days ago, we were in LA for an awesome event. So I'm traveling around with Linda, presenting a couple things. Invest Success. We'll go over who we are, what we do. We also got a franchise opportunity. We're going to share that with you. And then, as she said, we'll talk about the great Mile High Real Estate Investor Summit coming up in March, which Miss Linda is one of our main sponsors. So, who is Invest Success? We're a 12-month coaching and mentoring program. We help our students start from, hey, I think I want to invest in real estate, to finding a house, getting it funded, working with contractors, fixing it, flipping or filling it, and then starting over. So that's what we do. It's a 12-month coaching. We're in person here in Denver. And you may say, hey, I'm not in Denver, but what we teach here, the basics you can use anywhere. But our history was started by John F. Fisher back in 2004. He did one of those national traveling gurus. He took their program and he started putting it into action, and he found out that it wasn't quite right for the Denver market. It was a few things were different. And you'll find that a lot of times with national gurus like that. But he started tweaking it. He started putting it together, his coaching program. He had a passion for giving back and helping people. And, he started this coaching program. Then he started the John Fisher's Breakfast Club as a means of networking. It's a great event. Sadly, when everything was going great for John, he was diagnosed with cancer on August 18th. 2015. He never smoked a cigarette in a day of his life, so it came as a big shock, but he lived his last days in full glory, and he passed away and left us sadly on October the 3rd the same year. Very quick turnaround there. Tim Emery, my partner, he was already doing investings and doing and fixing flips, and he talks in our class. He goes, before I got involved with John, I wondered if I ever made any kind of money. He never tracked it right. He was doing a lot of stuff that he now does thanks to the program. But when John passed away, Tim went to Lauren Fisher and said, what are you going to do with this? He's built something really great. It's helping the community. It's teaching and educating them. What are you going to do? And she's like, I don't know. I guess I'll just let it die on the vine. And Tim saw the value in it and is like, no, we can't do that. So him and Vince and Ivania Koo, they took up the torch in 2016 and continued the legacy of John Fisher. Everything still has his name. We have slides in our presentation. One of them is John Fisher's 10 Commandments of Real Estate Investing. We're carrying that passion forward with him, forward, honoring his legacy, because he, like I say, he had a heart of gold. He really wanted to help people and educate them. I joined him in July of 2022. So since then, the base program has not changed. I'm doing a couple of high-tech new things with him. I'm the older one, he's the young one, but I'm dragging him along kicking and screaming. But that's who our history. And this is what we do. I talked about the John Fisher's Breakfast Club. We host it on the second Saturday of every month. We start at 7 a.m. and there's anywhere from 50 to 85 people there that are serious investors. They got to be downtown Denver at 7 a.m. But we have a delicious breakfast buffet. We have a couple of times of networking. We'll stop all the networking and come together and have a kind of a round robin discussion about what's going on in the local market today in Denver. What you read in the newspapers and see on the TV is usually sometimes months behind, if not weeks behind. They're hearing us scream and then they report on it. But joining at the Breakfast Club, you find out what's going on today in your market. Great deals are made every month. Tim said one month it was 20 deals made in the room. Every month he goes, raise your hand if you did the deal with somebody in this room, and hands up go everywhere. Awesome deal. If you're not involved in a club like that, I highly recommend you find one local and get started. We talked about our mentorship classes. We meet twice a month. We hold classes in houses that are actively going through rehab process. They are owned by our students. We help them find the houses, get the money, get the contracts as we get in the house, and we have our classes there. We have 6 classes and we rotate them over and over, but no class is the same because we're in a different house. There's different people in there asking questions. There's different surprises with each house. Hopefully, sometimes they're good surprises, but some of them can be an OMG. Oh, we didn't know what we had until we opened up that sheetrock. So every class is a little different. Once a month, we meet for a property tour. And we go to 2 houses on a Saturday morning. The first house, we'll spend 2 hours walking through it. We'll spend probably a good time outside walking around, looking at the roof, looking at all the electrical, looking at the AC, the foundation. Then we'll go in and we'll start talking about, all right, we're going to open this up. We're going to tear walls down. We're going to add a bath. We're going to take away a bath. We're going to convert a garage from a garage to a living space. We do a lot of stuff. And then at the end of that 2 hours, we all agree. What's the ARV, the after repair value? We agree on that. And then we said, for what we just talked about, what would your rehab estimation be? And the students will go around, well, mine's higher because I would do this. Mine's lower because I'd do that. But so that's every Saturday. Oh, the first house, we do that for 2 hours. And then we load up, we go to the second house, and their students and our guests have 15 to 20 minutes to walk through, come out with that same ARV and that rehab estimation. It's fun taking part in it because you get a lot of creative juices. Like we'd tear this wall down, we'd do this, and even occasionally Tim will even like, wow, that's a good idea. I hadn't thought about that. In addition to those classes, we have an online portal. We have weekly coaching calls. Tim and I get on the phone with you once a week. Also, throughout the week, our students, as they get wholesale deals, they'll shoot them to us, or we'll shoot them to the students and go, what do you think? What do you think the numbers are? And if the numbers look good, we'll get on the phone, we'll play on the computer. And if it still looks good, it's like, let's get in that house today or tomorrow. And we go in there and walk through the house. And if the numbers still look great, our students are putting offers in the house. So it's very hands-on, very ongoing support all throughout the week. New to what Invest Success does is the Invest Success Happy Hour. We meet the first Wednesday of the month at a nice restaurant down in Denver. We have a sponsor that comes in, and as long as people will RSVP by a certain link, they get a free beverage. So if you're ever in the Denver area, there's some stuff we'd love to have you come and be a part of. And this is your A to Z, from I think I want to be a real estate investor to, wow, we found it, we did it, we finished it, we made money, let's do it again. So I'm just going to kind of hit briefly on each of the 6 classes. First one, if you've heard me on Clubhouse, you know me in person, if you've seen me at any of our meetup groups, you'll hear me say this over and over and over. You need to know your numbers. You have to know your numbers. They'll make or break you, and you'll know up front if you're going to make money as long as you know those numbers. And what are the two most important numbers? There's a lot, but ARV and the determined rehab costs are the two most important. And we'll talk a little bit more about it when I talk about wholesalers, but learn how to calculate those numbers. It's easy once you get in the pattern and getting going, and you will, that's all you need is an address and a listing price, and you can determine the ARV and the rehab costs. When you're thinking, okay, I want to be a real estate investor, it sounds cool. I want to do this. My friends are making money. How do I do it? You know, you start by establishing your company. You need an LLC or a trust, because if you're doing this on a commercial loan, they will not loan a commercial loan to a person. They want an LLC or a trust. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a CPA, nor is Tim, but we will give you some guidance, and then say when it comes down to getting those fine details, get with your investor-friendly CPA, your investor-friendly lawyer. You'll hear that term over and over, investor-friendly. Get with them, help them set up your network, set up your QuickBooks, whatever tracking you're going to do, but work with them. Start attending those events, like I said, the happy hours and the breakfasts, and start building your network. You want to find out people that are doing the same type of stuff that you're doing, so you can relate and learn from each other. You want to find money. You'll find money at those. You'll find hard money, private money, commercial money, insurance. All these are investor-friendly people. Start building your network now if you're thinking about getting into it, and start putting those people in place. So when things start happening, things start falling into place, you can pull the trigger quickly. As he said, you can pull that lever, make that deal, and make some money. Overall, you want to develop your exit strategy. Okay, I'm going to buy houses and I'm going to flip them, I'm going to sell them, or I'm going to buy houses and put renters in and keep them, or I'm going to do midterm, short term, I'm going to do rent to own. Figure out your main exit strategy, but at the same time have plan B, C, D, E, because the market changes, and you may go into a deal going, it's going to be an easy flip. You think back a few months ago, the market went crazy. People are like, oh, now's not a good time to sell it. I'm going to hold it, rent it, get some cash flow. And then when the market settles back out, I'm going to come back and I can sell it then. So have an alternate path of exit paths. Finding the funding. Oh man, it's Friday. My lips are done for the week. Before you find the property along that network, is you want to find that money. The money can be private, hard, commercial, mattress, money under the mattress, dig it up out of the backyard, but you want to find that funding. The best money out there, a lot of people will tell you, is OPM. What is that? Other people's money. We've had a couple of our students just recently get in the deal, close it, and they put they just put a tiny amount down. They borrowed money, hard money, that covered the bulk of the purchase, all of the rehab, and then they got private money to fill in the gaps. So they went into a property almost without putting any money into the deal. And that's the way to do it, OPM all day long. But you need to know the cost of the money. If you're doing hard money, you're borrowing, how much is it going to cost you? How much are you going to pay each month for the interest? What else is going to be what you're going to have to pay for? Utilities, you got to factor that in for your project. There's a long list of who gets paid. It's not just you and the contractor. There's a long list. Map all that out up front. Make sure you've got it down. And the company structures, again, get that LLC up front. When you make an offer, make it the name of the LLC. You can put, it can be assigned, it can be a trust, but it's got to be the right entity. And you've got your money, you've got it lined up, and then you're going to say, let's hit the streets, let's find the property. He said driving for dollars is a way. Postcards, you can do. I just would not do walking for doors. Don't go door knocking. I've got a friend that keeps talking about, yeah, I did that. I was like, what's the ratio? How many steps for a deal? And that ratio is quite high. We use wholesalers a lot. We love them. We hate them. We love the wholesalers that know how to do their numbers correctly. And they're giving you legitimate, realistic numbers. We love those. The other wholesalers, I don't want to call them bad. I just say they're still learning. They're coming up to speed. They're figuring it out. But, wholesaler, they'll give you a piece of paper. Hey, I got this house here. It is a great deal. The numbers are just off the chart. Their main life purpose in life is to sell you this piece of paper for as much money as possible. And again, back to knowing your numbers, the ARV, knowing that rehab costs, all you need is a street address and their listing price. You can get online real quickly within a couple of minutes, figure out what the ARV, and when you're doing that, you want to compare apples to apples as much as possible. Same neighborhood, slow, small radius, same type, apple for apples, and you can do your own ARV quickly. And we talk about all the sources to find properties. Oh my gosh, the list is huge. MLS, you can find deals on MLS, and a lot of people, Zillow gets a bad rap, and they had a bad rap, and yet we teach one way to find houses and to be able to do that ARV is through Zillow. And what you want to do is you want to really use some filters in there, such as the type of house, or not so much the type. We don't get so caught up with 3.2. It's got to be a 3.2. We mainly look at square feet in the house, because we're going to add rooms and take away rooms anyway. So we want to look at square feet matched to square feet, same neighborhood, hopefully sold in a recent time. That's how you're going to develop that ARV, and you're going to find properties. You can go find, search, put those filters in there. So then you found it. You made an offer. You now what we do before close, you get ready for close. I'm trying to stare at my watch here. I got to speed up. You want to start talking with define that rehab. You're going to do that when you walk the property. I'm going to do X, Y, Z. Get you a list. You're going to have to decide, do it yourself or do it with a contractor. Again, time is a big factor. The wholesaler saves us time. Contractors can save us time. Right here, you manage one person, he manages a project for you. But you want to go through those fix-up costs. You want to, again, what's your exit strategy? You'll start developing that scope of work, the SOW. And figuring the cost of money, your insurance, but that scope of work is going to save you or kill you. You want to go have everything you want to do in there, who does what, and really go through it. And once you close, if all the numbers look right before the contractor gives you bids, you're like, oh, the number's great, it's still a big green check mark, it's time to close. You close and you don't do anything. You don't pay anybody a penny until you have those keys in your hand. Then hopefully you've already talked to a contractor. You said, Joe, you're my guy. Here, let's go over this scope of work. Let's make sure we're clear on all the expectations, responsibilities, and let's sign this and let's start slinging hammers. The scope of work has saved Tim a few times. On one project, they were getting near the end, and the contractor came to him and they're like, hey, when are you going to finish this project over here? We're waiting on you to finish that. And Tim says, I'm not doing that. You're doing that. And I'm like, no, you are. So they went back and forth. Tim pulled up the scope of work and see page 3, line 6, contractor will do X, Y, Z. The contractor's like, thank you, Tim. Hope you have a great afternoon. We'll talk to you later. They went out, and I don't know if they lost money, but they didn't pay attention to what they'd signed. But that scope of work will save your rear end. And when you start from the beginning all the way to the process, the end, you want a really healthy spreadsheet for tracking expenses. We have one we give our students, or you want to get a good set of QuickBooks to use for that, because you want to track your expenses. So then when you get to the next step and you're flipping it, you sold it, you stuck to the exit strategy, you sold it, you're going to get 3 things. You're going to get the closing statement when you purchased, you're going to get the closing statement when you sold, and you're going to get that spreadsheet with all your expenses tracking expenses, and you're going to give all that to your your investor-friendly CPA, and they're going to love you, and you're going to clear it up real quick and go, you made X dollars. That was really great. Let's do it again. As you're getting into selling, we encourage our people to do staging. Don't go over the top. Don't go crazy, but a properly staged house does do wonders. Tim watches the houses that aren't staged, the houses that are staged, and the ones that are staged, they get sold. Tim says as an agent, he can know in the first 30 seconds if he sold the house or not. He says he'll walk in, you'll hear the people go, ooh, ah, ooh. He said he'll just go sit down in a corner and wait for them to finish touring the house, and they come back, we're buying this. He goes, yeah, I thought so. So that's the way we talk about how to market it, who to work with, and how to sell it. And then if you want to keep it for that passive income, it is renting. We go through a great length time talking about how to rent it, how to find quality renters, how to deal with them and filter them out and pick them out. And you got to be very careful about your state and local laws. If you haven't been up to date on it, you may, and you're wanting to start renting, it may be worth your while to go downtown to the courthouse and say, what's all the landlord laws that I need to know? There's laws strict about how you can market, how you can interview. There's a lot of, so if you think, well, that's just a lot of stuff I don't want to deal with. And again, time is important. We recommend you, if you're getting multiple units, to find you a good property management team. Let them deal with the 2 o'clock my toilet's backed up, or the 3 o'clock my fridge went out. Let them deal with those calls. And yes, you're going to pay them a percentage, but if they do their job, they'll be worth that money in gold. And one little tip here too, when you're talking about, if you like, hey, I want to help people that, I'm in an area where people are having a hard time qualifying for a home or a loan. There's a couple of ways you can just rent it. Or if you want to help them purchase it, you can do what they call rent to own, lease to own with a lease option. The only thing one thing you need to keep in mind about that, if you're just renting somebody to somebody and they quit paying you, you will go through the eviction process. It can be days, it can be weeks, depending on your city and county. But if they're doing a rent to own and any of that money is going towards the purchase of that house, you cannot evict them. You have to go through a foreclosure, which is a lot longer and a lot more money and a lot more pain. And then they're really upset and they may just destroy your house. Tim says one way that he works around evictions or foreclosures is a thing called cash for keys. If you got somebody sitting there that's not paying rent and you need them out, say, hey, I'll give you $1,000 if you'll move out and give me the keys without destroying my house. And that way you've got something to go help yourself get started. Some people go, I'm not paying a bad person money, but do a comparison of time and money. $1,000 for the keys or going through a full eviction or a foreclosure. Do the math, figure out the time, but those are options. But there it is, guys. I think I want to be an investor. I found the funding. I found the funding. I found the property. We did the flip, and we're either flipped it, I made money, or I've got renters in it and I got cash flow. Let's do it again. So that's from start to beginning. And you may be saying, well, that's great, but I'm not in Denver. Well, if you're ever in Denver, do come out and check us out. Or you might say, hey, I've been doing this for years. I got this stuff down. I don't need you to teach me. Chances are you may be a good candidate for the franchise where we will help you set up your John Fisher's Breakfast Club. You could be the John Fisher's Breakfast Club LA or John Fisher's Breakfast Club Denver, or not Denver, we got Denver. Or you could be like Joseph, you could be the John Fisher's Breakfast Club in Philly. So there it is, investsuccessfranchise.com. There's an email you can read too about. But here's something that has me most excited right now. Partnering with Joe Scorese. He's popped in the room here with BRRRR Loans. Wonderful Miss Linda with Realty411, and then Rig and Invest Success. We're putting together the great Mile High Real Estate Investor Summit in Denver, Colorado, March 8th through the 10th. Everything's going to be right there at the Curtis Hotel in Denver. It's going to be two options are going to be right across the street. Everything's right together. It's a little different than most summits out there. It's going to be a multi-day event. We're going to kick it off Thursday night with a happy hour, VIP happy hour. Friday morning, we're going to kick it off. We're going to have 3 speakers at a time. We've got about 30 speakers, at least 30 vendors right now signing up for it. We're just nailing down the details. We do have a couple of speaking slots, sponsorship slots available. So if you'd like to be a part of it, we'd love to have you. But Saturday morning, we'll do the John Fisher's Breakfast Club, and then we'll have 1 speaker today throughout Saturday. Both Friday and Saturdays, a lunch buffet will be included. We'll have happy hours each afternoon, dinner each night. Sunday, we'll do the bus tour where we go around and give you a tour of the Denver, the different housing areas, the good, the bad, the ugly. And Monday, if you're still in the area Monday, we're trying to get together a ski trip. we're going to charter a bus and go up into the Rockies and spend a day of skiing, sightseeing, or shopping. So we got something for everybody. The topics is kind of we're trying to get many different topics covered. We'd love to have you. The hotel is the Curse Hotel. They've got some big events going in town that weekend. The rates right now, if you went to the website, would be, I believe it's $212 to $300. Our room rate for the hotel is the DoubleTree Hilton in downtown Denver is $179 a night. Can't beat that with a stick. But there's a list of our sponsors, and we've got more joining. We've still got some in the queue to sign up. And so come see us in Denver. And then again, if you're ever in Denver area, you want to see a bit more of what the heck are these guys about, there's our class. We'd love to have you come and be a part of it. But I think that's my slides, Miss Linda.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jim. And we're going to go ahead and continue with Joseph B. Scorese, National Director with BRRRR Loans. We're so excited to have you here, Joseph. Go ahead and share your screen.
It won't let me.
I'm sorry.
It won't let me share.
Oh, no. Okay. Jim, could you please unshare your screen? Let me go ahead and let me take control of it here. Okay. Can you
It
go
won't let me
ahead?
share.
I'm sorry.
It won't let me share.
One moment, please. Give me one moment, Joseph. I'm going to go ahead and make you the host so that you can share your screen. One moment. Go right ahead, Joseph.
All right.
Perfect.
See if we can do this here. Okay. Does everybody see this?
Yes, it's fine. We see
Okay,
you
great.
perfectly. Thank you.
All right. So this is basically a little background on myself. My name is Joseph Scorese. So for the ones that don't know who I am, I'm a nationwide direct private lender. I am national sales director at BRRRR Loans, which we provide lending options in the asset-based lending space and hard money space for real estate investors throughout the country in all 50 states. I've been in the lending space for 24 years. I've been a licensed realtor in New Jersey and PA for now over 35 years. In the investment space, now 32 years of a real estate portfolio that we manage out through our family. And I'm also an adjunct professor at Temple University, and I present and teach 4 times a year for the real estate school at Temple University in Philadelphia. And I travel throughout the country at various real estate investors associations, basically connecting the dots with a lot of investors and lending options that are out there. Really happy to say that I'm rolling out a new website for myself under josephvscorese.com in the next 60 days. We're reopening our podcast in the next 60 days under Creative BRRRR Strategies, which is a subsidiary to the audio podcast that we hold on Clubhouse every Saturday and Sunday morning, Saturday mornings Eastern Standard Time and 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time under the Creative BRRRR Strategy House, which was created about 2 years ago. It's obviously gone through shape shifting over the last 2 years, and we have very vetted moderators and educational subjects every Saturday and Sunday, and very consistent information out there as well for our listeners. And we have a great following, and linked up with Linda over the past couple of years. We hosted a great event in Philadelphia last year, and this past year in April. We're doing it again in April 2024. That's a follow-up to the Denver Mile High Summit event in Denver with Jim and Tim. We look forward to collaborating with new speakers and new group organizations that are going to co-collaborate with that event down at the Marriott Navy Yard in Philadelphia, which was real. It was a great first year event. We're actually having an event here in New York, November 11th with Hugh Zaretsky. So I'm a big fan of connecting the dots and rebuilding and growing my power team. And hopefully you're thinking about how you want to grow your power team almost every day. I mean, I'm trying to think about things every day in the asset-based lending space. I have meetings with various levels of experienced individuals, whether they're new or they're experienced investors. I treat everybody with the same strategy discussion, same way of going about things to evaluate and taking the time to better understand how to leverage lending. So a little background, like I said, a little background on myself. I'm also a former CPA. Got my CPA back in '92, gave it up in 2001. I have an accounting and economics degrees, both from Rutgers State University. But direct private lending, for a lot of you that don't know, is really, it's not bank based. It's strictly hedge fund money, insurance money backed, in regards to, hang on one second, in regards to how we lend. So we don't do lines of credit on homes. We only strictly do loans in the LLC. We don't collect tax returns and pay stubs and W-2s and 1099s. We're strictly asset based, and we basically look at items under the debt service coverage ratio, income expense of the subject property. The difference between asset-based lending and just about every other lending landscape that's out there is, one, it's a quick application and funding process. Two, there's financial stability. We have more money than deals, I can tell you that. And our interest rates are extremely competitive, meaning we offer longer amortized loans for clients on investment properties and better options, whether it's a 10-year interest only, a fully fixed, a 5 or 10 one arm, a 7 one arm. And where it has it, we're rolling out a 40-year amortized loan. We're going to be very creative, where banks are kind of stuck in a rut and they really don't have the money, and they're ceilinged out with most clients. So their capacity is a lot different than ours. Some of the cons is there's some asset risk. Okay, when you're leveraging strictly on the asset, we're looking just at your cash reserves and your credit score. There could be some volatility in the market, so you really want to be very careful how you leverage your property. Okay, because you don't want to over leverage in a decreasing value market. So you got to be very concerned about not over leveraging or overpaying for a property when you're rehabbing a property to BRRRR it out, meaning buy, renovate, rent, refinance, and redo. Fees, I think it's potato. I think, our fees are not that bad. We're probably, an average origination is between a 1.5 to 2 points. If you're brokering the loan, you could add another point to that for yourself. Fees, there's an underwriting processing fee of $14.95 and the appraisal is $6.50. So I don't know if the fees are that out of control comparatively to banking fees. I think they're quite relevant. And borrowing limits, well, it really depends on what your cash reserves look like based on your capacity. So, we have to keep you liquid to make sure you have the proper reserves and the proper money that you have to participate into a transaction. So some direct private lending options that are out there. We obviously provide 30-year fixed loans, refinance or purchase, up to 80% loan to value either side, depending on the debt service coverage ratio of the subject property. We offer fixed to flip loans. We offer portfolio rental loans, meaning blanket loans. We offer multifamily 5+ units because, the rental loans are typically 1 through 4, but we offer multifamily bridge loans, meaning a value add, doing a lot of those right now. We'll look at new construction, build to rent or spec development, fixed to rent, which is ultimately the BRRRR strategy, buy, renovate, rent, refinance, and redo. We look at multifamily with mixed use. We don't really have a cap in size. There's just lending parameters based on 5 through 30, and then past 30 units or $2 million loan amount, we are agency approved, whether Freddie or Fannie. We're debt service oriented and bank statement oriented. We don't offer non-recourse unless it's like a 30 unit and above, and the loan amount's above 2 million. And there's still a carve out with a bad boy clause. All our loans otherwise are recourse options. And then we obviously offer revolving construction unsecured business lines of credit for investors that have a 700 score or better, an active LLC, and we get you up to $200,000 typically, as long as your credit's there, 700 above, and or the LLC longevity. Now, all these programs, I extend to everybody here. We have a referral program. So if you want to be a referral partner, whether through BRRRR or any of the other products that we offer, we pay referral on all that because we're allowed to, because we're not regulated under Fannie and Freddie. We're non-QM, so we're business lenders. We're commercial lenders. So whether you want to become a glorified loan officer or account executive and white labels market your information, you can put your loans through us, and we will protect you in regards to a client trying to go around you, and you can build your own portfolio out. And we pay referral. If you just want to send a email referral of a client we close, we send you a check out for a thank you check. It ranges anywhere between $250 and $1,000. With the unsecured business lines, we provide up to 15% override on the fee that we charge the client. Some items that you might need for the LLC that are very important: EIN number or EIN letter, a signed and dated operating agreement, articles of formation, and letter of good standing. You're not going to be able to close a loan without these. The title company will not let you close. And we need to collect these anyway up front when we're submitting the loan for underwriting. I'm providing you some tips on LLC, which I'll send Linda. I sent this to you this afternoon. You can send it out to all the registered listeners out as well. And these just give you some tips on what to look for with your LLC when you're structuring and setting it up in multi-states or individual. And then I always provide forms on how to better buy your properties. This is called the maximum allowable offer worksheet. It provides understanding how to buy when you're renovating a property and how to buy it right. This sheet's set up for 65% loan to value based on the after repair value, even though most lenders, including myself, go up to 75% loan to value based on after repair value. But that doesn't mean that you have to buy high. You got to buy smart in this market. So I know Linda has this worksheet. She could send it out to everybody else. The cash flow worksheet is a cash on cash evaluation of the property when you're looking to hold it on the back end instead of flipping the property. Breaks it down. It allows you to break out all your numbers and see what your cash on cash return of the property would look like. Then we have the construction budget and draw schedule. Most investors don't have this handy. We provide it to you complimentary. We want you to be the smarter evaluator of a rehab and making sure that the numbers make sense, where you add your contingencies, add your what ifs, and double check with the contractor your numbers, and then setting it up for a draw schedule as a BRRRR loan. Last but not least, here on the debt service coverage ratio, pretty much one of the most important spreadsheets to have to evaluate your property, to better understand what is the debt service coverage ratio of that subject property. I can walk through with you, if you have about 5 or 6 properties that you want to see how they work from a debt service perspective, you want to take 15 to 20 minutes on the phone, I'll run each one on a debt service and send you a copy of it finished to see how it looks like and why debt services well or why it doesn't debt service well based on the current value of the property and the income and expense of the subject property itself. So I offer that to anybody that's listening in, having a strategy discussion to better understand and better pencil your deals down smarter. This kind of gives you an overview of what debt service coverage ratio means. Debt service coverage ratio equals net operating income divided by the debt service, which typically debt service is 1.2, but we go as low as 0.75, depending on the experience of the borrower and the credit score of the borrower and the subject property. You want to put, pen to paper, and you want to kind of give somebody a summary. I offer a summary worksheet for you to be able to write a scenario up on a Word document format to better summarize your thoughts on what this deal is before calling somebody. Nobody wants to catch a grenade without a pin in it coming over the fence. So you want to better prepare whoever you're working with, whether it's me or anybody else, what your deal looks like and how it looks like, and what are some information so the individual on the other side of the fence that's catching this can take a few minutes to do some due diligence before they call you back. Not everybody's prepared to take your phone call on your deal. So you want to prepare your power team better on opportunities. I think this is a very good time in the direct private lending space, asset-based lending space. You're starting to see the multiple listing market expanding. Days on the market are expanding. Yes, the Fed took a little break on doing a Fed hike. Rates did come down a smidgen, but I don't see rates dropping below 7% anytime soon. I think we're going to be hovering anywhere between the high 7s to mid 8s on commercial financing for quite a while. I think we're going to be up and down over the next 12 to 24 months, at least, maybe even 36 months, because we have a massive reset of commercial real estate that we don't even know how that's going to impact the residential space. And all the urban cities are having a huge change of order with Section 8 comparatively to the market rents, where Section 8 is now doing better than market rents in a lot of the urban settings. So how that impacts the suburban market and then the rural market is yet to be determined, but asset-based lenders are really far ahead in understanding what's going on in their markets, especially following migration reports. Everyone listening in should always follow U-Haul, United Van Lines, and Penske to see where the rental reports are justifying where the rental markets are flourishing. If you're going to be a landlord, you want to know where the better barrier of entries are so you can build out your team wherever you decide to be an out-of-state landlord, if you're not going to be an in-state landlord for that matter. So I'd like to open it up to any questions, because I like to keep things simple and not overwhelm people at times. We had a wonderful discussion and presentation in Los Angeles with Linda and Lloyd and Sam, and I finished up a great presentation with the group. And then we had obviously auction.com's executive director there as well, hoping to see if they can bring somebody out to the Philadelphia event as well as the Denver event to give us an update into those markets as well. But all the worksheets will be provided to anybody that's listening in. You don't have to privately chat. I have no problem sending them out. As long as Linda gets me the list or she needs any of the documents that are in here, I will send them to her, and she could send them out and distribute to all the listeners this afternoon. So I wanted to keep it simple, because we should keep it simple, because it depends on your level of experience. Like, I don't know where your level of experience is, and I don't want to overwhelm people with too much information until we have at least a 15-minute discussion on what your game plan is. You know, what's your credit score? What's your cash reserves? What do you own currently? How many rehabs have you completed in the last 24 months? How many investment properties do you currently own? These are basic questions I ask to better understand who you are and how we can grow out your business. And if somebody is not taking the time to ask these questions, you need to question, is that a person that you need in your power team? And I hope everybody joins us on Saturdays and Sundays on Clubhouse. I look forward to offering opportunities for podcasts for our vetted moderators that are in Clubhouse in the Creative BRRRR Strategy Club, and look forward to that more rebranding sometime in the next 60 days. Where our goal is to put our first podcast out December 1st. So hopefully we're setting some very aggressive goals. But I want to thank everybody for listening in. I think there's a question here. If HOA at construction litigation, so that's a non-warrantable loan on a condo space. So we'd have to look at a condo questionnaire to see if we can work around the construction litigation on that HOA. So that would be, we do non-warrantable loans. Usually it's 65% LTV instead of 75% LTV, whether refinance or purchase. But I'd have to see the condo questionnaire from the condos. Does that help your answer, Elena? I didn't see her respond, but I hope that answers your question. Yes. Okay, great. So I really look forward to helping every one of you in understanding what hopefully maybe a lane that you want to look at or an opportunity that presents itself. But there's so much opportunity in the asset-based lending. When there's chaos, there's opportunity. And I really believe there's going to be a lot of opportunity for the smaller investor to the bigger investor over the next 12 to 24 months in the investment space. So if nobody has any other questions, let's check
Now,
here.
someone, Mio Lee said, Is there a chance you can share the whole screen? We can go ahead and send over the information that Joseph sent me, which will give you more information and just add more insight to all this. So we will
Yeah,
send it
I
out
mean,
to everyone.
yeah, Linda knows I have no problem sending it out, and I offer it almost every weekend on Clubhouse as well. You should download Clubhouse if you don't have it and listen in. We have some great educational discussions. We don't keep you on more than 60 to 90 minutes. I really do believe less is more. I'd rather leave some breadcrumb than stuff the whole loaf down your throat in regards to understanding lending. It's a lot to take in, and if you don't do it every day and you're not transactional, you're not going to understand everything. So we do it in small portions every weekend. So we're here to provide a consistent theme of education and network and creating opportunities for everybody that's in our circle of influence. And if we can help you that makes me feel good. So I hope, Linda, I hope that assists everybody. I cut it short a little early because I know Jim ran a little over. Is there any other questions that anybody might have? I want to
Yes,
leave a little
somebody
extra
said
table.
about Clubhouse, how to join. I will go ahead and find the link and post it on here.
Well, if you text me at 215-290-5108, 215-290-5108, just say Clubhouse, I'll send you my link. So I can send you a quick link to join. So if you text me Clubhouse, I'll send it out to you, the link.
What's the number again, Joseph?
I'll type it in here, 215
Mhm.
290 5108. And I'm going to put my email if anybody has any questions, of course. And like I said, I'm available over the weekend if you want to do a strategy discussion, wherever your comfort level is. Okay. I just put that in there. It's just a lot easier just to have a intimate discussion of what you're trying to do. Whether you want to be a referral partner, whether you want to be an investor, whether you want to get into the industry, we could have various discussions in different levels.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Joseph. We appreciate your time.
Hey Joe,
I really appreciate it, Linda.
Joe, you got to switch it. Your messages only went to the host and the panelists, and not to everyone. So
Everyone, let's do this. Thank you, you.
No problem.
And funny enough, you and I celebrate the same birthday, but I'm much younger than him. So just want to make sure you know that we were both born on December 1st. And that was a joke.
We are. No, we are. He is my younger brother.
But I look forward to seeing you on November 11th. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. If you're in the New York area, please join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. And thank you, Linda, for
Well, thank
arranging
you
this.
again so much, Joseph. We appreciate your time. And next we have Hugh Zaretsky joining us from New York City. Welcome,
I don't want to
Hugh.
unshare.
Awesome. Well, appreciate that, Linda. And actually, I am joining you guys today from Atlanta. I had to fly down here for an event, but we want to make sure that we honor everybody here. And I know Joe's traveling as well. So lots of good things going on there. All right, something just happened with the Zoom. All right.
Here we go.
Gotcha.
Oh, Hugh, you're fine. Now you
Okay.
should be able to share your screen now. Can you try and share it?
Let me see if I'm allowed to. I tried it a minute ago and it said no. Oh, no, well, okay. Let me just put it in PowerPoint mode. So we did it in the right mode. So it's full screen for everybody like they were asking for. So I hope you guys have had a great day of learning. If you learned something new, go ahead and type an N into the chat. Let's just make sure you guys are here participating. And Joe and I really enjoy training and just like a lot of people on here, but we want to make sure that you're awake because I know it's been a long day of you guys sitting there taking notes and doing the different things. I just want to make sure everybody can see my screen. So you guys type in that in. We get everybody in there, rocking and rolling to be able to do that. So you guys should be able to throw that into the chat so that we're able to do this, right? And it's really important in today's world. And we got an okay there. All right. So we'll take an okay from one person. That means we got one person paying attention. And it's always important as we do these things to make sure that you guys are doing it. So Eileen, Amir, Carl, Shay, Darlene, right? Henry's in here lots of time. Judy, right? And type in where you guys are from because there's different real estate things that happen in different markets. So if we know your market more specifically, we're able to do that, whether it's California, New York, Chicago, Hawaii, wherever you happen to be. LA in the house. All right, awesome. Lots of good things. So we're going to talk about launching your business or taking it to the next level here because you need multiple streams of income, especially in today's world. Aloha, mahalo from Hawaii. What's up, May? I used to spend San Diego in the house. Awesome. Carlsbad, California. Nice. I used to spend 3 weeks every year in Lahaina, LA. So lots of California, Bay Area. Awesome. So I'm a different type of trainer. Joe is a very similar trainer to me. We like to be interactive with you guys. So if you guys have questions, type them in the chat. You have it right there. I'll be monitoring as I do it, as long as it's not blocking the screen for you guys. If it's blocking the screen, you guys let me know. But we're going to jump into this. And the question is, what if you can do your first real estate deal? What if you can do your 40th real estate deal? Right? You can generate revenue 6 different ways. That's how I used to do it on the investment side. Now we added another 8 ways. So we're up to 14 different ways of generating revenue. Is that okay with you guys? And this is where we truly talk about having that mailbox money for you. And I do apologize a little bit on the lighting here today, but because we are traveling, I don't have all my good Zoom set up, but we're making it work for you guys. If there's anything you got, you can type in the chat to go ahead and do that. So we're going to talk a little bit about your lobster story. We won't be able to do in finding deals here in 6 minutes. We'll talk some about the Airbnb, and then we'll talk about some ways that you guys can generate revenue as agents, other ways of doing this, so that you guys can continue to make things happen for you and continue to grow. Because there's some huge changes that just happened on Halloween, right? And that could affect the real estate industry in a huge way that was never seen before. And we're always going to remember 2023 Halloween in the real estate industry. So, question for you is, as we get started here is, excuse me, what is your lobster story? Now, what do we mean by a lobster? Sorry, I always get the 2 sneezes. What I mean by that is oftentimes, I don't know if you guys know this, but lobsters grow 5 to 7 times a year, right? Lobsters have really hard outside shells, but 5 to 7 times a year during their first 5 years of life, they outgrow their shells and they have to expand, right? And they have to expand and they have to do things. And you guys are here because you want to expand outside of your lobster shell. You're expanding outside of your comfort zone, right? And you may not be where you want to be, but you're ready to change. You're ready to take that next step. You're ready to do that next thing. But we don't want you to be a fake lobster either. There's lots of posers out there on social media saying, you know, they take pictures next to fancy cars. They take, they get on the jet planes, right? And they're sitting on the tarmac with all the, you know, the window shades down, right? They're faking it. We don't want you to be a fake lobster. We want you to be a real lobster, but you guys all have a unique story. That unique story allows you to grow and allows you to be who you are in what you're doing. So if I was to throw this screen up here with you guys and you're like, wow, that's a lot of stuff, right? I say what my background is and everything like that. That sounds like a lot of stuff. That sounds like a lot of different things going on, you know, all the different things. And we don't want it to be that way for you guys, right? We want it to be so that you guys can take this and use it and you guys understand your own lobster stories. So I've been teaching and training investors since 2005. That's when I left the corporate world. So over 18 years of doing that. We've done all types of real estate deals. You can see the turtles there in Hawaii that we swim with, right? And all the different things like that. We like to have some fun, but we do deals no money down, all the way to a multi-million-dollar deal. But instead of telling it this way, because this looks a lot and people are like, wow, I don't know if I can do it. Let's just show you a different way. So we talked about a baby little lobster, right? And how we get started here, right? So there you go. There's a little me getting started with a full head of hair, unlike what Joe and I have now, right? And then I made my way into the IT world and 9/11 happened. And that's the day that changed my life when both planes went flying past my window directly into the Twin Towers. I was the youngest director of technology for a company called Getty Images. Those guys that know picture, graphics, all of those things, right? And I realized that, and that's actually my photo that I took that day, went out to every major newspaper, one of the first ones, because nobody had handy dandy cell phone cameras back then, right? From there, I fell backwards into real estate. You guys have all had a trauma and you've fallen backwards into whatever it is that you're doing now, right? That caused you to change. Maybe it was the end of a relationship. Maybe it was a death in the family. Maybe it was a situation or an incident or something like that that made you realize you weren't happy. So I fell backwards. I didn't even know there was an industry teaching and training real estate investors and entrepreneurs. I took a 3-day boot camp and met this guy, Robert Allen here. You can see on the left. And then we were up on actually in San Francisco at his birthday party there for Bob, and got a chance to hang out with him out there. And then, you know, then the industry went into another crash, and it's through the traumas that we learn and grow. And then the 2008, 2010 market hit, right? And I met this guy, another leader of a company. And he asked me to come speak for him and train his investors. And we've been with them for over 11 years, teaching and training people all around the country, swimming with sharks, doing all sorts of crazy things, right? And then we had another situation with COVID years, right? We're all coming out of those COVID years. Now, during the COVID years, you had a chance to really grow and expand or shrink as a lobster. Question is, what did you do? Type a G if you grew, type an S if you shrank, right? And we know it, we're honest with ourselves. I shrank a little bit, and now we're in that explosive growth phase, right? We shrunk down a little bit, especially being in New York, being in California, right? Being locked down in a lot of places. Hawaii, right? Pretty strict out there for a while. I'd actually just come back from Hawaii when everything went down. And we've been spending the last year putting it back together, right? But what I've also been doing is really expanding, making it a giant lobster. So if you want to follow on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever happens to be for you, but we've gone out there and really expanded outside of even just real estate, right? We got invited to speak at the very first Humanity Summit with people like Nelson Mandela's grandson and stuff like that. We released a book called The Launch Button. Became an Amazon bestseller. We got a co-host in business. We're raising a portfolio company. We do some trainings, right? All sorts of things. We've been speaking at a lot of women in power events, right? All these different types of things. So as we start to expand and become that giant lobster after COVID, you guys get to reshape yourself. So what do you want to be? What do you want to turn into? Where do you want to be? Right now, we're an international speaker. We're an Amazon best-selling author from a guy that couldn't spell or do grammar. I want you guys to understand that. My dad was a math teacher. My mom was an English teacher. I got really good at math, computers, all of that. But me and the Oxford comma did not get along. Yet I wrote a 300-page book. Now, definitely it's my third book because I wrote books with Jeff Canfield, Les Brown, those types of things. You see some of our properties on the left, from the glamping to the pools to speak on the Humanity Summit. Like, this is where you can go to wherever you want to be, right? We don't get to control that. You guys get to control that, right? All right. Thank you, May. Being honest there, right? Shrinking a little bit. So as you guys are participating and doing that, right? Where you're going to be, what's going on, you know, where's the next step for you? And like I said, if you guys type in the chat, we'll make sure we get your questions answered. We make sure you get recognized. And, you know, we took that book internationally. I can't spell or do grammar. We took the book internationally, and we got people buying it from Portugal, from Ghana, from France. And on the right there is Nelson Mandela's grandson, right? And we're going to talk to you in the future about building relationships, like me building a relationship with Linda, me building a relationship with Joe, me building a relationship with these different people allow me to be here today. If we didn't have a good relationship, we wouldn't be here, right? It's a Friday night on the East Coast. It's almost 7 p.m. and we're here because Linda asked us to be here, right? These are the types of relationships that allow you to do that. Nelson Mandela's grandson over there, he saw me giving out the book to lots of people, having them buy it. He said, "Hey, Hugh, can I buy your book?" I said, "No." I said, "I'll give it to you. You guys want to grab a copy of the book? You can go right to Amazon right there. It's going to walk you through the steps on the process of finding your passion and leaving your job and or taking your business to the next level. So you just go ahead and hit that QR code and you're all set with that right there on your screen. And what that allowed me to do is build a relationship with him. Now he wants me to come to South Africa and look at his town and see what developments can happen, right? So we're planning that trip towards the end of this year. So we'll let you know on that. These are the things that you can expand to, even though you may never have thought you wanted to go. And what if 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2? Sorry, let me go back for a second. If 1 + 1 does not equal 2, I tried to move my video there. What if 1 + 1 does not equal 2? What if 1 + 1 equals 1,000? Would that be okay with you? If you guys want these slides and these bonuses, you just hit the QR code right there. It'll throw you, you just enter your information, you enter the event name. That way we know where you came from and you'll get a copy of all the slides here today. How's that? What if 1 + 1 equals 1,000? That's it. Upper left there, anybody here like rock and roll? That's Kenny Arnoff. Kenny is the #1 rock and roll drummer. He's played with everybody from John Cougar Mellencamp all the way through to Beyonce. Right? So every genre of music you can think of, he's played with them. Right? We got to build a relationship. That's Lee Steinberg. So if you guys know the movie Jerry Maguire, he's one of the 2 agents that claim that that movie is based off of him, and it's sort of a combination of the 2, really. I've got real estate investors in the bottom left. That's my buddy Richard that we launched the Real Brokerage with Linda and a few other people there. We got coaches, trainers, the guy on the right there, Women of Transformation. That's Dr. Frazier. He is actually building the African American Entrepreneur Hall of Fame in Atlanta, Georgia. I got done speaking. He's like, "You did a really good job." So I was like, "Awesome, let's stay in touch," right? I'm going to show you guys how to build these relationships. Do you think these people in their cell phone have more than 2 people? Yeah, right? They've got over 1,000 contacts each that they could refer you to if they like you. We're going to talk to you guys about that in the future. We won't have time to go through finding deals here today, but I did want to hit on some things with you guys. We want to talk about why we like real estate. We call it, we like it because it generates income. We like it because it gives you the tax deductions. We like it because it gives you the ability to build equity. We don't buy it strictly for the appreciation, but there's been a crazy amount over the last 4 years. And then leverage, right? We have that ability to leverage it. Now, it's a whole big thing about their interest rates. Now, let's just talk about this for a second, because everybody's like, should you be buying a property or not? What do you guys think? Type it in the chat. Should you be buying a property right now or not? Right? And as you guys think about that, right? Years ago, you would have paid probably $2 million for a house at currently at 3% interest, right? $2 million at 3% interest. Now you'll pay 1.5 for it at an 8% interest rate. $500,000 less, but I got a bigger payment, right? So now you have to do this analysis. Don't just buy it because I'm telling you this, but you guys need to do this analysis on your properties, right? And this analysis goes like this with this. So we've also had very slow sales volume, right? Very slow sales volume. We're expected to be the lowest since 2009, right? On the amount of new sales that have happened, transactions that have happened. Now, what can we do if interest rates change, right? If interest rates change, what can we do in the future? Can we renegotiate the price, the interest rate? Can we refinance like Joe was showing you, right? With that BRRRR method, be able to go in there and refi at a lower rate? The answer is yes. After we buy it, we can never renegotiate the purchase price. We can never renegotiate the purchase price once we buy it. We can refinance the interest rate later if in a few years interest rates drop. Yes, we can go ahead and refinance. Now we lock in our price, but we can always change the rate. So that's just one thing to remember. We've had really slow demand this year. There's still a housing shortage. There's still some foreclosures out there. So the question is, what's going to happen with all of that? Here are the interest rate predictions for 2024. Right? The prediction is that interest rates are going to drop. So if I lock it in now and then prices go up because interest rates come down, right? We've seen prices, come down because interest rates have gone up. If it does the reverse, well, then you've taken advantage of that swing. 2024 is also an election year. People want to be popular, right? So oftentimes they'll put pressure on the interest rates. So just some things for you to think about. And because you stuck around here today, you get those. All right, so we're not gonna be able to go through finding the deals here. You guys will have that. But a question for you guys is, did you take your shot? All right, because we never know where the market is going. It might go up, it might go down. But the question is, did you take your shot? Have you ever played sports in high school? All right, a lot of people played high school sports. You understand that if you take your shot at even being a D1 player, a D2 player, a D3, NAIA, JUCO, whatever it happens to be, that only 7% of athletes make it from high school to college in any form, not just Division I, in any form. All right. So be proud that you're here. Be proud that you're taking your shot. And if you weren't an athlete, be proud right now that you're taking your shot in real estate. Just for taking the shot, you're going to learn something. It's your human value. As you go through the trials and tribulations of life, your value grows as an individual. We're going to hit some things on Airbnb here, and then we're going to talk about those 14 streams of income for you. I'm going to give you 8 of them here today. So things to consider when identifying a property. You want to do short-term rentals. Right? Number one is the legal situation. We talked about it from a government level. We talked about it from a state. We talked about it from the city, maybe a county, maybe a township, whatever it happens to be, to the HOA, POA. 2, as the short-term rental companies made a deal with your state. All right? Have they made a deal with your state? After we go through all of that, because if they did a deal, Airbnb, BRRRR are all collecting the short-term rental occupancy tax for you. You don't have to do it. They didn't, you got to set that aside. When is the peak rental season? When is the slow season? Right? So we've got those going on. What are the tourist attractions in that area? Why would somebody come there? One of the biggest reasons people travel to areas right now is music festivals, sporting events. Those types of things are really big on travel. Now, there's a couple things to think about with this. Applied knowledge is power. Just because you learn something, or just because you think you know something and you do it, that's really gambling. Yeah, you're not sitting in a casino. Yeah, you're not doing that, but you're really gambling. And if you guys know the California squatter story, since a lot of you guys on here are from California, right? And they rented out that property, went off platform, and allowed the woman to stay there longer. And then at the end of it, right, she owes $50,000 in rent. But she wasn't even happy just saying, okay, I won't pay that and leave. She was demanding a $100,000 relocation fee on top of that. So she wanted to be paid to move out of that short-term rental. Right? Just think about that for a second. She wanted to be paid to move out of her short-term rental. And because they went off platform, they did that. Now also understand, Airbnb, just like hotels.com, it's just a service. They own 0 properties. VRBO owns 0 properties. It's up to the landlord and the owner to follow the law. They will refer you to the area. Now, to give you an example of what I mean by states following the process, and we can use Hawaii here because May's on here. In Hawaii, there was a bill going before the government, and they were going to go ahead and sign it into action, and Airbnb was happy about the law. They were behind it. They said they collect all the occupancy tax for the state of Hawaii. It'd be about $50 million a year in occupancy tax, and they would do that for the state of Hawaii. And then the governor vetoed that bill. This is a couple of years ago, right around the time of COVID. And then a new law went through, and this time it said only if you had been operating a real Airbnb, since, you know, hadn't had that license from like the 70s or 80s, would they allow you to continue to do Airbnb rentals there? Airbnb says, we don't like that law, Mr. Governor. If you sign it, we will not collect your occupancy tax. Well, the government thought they were bluffing, and he signed the bill into action in Hawaii. And Airbnb says, go collect your own tax. So the state of Hawaii lost about, you know, $40 million. Now, New York just did a huge switch on Airbnb, where they went from over 10,000 to 40,000 listens, depending on where you are. And they put a law into effect that was supposed to go into effect in January, then supposed to go into effect in May. Then in August, they pushed it all the way to September. And on September 5th, sorry, on Labor Day, right, 10,000 listens disappeared off Airbnb. Now, I'm one of the few hosts still on Airbnb that did it legally. So we want to make sure you guys can see the full story. If you go out to IG or Facebook and you hit one of those, you'll be able to see the full story on there on how we go ahead and do that. All right. Now, just to give you an example of a deal and how this could work with some numbers, because some of you guys are very number oriented. This is a property we acquired for $235,000. We put $80,000 into the rehab. We're into it for $315,000. And now, just so you understand, I don't invest in properties for appreciation. This property obviously got a huge amount of appreciation, right? With this, here's the deal. We did this, but we only expected it to go to $450. Because of the crazy market, it went to $650 on here, right? And you can see all the way, it had mold damage, it had all the different things in it. And everybody always tells you, right, when you rehab a property or you want to fix and flip a property, it's about the kitchens and the bathrooms, right? That's what they tell you. Well, we generate over $60,000 a year on this property short term, and it's not about the kitchens and bathrooms. If you look at this listing that we have up here, right, you will not even see really a picture of the kitchen or the bathrooms. But how many of you guys want to stay here? Just based off those 5 photos, right? Airbnb gives you 5 photos to sell your home compared to 18 other ones. And these 5 photos, everybody goes, ooh, all the women go, oh, I want to stay there, right? So when you look at this and you see that and you have that ability to go ahead and do things, this is what we're talking about. And the big glamping phase is on from the, you know, the dome houses. So even if you just got some land and want to throw some stuff up there, to houses built into the side. If you guys are struggling with your hosting, we offer those services as well for you guys. You got a property that you need somebody to take over and run. And like I said, the free bonus here is you get opportunity to get access to these slides. If you're an agent or broker, we're going to talk about right now how you can make additional revenue. All right. In a traditional brokerage, you only get paid a couple different ways. With that, and then with us, you have the ability to go out there and get paid a whole bunch of different ways. So if you get started today, whether that's your first, 50th, whatever it happens to be able to go ahead and do that. All right, we've had people go out there. This is Scarlett's very first deal. Right, her first multifamily deal she did with 0 money down and 0 credit. She brought in 2 partners, right, after coming out with us into what we call our boot camp, out into the field training with us. We took her out there and was able to do this. This is Antonio Lobo. He's one of our Hispanic members. Completed his 41st deal and made $25,000 in the marketing of his business the week after leaving the boot camp. All right. Danielle Dowdy, she went from, because we get in our own way, she went from $250,000 a year in her real estate agent brokerage business to over $1.25 million in 10 months. All right. And her partner, Daryl, we were just at an event together in Philadelphia, came over and said, thank you, Hugh. She's a totally different person. She's come back from the boot camp. All right. So if you want to work with us, come out for 3 days in the field training, have some fun with us. The next one we are doing is December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd will be in beautiful, sunny Florida. We do a little sunset cruise. You can go to profitcaravan.com to be able to go out there and join us out there. We'll be taking you guys out into the field. We'll be making phone calls, walking through properties, all of the different things. All right. So let me show you what we've got now on the real estate agent side. All right. And so with this, there's 9 ways that you now can generate revenue for some of you guys. Now, understand that I've been a long time real estate investor, and I was not an agent until a couple of friends of mine want to go ahead and start things and was able to go ahead and want to work with that, right? So 9 ways to work with us to generate revenue. Number 1 is your traditional commission split, right? People start out at a 75-25 or an 85-15. And most brokerages do not have retirement accounts, but now you've got the ability to generate a retirement account income for you. You get 5% plus. The company will match 3 times that. We'll talk about some of the stock awards for capping, post cap, elite agent, elite cultural award, revenue sharing, and the ability to do that. So that's 9 ways currently to generate revenue, and there's even more. So as a real estate agent or a broker coming in, one of the nice things about this is there are no fees, right? No monthly fees required. You got an 85-15 or 75-25 split. Once you cap, you go to 100 or 90%, no monthly fees, 12K annual cap. So when we look at this, right, on here, and we're able to go ahead and do that, we've got the ability to go ahead and do this. There's a one-time sign-up fee, $249. You get your E&O insurance, but you are allowed 3 transactionals, 3 transactions for your investor side of the business for free each year. You just pay a $250 transaction. So if you're buying it for you, your company, whatever it happens to be. As I said, I was a former continuing education instructor in New York, California, Florida, and Texas for the largest states for real estate investing, yet I was never an agent. Way 2 of generated money. You've got the ability to start building a retirement account for you, or the equivalent of it, right? This is what I like to call, because you can put some of your commissions into the stock program, right? And they're going to match 3 times, right? So that's your 401k IRA match that companies do for you. They're going to match 3 times whatever you put into that structure. So you can put up to 5% and they'll match 15%. That gives you 20%. When you cap, you do your 12,000, right? And you increase your commission, you automatically get 150 shares in the company. Now, the stock trades between $1 and $2 now, but if you look at EXP, that's at $20. That's a pretty good bump, even if it gets halfway there. Once you've capped, right, now you can put up to 10%, and the company will match again 3 times that. So you can get 40% of your commission, right, given to you in stock. Now, but on the cap side, on your side, you get that money right away. On the company side, it's a 3-year, right, vesting period. Once you've gone ahead and reach your annual cap, $12,000, right, on there, and you get your 6K in post-transaction fees, or your GCI over 500, you've got the ability to become what's called a performance award stock in there. That's $16,000, right, in stock that you could get just for doing your job and excelling. If you want to teach and give back, then you get the cultural award. Now, this has to be approved by the company in order to do that, and you can generate an extra $8,000 in stock just for doing that. All right. Stock award for attraction, marketing. So if you want to grow a team, and let's just say you did 1 a year, every time they did their first transaction, you would get 75 shares in the company just for bringing somebody into the business. On the revenue share side, now this just changed, and they allowed you to generate more money. So the revenue share side comes out of the company side of the business on this. All right, out of the company side of the business, there's $12,000 cap that goes to the company. Out of that, for people on your first tier, you would get up to $4,000. So 1/3 of whatever the agents or brokers generated towards the company, you would receive for helping them. Once you get to tier 2, that number drops to $3,200, $2,400, $1,600. And if you add up all 5 tiers right here, that's $12,000. It's the full amount they're willing to pay back to you, the full amount of the income generated. All right, the full amount. Now, you also have the ability to work with the title company. You can create that relationship with there. And we talked about you guys building revenue streams. So there's another revenue stream. Every time you refer somebody to their title company, you will generate revenue on that. Some of the cool benefits is you get the ability to co-sponsor, right? Revenue share. You get the ability to will this to somebody else. And again, the stock purchase program that we talked about. All right. Couple new things coming out. You can now run your whole real estate investment business off your phone. That is why you don't need a technology fee to go ahead and do that. The real signatures in there. They got a new customer app, and they even rolled out health insurance benefits for agents and brokers. Now, you want to build your future. I'm going to show you the power that Danielle did here, that 250,000 to 1.25 million for doing that. So this is what I consider my revenue share breakdown of it, because I like it a little different. Those numbers don't excite me. But here's what it is. As of November 1st, so that was like 2 days ago, this just all got updated. All right. So if you were to help 4 agents reach their cap, now they can be agents or brokers. Even though you may not be a broker, you can help brokers do this. They could be anywhere in the country, all 50 states, and 8 provinces in Canada. All right. So you would generate $16,000 just for them capping. All right. So you're making your money. Now you've got a second revenue stream coming in over here. You got that every time they do a transaction, whatever fees would go to the company, you get a third of it. Not too shabby, right? And what happens is when you enroll your 5th person onto your team, now you open up a second level. So you get the up to $20,000 per year. And remember, everybody has a cap every year as agents. $20,000 per year, and then you also open up that second tier for you. And let's just say those people enrolled, 1 person each. That would give you an additional $12,000 of revenue. Okay? So that means your money, that's $32,000 potentially a year rolling in just for recruiting 1 person a year, and have them recruit 1 person a year. Not too bad. Once you hit that 5, right? Now, if you want to go bigger, right, the next one, your 3rd tier opens up on 15. So it goes 5, then it jumps to 15, and then it's every 5 after that. So you make 4,000 on that, up to 4,000 on that top level, which would be $60,000. Now you open up tier 2, and you open up tier 3. And again, let's just say there's 4 there. That gives you $82,400 of potential passive revenue for you. Potential. Because you're not doing anything for that, right? You might be, well, I won't say you're not doing anything, but you're helping them, you're coordinating with them. But if they're in another state, they're running through that state broker, their transactions, right? You may be keeping them engaged, you may be working with them, right? Whatever it happens to be. Now you get to 20, right? We said 15, then every 5, so the next 5 would be 20. You'd open up that 4th level, right? And in there, it's another 6,400. That puts you over $108,800 of passive potential revenue. And then the last tier there, as we go ahead and do that, right, to open up tier 5, right, that's 125,000 of passive revenue. That's with 25 on your top. You recruited, let's say, 5 a year, and then they only recruited 4 on each level below that. So you guys can see how this can grow massively, really fast. So if this is something that you're interested in, right? We talked about your lobster story. If you're ready to explore, we talked a little bit about current market conditions. We talked about Airbnb and some of the changes there. And now we talked about as an agent. So if you see all these revenue streams, this is where we get to 14 ways of making money. So if you get, thousands of dollars coming in each one of these different ways, what can that do for your lifestyle? What can that do for you running your business? What can that do for you making things happen in the world? So we'll go ahead and open this up to any questions that you may have. I know I went through a lot of information fast, but want to make sure that we get you the information that you wanted, get you the information that you needed. Are there any questions, comments, thoughts on this? Anything from Airbnb to being on the agent side? Did that make sense for you guys? If it made sense, type an S in the chat. Best market depends on the deal. Right? Sort of like saying, where's the best market to do a fix and flip? A lot of it depends on the deal. A lot of it depends on where it is. Right? All right, Vicky. All right, Laura, Linda. So here's what I would say to you guys. It says that because I get this question all the time. What, you know, is this market a good market for Airbnb? I don't know. There are so many markets, so many different deals all over the country. I don't know all of them. I will say that typically red states are more Airbnb friendly than blue states. The hotel industry has been doing a whole bunch of things to push back on Airbnb because they were losing a lot of money to Airbnb and short-term rentals. Right? But you're going to have to do the analysis of, right, what is going on in that market to be able to go ahead and do that, right? Right, all things to consider. So these are the things that you're going to consider and you're going to do the analysis on. So good question there. Right, this is what you have to consider. And then from there, you're able to go ahead and do that. All right. Because there are way too many markets for me to go, because like, on some side of towns, you just cross over the road. That side it's allowed, this side it's not allowed. So that's why you guys got to look at that and you got to pay attention to what's coming down. One of the big mistakes a lot of people made in New York City was this law was coming since it was supposed to go into effect of January of 2023. And it, you know, it got delayed, and nobody applied for their license. I did, because I was like, well, whenever this happens, there's going to be a mad rush. Let me get mine beforehand. And that's what happened. And they shut down everybody else's that didn't have it. So don't snooze on government. Take the actions. All right. Good. What other questions can I answer? All righty. Linda, is there anything else you want me to go over?
Well, thank you so much, Hugh. We appreciate you coming on and sharing your insight and your knowledge. It's always a pleasure. If you guys have any other questions, make sure to post them on the chat. So why don't you share a little bit about the event that you're hosting in New York, Hugh?
Sure. So if anybody's up from the East Coast or wants to travel out to New York on 11/11, we're going to be doing an event. And that event is focused on, you know, all the changes that just went down with the new NAR lawsuit and being able for people to come together in one place to be able to meet real estate agents, mortgage brokers, attorneys, so that everybody can work together to go ahead and get the information and knowledge that they need right there. So we're going to have a title company, we're going to have real estate agents there, we're going to have investors. Joe Scorese will be there, who you guys met earlier. Will be there as well. Unfortunately, Linda will be from a distance, but next time we'll have her in New York as well. And I think Jim Edenfield that was on here. So you got a chance to meet a lot of these people in person to be able to go ahead and do that. So the New York Real Estate Summit right here is going to be an all-day event, followed by a happy hour. So if you're a seasoned investor, business owner, entrepreneur, first time, we're going to talk about how to recession-proof your business. We're going to talk about how you can grow and scale multiple streams of income and get ready for the next ripple effect on the market, because it's constantly changing. You know, if you're ambitious, looking for that, you got over 80 years of experience. So come check it out. It is 11/11 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Perfect.
And then she's got an Eventbrite that can be thrown into the chat there for you guys. Unfortunately, this will not be broadcast online. This is live in person. We do some events online, so you can reach out to me about that if you want to. If you hit that QR code that we showed you earlier, you'll get plugged in. We do have other events that will be online. We're doing a similar one in Southern New Jersey in the end of November as well.
Perfect. Wonderful. So I would encourage everyone who can join the live event in New York City to attend, and you'll definitely meet some fantastic people and learn a great deal. So thank you so much, Hugh. We appreciate your time and all your insight today.
Awesome. Well, you guys have a wonderful day. I got to go to a award banquet dinner, so I'll see you guys all soon. Thank you, and I appreciate you, Linda, for putting all this together and running it from the West Coast and inviting all of us East Coasters here as well. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, Hugh. And I want to thank everyone for joining us today. It's been such a great day just to share this day with you and grow as an investor. You know, we definitely want to help share as much information and insight as possible. So with that, I'd like again, if you can see my screen, we're going to have an amazing day tomorrow as well. Let me go to the information for tomorrow. Oh, actually, it's not on here, but we are going to have an amazing day tomorrow as well. We're going to have great information, great insight. You can use the same link for tomorrow's session as well. And we hope that you can join us. It's going to be all new speakers, all new content and information. Let me share with you who will be joining us. So tomorrow we're going to learn from Jeremiah Dew from the Cash Compound. He's going to be sharing how to multiply our money utilizing one simple strategy. Joe Arias will be joining us. He'll be sharing some tips about rehabbing. We'll have Danny and Flip Robinson with Freedom Family Investments joining us. And we will also have Dr. Chandra Mishra joining us from Dallas, Fort Worth area. He's a big investor in that market. We will also have a few other people and educators from the DFW market, including Bob Bloom, who is an attorney, and his expertise is asset protection. And we will also have Arnie Abramson, who's a well-known speaker in the DFW area, and he'll be teaching us about tax sales, tax deeds, particularly in Texas tax sales. So we're really excited about tomorrow's session and about the event tomorrow. I would encourage everyone to join us. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and call it a day.